We'll send her the link. She's welcome to join if you want. Welcome to another episode of Flow State, where we take our shirts off and play Uno. You ready?
Cupcake style.
Cupcake style. I don't have anything prepared or planned. This is just sort of started as a lot of them do. Jack was ready to end, and people weren't ready to stop talking yet. So it was a good conversation. You missed a lot of it, Jesse, but it was a good conversation on addiction.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to jump in, and then all of a sudden the computer wasn't working and trying to figure stuff out because I'm here in Angeline City and stuff, right? But at the beginning, I was like, already Jack started. I'm listening to him. I ended up falling asleep, and so I, kind of missed. And then Angeline came, and she's like, Grand Rising, after I ended up, and I'm like, did you see that I was sleeping? I must have slept for like the first hour or whatever it was of the thing, and then I started hearing a good part of the addiction and stuff. So there's Angeline.
What up?
Says what up. Can you hear it all? No. Can't.
A little bit, but
okay. Because I got the headphones on or whatever, right? So but yeah, for me, like I said, I needed to I tried quitting smoking cigarettes 3 times, and every time that I tried to quit, I quit the alcohol at the same time. Just cold turkey, right? I was smoking for 10 years or 12 years, just quit drinking, quit smoking, all at the same time. And every single time I started drinking again, I needed to smoke, and it was crazy. So I told myself, if I ever want to stop smoking cigarettes permanently, I need to stop drinking. And so I stopped, drinking alcohol after I had this crazy houseboating trip. I, thought I broke my back. I broke my hand. I got stung by a wasp. It was just this crazy. Somebody tried to kill me, and on the thing, I was trying to protect someone, for this idiot that I was trying to protect, and then someone pushed me from the side. I went flying on the rocks and broke my hand, and it was just like a crazy. And I said that was it. I'm like, I'll never drink again. And then I needed a year of not drinking before I was finally ready to stop smoking cigarettes. And I had a quit smoking ceremony with my 2 daughters, and one lasted a month, one lasted a week. And then here's me now on 9 years, I haven't smoked any cigarettes, right? So but I haven't drank alcohol either. I didn't, the alcohol wasn't as big of an issue, except for, obviously once I started, 3, 4, 5, then I'm 20, 30, 40 drinks in. Sure. And so that was kind of crazy. And, I ended up, you wake up in the next day after going for the long, 2-day, bender, and you wonder how much money you got left in the bank. And it was just, it was one of those roller coaster rides that, it wasn't, it started not getting as fun as, you thought it was. And so, it was just easy for me to, stop the alcohol. I was it after that houseboating trip, I was done. And then I needed that time to get ready for stopping the cigarettes. And then, for me, it's worked. And during that time between the stopping the alcohol and the stopping the cigarettes, in between, I stopped all synthetic drugs. And how that worked out, I was doing lots of MDMA, lots of, at the time, I went for a reflexologist.
So hold on, you're telling me that you do your dance raves stone cold sober?
No, I puff cannabis, but that's not. I just anything natural, right? So I would do mushrooms. I haven't done it for a few years, but mushrooms is okay. Cannabis is okay. I just smoke a spliff before I get onto the high vibe love tribe. I get energy from it. Everybody does, a different thing, but for me, and ayahuasca or DMT, anything kind of a natural plant that's for me.
Is DMT natural? Isn't that synthetic?
Well, it comes from a plant, so I'm not sure what the process is into making it or whatever, right? But I had done 6 years ago. I had done the DMT twice, right? But for me, it was kind of like the synthetic drugs, and I went to a reflexologist who was a Facebook friend, but I didn't never posted anything about my party life or anything about that on Facebook, and so I went and got my feet worked on by her, and I ended up falling asleep, and I wake up. And this was after I had stopped drinking alcohol for about 6 months. And I wake up and she goes, you got a lot of callus on your heart. I'm like, what? She's like, well, do you do a lot of ecstasy? And I'm like, no, but I do a lot of that. I have no idea. And she goes, you got a lot of callus on your heart. And she goes, you know, you may think of, if you're doing a lot of ecstasy, to slow down. And I said, I'm like, I've been doing a lot of MDMA. And I said, some random stranger massages my feet and tells me I'm doing too much ecstasy when I'm doing shit tons of MDMA every weekend after I quit the drinking, right? Every weekend we were still having crazy parties. I've had an indoor house with indoor swimming pool and crazy party house, and, you know, and so I'm doing lots of MDMA, and that was it. That was the last time I touched synthetic drugs, from some random stranger telling me I've got a lot of callus on my heart and I better slow down on the ecstasy. Never touched any synthetic drug ever again, except for, I guess, the DMT twice in Thailand like 6 years ago, if you can consider that. I said okay because I think of it more of a natural plant, but I guess, you know, the processing, like how you said, the cocaine and, you know, the processing of it, it's still a plant, but, you know, I'm just trying to choose the more natural, you know, flow of things. And it's just mostly cannabis, like, you know, 99.9% of what I consume is cannabis, right?
I think it's amazing she was able to pick out that it was ecstasy, and because or MDMA, whatever. Because in my experience, most Molly is just meth in a gel cap. But there's a lot of different stimulants, and it's just, yeah. Do you know how to find her still? Because that would be a very interesting interview.
That actually would. Actually, she's still my Facebook friend. So, you know, whatchamacallit, that's actually a probably good idea, because I'd love to talk about that, you know, and just say, hey, you know, you actually significantly changed my life, because I've never told her. I've never talked to her. She still is my Facebook friend, but I've never really talked to her about it. But that reflexology appointment changed my life, because that was it for synthetic drugs, and I was doing way too many.
And what is a reflexologist again? What did she do?
So the reflexologist is a foot like, it's almost like a foot massage, but what they do is at the bottom of your foot it's linked to every one of your organs. So they can massage, one part is massaging your heart, one part is just massaging your liver. So you can actually help detox someone and help heal them by, you know, massaging the bottom different parts, the different parts of the feet, right? And so she obviously connected right from my heart and said that was too much ecstasy. I don't know how she got that, but that was quite the impactful moment of my life and altered the course of history for me.
I don't want to laugh, but do you guys see Scott? He literally drunkenly fell asleep on stream. Did you? Yeah, okay, Scott. Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off, Jesse, but I'm watching a drunk Scott 2B pass out. Right, Scott? Come on, Scott. This is the level we're functioning.
Flow state shit. I'm just having no, it's not shit.
Scott, you're nodding like a motherfucker.
I literally watched him fall asleep on camera.
Yeah.
And the whole crowd.
I'm wide awake.
You fell the fuck over, dude.
He fell over. Scott, you haven't been wide awake probably since 1987.
All right, well, I had a long fucking day.
Wide awake. Yeah, okay.
Long day. I recognize the nods.
I heard you come in and fucking wander in. I mean, it was like, who the fuck just came in the door?
Maybe you need some of that meth ecstasy that Jesse was talking about. What do you think there, Scotty boy?
Or maybe just a little less of the opiates.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Flow State, you and I and Jack Talcott are the stars tonight of the Paul Enslaved Network, in case you were wondering.
I clicked in right before I started this stream, and I saw that they were watching us stream the other night, and I'd already seen that conversation. So,
Speaking of that, me and Jack Talcott had a little private conversation, and I want to just put this out there so the viewers and you guys know, I will be hosting a Jack Talcott debate versus OTW if he wants to accept the challenge.
Oh
so
my God,
OTW, Jack Talcott had said he is willing to participate and debate. And we'll start with OTW first. So OTW, the call is out there. I will host it. And I would love to see both you gentlemen have a little chat debate. And we'll go from there.
Snafu, good to hear that you're doing okay? Your surgery was a success, and
I had 2 surgeries, man. The first one was emergency. I was bleeding inside, and then the second one's to just make sure it's going. It's been rough. I've been sore. I'm still alive, thank God. I appreciate all your prayers, your vibes, and everyone. This goes out to everyone. So life is fragile. Make the best of it. I've always said that for years, but it's very true.
Did he just glitch silent?
Yeah, well, I'm happy to see that he's made it through.
Yes, Snafu. Much love, dude. Much love.
Thank you, Jesse.
Yeah, I don't know what Mark Fugel TV or the other dude would do without you out there to promote them. They would be just definitely in hot water.
How, Flo, you always say promoting. Do I need to start saying you're a pedophile and should be in jail? Is that promoting you? Because that's what I say about them.
It might
not
be.
Promoting.
I had never heard about either of them. I still have never heard about either of them except from you. So maybe if you go to other unknown corners of the internet where nobody's heard of me.
Try LCJ family, Flo. If you
I used to watch Mark Fugel. Snafu, I was a Mark Fugel guy.
I want you guys to please reach out to OTW. Mr. Talcott has accepted the challenge of debate. And so we're just waiting on OTW's side to see if he's willing to, come into the lights and have a little chat with Jack and debate, and we'll go from there.
I agree, and I'll bring it up a few more times if I remember during the stream, just to make sure that if he jumps in at any point and is kind of stream surfing through the footage. And
it'll be legit. The questions will be for each of the people. They'll each have their time to talk, 1-1, and then at the end they'll have a time to go against. But it'll be straight debate. OTW.
Can we mail in some questions?
Yeah, that's what I want. I want audience participation for this event. So we have questions already lined up, but then we'll have like a 5, 10 minute, 20-minute section with questions only from the viewers for OTW and Mr. Jack Talcott. We're going to make this a thing. So OTW, Mr. Talcott wants to debate, and he's willing to. I already talked to him personally about this. He's not scared. So I figure this is a perfect start to see what happens.
I want to see some opening and closing arguments too.
Yeah, I think they'll both get their chance. This is a perfect thing. So I think OTW and Mr. Talcott's accepted, and he's ready. So we're just waiting on Mr. OTW's confirmation to see if he's willing to debate Mr. Jack Talcott of Talcadia.
So we had a debate on the missing link for interview number 200. It was Dr. Amanda Vollmer against Dr. Paul Cottrell. It was germ theory against terrain theory. And she came prepared. She had an opening. He wanted the debate. He wanted to debate a terrain theory person. So I found him one of the best, right? And a doctor from Canada. And she was so prepared. Opening statement. She had her arguments, closing argument. He didn't even come prepared at all. She slaughtered him. It didn't even matter about, who was more correct about, which theory, but she was all prepared, ready to go. And it was so professional. He wanted the debate, didn't come prepared. So he actually got totally slaughtered.
Well, I think this will be an interesting debate between 2 online creators, 2 online personalities, and 2 men who actually disagree with each other, but have agreements in so many ways.
This?
I am. Snafu. You're going to learn. But you know what? The questions will be all from you, and we're going to do this right. But that's only if OTW accepts. Jack has accepted.
should moderate it.
Who?
Z.
Mr. I think you should moderate it, Scott. Just try to stay awake.
We need to have a moderator.
Maybe we should have a moderation vote. Maybe you guys could figure out who. Maybe we could put a panel of 3, like 3 judges, like UFC and shit. 3, we
just got to get OTW to agree first. Now,
first OTW has to agree, and this is just a start. The great Talcott is willing to debate and talk to anyone in debate form. So
there's not really
this will be new. This will be a new thing, and look forward to it, everyone. Thanks, Mr. Talcott and Mr. Flo.
Just remember, whoever is moderating, and Jack, make sure you have like a spit shield on to protect you from all that stuff that's flying through the camera, and as he's like blowing a gasket.
Holy shit! Tell him to get a windshield wiper and put it in front of a screen.
Have you guys seen the first time that OTW flipped out when he flipped out at Paul from like 9 months ago?
Oh, I was there. I remember it. Yeah.
Z, which Spurg do you think was better? I think the first one was better still.
So the one that he flipped out on Paul was a more sustained, insane, psychotic flip out. That might have been the best one. He's flipped out on me like that a couple times.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. He's done it to me a few times.
You guys remember when he was fighting with Dave? For Dave, Z remembers, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, it's for Ian. He flipped out about Ian. He brought it to me offline because he had my number. So he started blowing me up like in the middle of the night. I woke up and I had Patrick spamming my phone like in an insane rant. He's a loose cannon. The other thing I wanted to ask the panel is, Flossy, did you happen to see the thumbnail that Paul used for a stream tonight? It's
I did. Yeah. I actually want to talk, but go ahead.
Now apparently Z you're corporate. Now apparently you're a corporate beta. I never knew Mr. Z was corporate. He's anti-corporate.
It's whatever Paul wants it to be to fit his little story for the moment. Really, it's just whatever he's gonna just say whatever he wants.
I encourage Mr. Paul Unslaved to watch this OTW first debate go down, and then maybe he will sign up next to have the great debate against Jack Calcott too.
Snafu.
Oh my God.
We've already promoted it. You can't just interrupt everybody all the time with that thing. We're talking about something else. Jesus fucking Christ. Snafu, you're coming back up, but just like stop doing that shit. We all know about the debate.
Well, no, I'm just saying Paul might benefit from this after watching it. He could come in there.
I love all of you guys so much, man.
I mean, Z, where the fuck were we?
I think we're like, I was trying to talk about my picture my right. When I was Dr. John, and like I'm trying to like decide if I should be like embarrassed about that picture or just be like, oh, that was me like 10 years ago. I don't know, man. It's just funny.
My reaction to it, there's a Jordan Peterson like little clip where he's talking about the Lion King and the transition of that character. And he says something about how like you can see sort of on the character's face when he goes from naive to an adult. And I think that when I look at that picture of you, that's what I thought of, because like old John and new look different, right? Like you've got, I don't know. Does that make sense? Do you know the thing I'm talking about?
Well, I know the reference. Yeah. Like, like when Simba then assumes his kingship and he matures, Right,
exactly.
Yeah. That was, I'm trying to think when that was, because he must have pulled that off my Facebook page.
Hey, on a real note, though, Z, I want to give you props, man, because I've been doing this for 5-6 years. The panel, the whole content, the whole videos. You handled what happened with you the other day with your guest very appropriately and very humbly. Because I've had suicidal callers call in before when I used to do open panels and things like that. And, it always depends on whoever's running it, how they handle it and approach it. And when you had that guy on there who is obviously upset with law enforcement, wanting to, go pretty much suicide by cop, so to speak, or just, you handled it very appropriate, very professionally, and still it looking out for him, as well as for your channel and content as well, and still just being true to who you were. I want to say mad props to you on the way you took that, Z, and how you did that. Don't ever worry about the past, because it's always the future and it's moving forward. Like they used pictures of me in a troll wig, but there was no context to that. I actually called the CDC with the troll wig, asking about why they were preparing us for zombies. Like I actually made a phone call to the CDC, and did content. So that whole, they'll pull up, when you're on target, they're gonna pull up old shit to, attack or whatever, But Z, I had so much respect for how you handled that call with that person, because, people are have issues. People do have a life and struggles and things, tribulations to go through. We're not all the same mentally or physically. And I just want to say you handled that very appropriate. And I've been
appreciate that, man.
Hey,
I appreciate that.
Let me
Thanks
just
for noticing that, man.
If anybody tries to do that shit here, I will backstage you. I didn't see it, but nobody come and do suicide.
Yeah, it was before you came on Flow State. It was I ended up keeping them on for like over an hour because I wanted to kind of go through the emotions with them, and I wanted to make it real. At the same time, I still wanted to keep it entertaining for my audience. And but I appreciate you for noticing that, Snafu, because I was recognizing that in the moment, and I wasn't sure how many people were understanding that.
No, I absolutely could tell, and that's the whole difference when real recognize real, and people are there for other people. Like, and that's like I said, Mr. Z, I've always had respect for you, dude, and I've been in that same situation, open panel. Like, whoa, and you got to deal with them. You got to deal with the content. You also got to deal with hey, this is a person and emotional. And you did it beautifully, masterly, and you were now and probably educate him as well as others. But the fact is you showed your compassion and humbleness for him, which was actually props, man, because that's what broadcasting is about. I personally, I don't see OTW. I don't see others like that being able to do it the way you did. Or other, and I just want to say good stuff, D.
Flow State, just so I can get this right with Tommy, because he thinks I'm such a boomer. What Snafu just did right there, that's cucking, right?
No.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how drunk are you? Just be honest. Like 11? Did you peak out beyond the meter? Come on, buddy.
What did I do?
I don't drink.
What?
Oh, come on,
What
Scott.
did I do, Scott?
Not at all.
What did Snafu do just there?
That wasn't an alcohol nod.
Oh, I gotcha.
You want to know what that was?
Opiate.
Nope.
We know.
Chinese buffet.
Yep, sure.
Oh my God.
I'm not trying to put anyone on blast, but when people try to sell me lies, it pisses me off, and then I end up going at them.
That was just a Chinese buffet, motherfucker.
Walk the fuck away from it, Scott.
Smoking and Chinese buffet.
Z, you are according to somebody in the chat somewhere, you're eye candy, but you're sitting here with your camera off, not gracing us with your beauty.
You know what? Listen, I gotta split. If you're gonna be on for a little bit, I'll pop on later.
Okay.
But I gotta run for maybe an hour and a half. But if you go for a couple hours, I'll pop on later. All right, man.
All right. But I guess just before you go, so my assessment of the pictures, the Lion King story, do you think that is an accurate assessment? If you look at your life, do you think that you evolved a lot between those?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I appreciate it. Oh God, I mean, if I go, that was God. It probably was 10 years ago, maybe more. So I'm just trying to think of the state I was in, the emotional state, the state of consciousness. I was totally bought into the system. I was probably right after I got after I got my doctorate. I had probably just graduated. I was in the healthcare field. I think that's when I was owning my own private practice, dude. I was totally, I was part of the rat race, man. I was trying to be somebody like everybody. And now I'm in a completely different state of consciousness. That's why the way I look at people now is I'm able to look with more empathy and compassion towards people, because I realize that they just may be in a state of consciousness that's evolving, growing, right? So I could look at myself, I could look at my mistakes, I could look at where I was at certain points in my life, and that's how I look at other people now. So I like seeing stuff like that. And about the Paul thing, Paul's having fun with it. He's doing his thing. I don't, really know what the purpose is. I mean, thanks, Paul, for showing my picture and thinking about me.
He said he did another stream late last night, and I noticed at some point that he talked about me, that he had seen my that on Facebook I'm very beaver cleaver or something to that extent. I just thought it was an interesting admission. He's creeping my Facebook while he's pulling pictures from your Facebook, and it's just like, right. Man, you're gonna talk about us the whole time that you stream, 16 hours a day, and then get offline and creep us on Facebook? Come on now. Right. Again, and I'll see. He contacted me, by the way, for the first time in months. I'm not going to share the contents of the email, but I just come on. Now you got to. Now that you said that you won't, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But it's fine. My thing with Paul is, I look at Paul just like I look at you, Flow State, just like I look at Talcott, just like I look at Jesse here. I look at Paul as a collaborator
as maybe a colleague, so to speak. And dare I even say maybe a friend or at least an acquaintance. I would like to think so. I don't think he looks at us in the same manner. So I don't know how anyone with any degree of self-respect would be able to proceed with an interpersonal relationship under that dynamic.
Well, if you look at the people who have relationships with him, I think that that's an accurate assessment. There's not a drop of self-respect on his panels.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt.
Funny.
But like I said, I got to split. But if you stream for a while, I'll come see what's up later. All right,
Sounds
much love.
good. Anytime. Be good.
Sexy.
He made mention in that stream last night that he had reached out. He says he never communicates with people personally or privately, but he said he's reached out to a bunch of different people in this whole affair.
He does all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, but he said that he's like, it sounded like he was saying to bury the hatchet, and some people hadn't replied to him. So I don't know if he's trying to
about me.
his image.
He said that. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, are you talking about me? Because he said that about me, or am I just happen to fall into that too?
I think he said about more than just you. I think he said about a couple people. If I'm correct, I may be wrong. I may have been just about you.
Well, yeah, and I think that you were here when we gave him the hug, but like I said that time, I quit responding to him because his offers of collaboration are insincere. And to what Z was saying, Paul's friendship involves you have to be okay with being under him. He doesn't want and I don't even think that he recognizes this probably about himself, but the only friendships he's comfortable with are subversive ones where he's on top and then everybody else.
Submissive, you mean? Subversive?
Submissive. Yeah, submissive. I'm sorry. Thank you. That's exactly what I mean. So, I don't know who would go for that. Jack would go for that. Yeah. You pointed yourself out at exactly
right.
No, actually, I think that's part of the reason OTW is so triggered at me, and why Moose is so willing to attack me too. It's partially to earn favor with Paulie and put themselves in the submissive status. They're doing his work for them, but then the other part, he wronged them, they responded, then they both apologized to Paul, and then they're back up licking his boot. Moose is walking away. I shouldn't include him, but that's the path he first took.
Moose, if Moose is watching this, unblock me, Moose, because you keep commenting on my videos and I can't even give them a heart.
So when we were on your panel, Flo, and then Paul showed up there, and he had asked me to come to the next day to do a broadcast with him, to talk about him. Before I interviewed him, I had checked, he only had 5-8 people watching on his stuff, right? This was in April of 2021. He said that he had video clip that he wanted to pull it up, that it couldn't have been that. I went over there, we discussed it, and then I was there for him for his broadcast, and he was ultimate respect. He didn't disrespect me at all. It was, it was actual. I was surprised how just everything flowed. I ended up getting a phone call and I'm leaving. I had to come back. I didn't see the link anywhere, asked to come back on the link, and no link was provided. So I just didn't go back. But at that time, it was, he didn't show any disrespect to me at that time. So it was pleasantly surprising.
Well, he was on your turf, right?
No, I went to his his channel. Like, he wanted me to do it. He said, do a broadcast with me tomorrow and we'll discuss that. So I went over there and, and it was, it flowed. There was no disrespect given to me whatsoever. So there was no need for any friction at my point, because someone gives me respect, I give them respect right back, right? So it actually flowed. It was a good broadcast, and there wasn't any friction. So I can show you on that side. That was my experience. On his, that was the only time, except for the very first time that I went to his panel. He said something. called me fake. Oh, the fake Jesse Hal is here or whatever. So I just left. I didn't even bother, continuing on that. So that was the only time I went to his panel. And then, the second time was, we had this, normal broadcast. It was actually, like I said, quite pleasantly surprising.
You talking about a couple days ago?
A week ago or 2 weeks ago. That's the only time I was ever on his panel.
And he's not always awful all the time, but at some point, yeah, it just it won't last, I guess. That's what I'm saying without trying to say that directly. Because I hope that it does, right? Like I don't ever I do write people off, but I never like in my own head make them irredeemable, right? People get written off and discarded, but they can always crawl up out of the trash can to me. So
what you said about his offers to collaborate or being disingenuous, that's what I experienced as well.
And that's what I expected when I first got it. But I responded sincerely, I gave it the benefit of the doubt and treated it properly, and then intentionally waited because I know that like he's too impatient. He won't play the game for that long. And sure as shit, the very next moment he got on, he instantly was misrepresenting the contents of our conversation and then throwing it in Jack's face. This was all a Jack weapon, like I said. I don't know what it is about you, Jack. You must be a sexy, sexy man or something, because people have the one that got away.
People love to hate me and they love to love me from a distance.
With media, they say no publicity, whether good or bad, is bad publicity. So, the more that you're attacks and the hate that you're getting on you, the more famous you're getting through it, right? And so, as weird as that may sound, and as hard sometimes as may be to hear some of the stuff that you're going through, they're actually promoting you in the process of all the stuff that they're doing.
Hey, I don't mean to interrupt y'all, but Jack, are you almost out of your straitjacket there? What is that?
My sweatshirt.
Oh, it looks like okay. I was gonna say it looked like a couple. The way it was,
did sort of have that like
the look. The weather's changing. I had to get out I didn't have to. I got out the winter comforter already. Put the summer one away. The seasons are changing here.
It'll be nice down here when they fucking change. I'm in Florida. It's been freaking 90s, hotter than blazes.
It's just humid as fuck here. It rained all yesterday, and today is just. It wasn't even hot. It's just, but it's sticky. I'm gonna turn up the AC now that I'm thinking about it.
You mean turn it down?
You know what I mean.
I'll turn up the AC. Make it 80 in here. 85.
Hey, not to take away from the good intentions. I understand in media, any news is any publicity can be good, but when there's active efforts, right? OTW, him and his little fucking temper tantrum, him and Pauly Boy teaming up to encourage people to ensure they unsubscribe from me. So sure, yep.
Or to tell you to give up the money,
huh?
Or to tell you to give up the $300 a month, like in no world is this helpful at all. It's not publicity. It's not generosity. It's not anything except for sabotage,
manipulation, selfish attempts of control. It's egoic nonsense is what it is.
I'm not gonna lie. When I first started coming around and saw what was going on, it blew my fucking mind how just overtly fucking abusive it was. It's like, God damn, this dude is shameless and wide open. So
that's where this came from. It was inspired by JG's weirdness, or but
I don't even know the reference. Or the backstory. I don't know the backstory, I guess. There's
JG one night started drawing notes on napkins, being mysterious or whatever he's doing. Hey, Joe.
What's going on, guys?
Steve, and anybody really, but I see Steve down there. The link is pinned to the top.
And Jack, but like some of the aspirations that you do have to speak to certain people, you're going to get pushback. You're going to get people that are going to try to discredit you, that are going to try to knock your feet. So this is maybe essentially preparing you for, what you may, have to deal with in the future, right? As, as morbid as that may sound, to have to go through some of this stuff because, is your true aspirations to speak to these people. You've been telling me this since the beginning, since I met you, right? Before you came on to the Missing Link and, had the interview that you did have. And so, in order to, do what you want to do in your aspirations, you're going to have to be able to, deal with the pushback and not let, your anger or frustration that people aren't getting you or seeing what you're saying, if that ever comes to that moment. So this maybe is these tests that you've needed, in order to prepare you for that time.
You see it like that,
Jack? I haven't had a choice in what people have offered me. So you're right, Jesse. I've accepted these things with kindness and graciousness and accept that, okay, it's allowing me to grow. But why so many people choose to publicly do this behavior blows my mind.
Joe Cool sent us all an email.
He did? Oh, to do that to us. Okay, yeah. I remember that email. Joe Cool's actually behind the whole thing. But I want to point out that there's a difference between what Jesse is talking about and when like Paul says the exact same thing. Because one is making excuses for being fucking abusive, and the other is like a perspective on things and an invitation to sort of make the best out of it, which I don't believe that making the best out of something like this includes subjecting yourself to it. I think that making the best of it includes refining the weak points in your message.
Yeah, the way you respond.
I'm not saying it's correct or proper, that it's good. I'm just trying to look at it as a positive light. I try to put a positive spin on why things, and and actually it's revealing more about them than it is about Jack, of who and what they are. And maybe with all that, they're going to realize, look, I am actually actively hating on somebody, projecting that hate into the metaverse, into the world. Do I really need to be that? Is that who I want everyone to see me, as this hateful person for someone just because they flipped you off a panel, just because they didn't want to listen to you, and you deserve that much hate? It's going to show more about them to them than it is, I think, for you, Jack. But like I said, I try to put a positive spin on things, on maybe that's why you're having to endure this, because obviously it's cruel and unfair.
Let's be honest, man. It's more than a positive spin. It's not just a positive spin. What you're talking about is reality. This is part of his growing up. This is his lesson. It is a good thing. It's here for a reason. God put it there. It's not a positive spin. It's a real thing.
I like that.
I'm fine with that, but I would say that like it's not like the abusive people get no props, right? In the storyline of Jack's life, this is probably a necessary event or something similar, right? You learn lessons through pain, but those people are just straight douchebags. There's no.
Yes, it does not excuse those clowns.
Yeah. They're not. Oh no, thank you. They didn't make the channel.
Teaching you a lesson. That's not really, motherfuckers being benevolent. No, they're being assholes. But
there's
you
low
have
frequency, low vibration people that you should probably just ignore, because to entertain that, Jack, is to diminish your own standing.
Interesting.
Leave it alone. Who the fuck cares about the chatter? It's just chatter, and it's always going to be there. So if you really worry about what the fuck these people are saying behind your back, that means you're listening to something that's none of your business.
Don't assume I am.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying.
Well, then why are you telling me this?
Scott's the king of generic advice.
That's it. That's it. You know what? So I took my crown and my fucking throne and threw that out, Jack. And if that doesn't help, I apologize. My apologies.
I appreciate it. I mean, yeah.
Everybody can take that advice.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, so this is advice. The generic advice goes for everybody.
Except Cynthia.
I want to real quick apologize to Sarah for being a douche yesterday. You're still wrong, and we got to fix the way you think about things. But I was crabby from having been up way too long the night before streaming, and so I apologize for being a douche.
Thank you for apologizing. Hi, everyone. This might just be one where we just agree to disagree.
No,
that's not what I said either. But
no, I know. That's what I am saying, because you can continue to give your viewpoint, but don't assume that you can.
We can agree to disagree for now, but just know, like, I'm coming for you.
That's so I feel that your medicine.
we gotta disrupt this wrong think, but that's for a later date. For now, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's for later.
I'm too tired for that shit today.
All right.
My goals right now are to be Scott's dog. That thing looks so comfy.
Because Scott's like a big pillow, a big man pillow.
It does look comfy.
Scott's so comfortable that he fell asleep a little bit ago.
This is not true. I was contemplating my
my God,
statement.
it's true. It is true. I rewound it. It's right there on the screen, dude. You nodded way out.
All I'm gonna say is I plead the fifth.
That's the right thing. We've all fallen asleep on stream before, right? Jack did just the other day.
Did I?
I've almost fallen asleep during interviews when the persons go on and on and on, and it's not that, and I'm trying to keep myself awake, and I'm trying to keep myself awake, and they don't stop, and I'm fighting to, like, because if it's not super, like, I'm like, yeah, so it's happened twice, and then the one guy, he says to me, he messaged me after, he said, sorry for, like, being so long-winded and getting you to fall asleep and stuff, but what you call it, and I've had someone in the comments say, yeah, maybe Jesse's a little tired for this interview today, but if the conversation is a lot run on, and and I'm not, like, it's not super interesting, and when because a conversation, you want to respond, if you're just sitting there and you're just sitting there and you don't get a chance because they don't stop talking, then for me, because my brain, when people are talking, I see images and pictures, and I see things, and if I can't see it, and I'm not in there, then my brain starts to, like, get tired. It's strange, and so it's happened a couple times that I was fighting to stay awake.
I fully understand, Jesse.
And certain people have hypnotic tempos to their speech patterns as well.
Dope, I agree.
I know I'm guilty of that. I put people to sleep pretty easily.
You did. You put me to sleep. I fucking crashed.
Did you? From him?
Yeah, I was listening to the stream, and I fucking zoned out. It was good information, but you have the calming voice.
I fell asleep today. I was gonna wait because I'm like, okay, let Jack do his thing before I jump on. So I'm just sitting there lying down, and next thing you know, I was zonked out for over an hour and a half at the beginning of today.
Brothers and sisters, grab your pillows and your blankets.
Place Jack Talcott at 3/4 speed.
Dude, I cannot listen to myself at normal speed. It's got to be at least 2 speed. It drives me nuts.
I listen. I can say that about a lot of people. I don't watch YouTube videos unless they're at least at 1 1/4, right? The only time I'm ever watching a YouTube video that's pre-recorded at regular speed is if it's something intricate that I'm trying to track all the parts of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've watched a whole lot of streams. I've watched videos, but as far as watching a stream, I don't think I've watched 6 in 5 years.
And they don't get nearly the traffic after. I mean, actually, they do get more traffic than I think I would expect, but they don't get the promotion And I think most of them, like, if you look at the stream from the other night I did, there's a peak right when OTW starts spurging out. So obviously people are sharing that point in time or coming back to screen record it. You know, that was. Speaking of OTW, I promised Snafu I would announce that you are in a debate against Jack. Should you agree? Jack's into it. Snafu's organizing it. He's offered to moderate it, but we question his moderation skills. But it's his shindig, and so all we need is OTW to agree.
Let's get OTW up here for a pre-fight interview.
I'll tag him.
Yeah, the funny thing is, I saw it over on Paul's. I glanced over at Paul's chat, and I saw Snafu in the chat saying that Jack challenged OTW to a debate, and it was fucking Snafu's idea. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Really? He's triangulating like that? What a skeezy little bastard!
It's he's having fun. He found a new project and something to do.
That's good.
He's having fun.
I think I might have thrown him for a loop by saying that he was promoting these channels, because I haven't. This is the first time I've seen him since then, and I haven't heard shit from him about any of that stuff. So I'm glad he found a new project.
I don't know. I haven't checked out Marfugal in a while, but I used to like the stuff he's doing.
Is he worthy of interviewing?
Snafu?
No, Marfugal.
Actually, I bet he would. He's got some interesting stuff. I'll shoot you.
I've never seen him. I know that. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. I've just heard the name a few times, but I don't really know him.
If you don't take the criminal perspectives that Snafu focuses on, he's out of the Northwest here in Washington, and he promotes a lot of the news behind the news. He tries to do independent reporting, and they did build a pretty decent network between Discord and viewers, trying to build communities between veterans who view, and then some of the other things. I don't see what they're doing the way that Snafu does, but I haven't given it much attention.
And I wish that Snafu would approach when you do it like that and just like go, they're a PETA, they're a blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
it doesn't help you. It's not credible, right? Everybody listens to that and goes, okay, sure.
All right.
You got to present your information and put some sugar on that medicine.
It's certainly how you present it. It means a ton. Consider your audience. So like Kanye with the Hitler wasn't bad. Anything you said before that we didn't hear, we don't know.
Hey, Flow State, can I name drop?
Yes, you can.
Rick Allen's a buddy of mine.
Never even heard of him. Don't even know. From who?
Def Leppard. Pour some sugar.
One arm?
Yeah.
Guy?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Even I know that cat.
Were you name dropping for a reason, or just or you just putting it
someone
there?
just said sugar or something?
Pour some sugar on it.
Hit me like a bomb, baby. Come on, get it on. Living like a lover on the radar phone. Looking like a tramp, like a video vamp. Demolition mode. Could I be your man? He's a nice guy, man.
You're not friends with Chad Gray from from Hell Yeah and Mudvayne, are you?
No.
Yeah, well, fine.
Met a lot of people.
Do you know Steve Perry, Scott?
Say again?
Do you know Steve Perry?
No, but I have seen him, and I knew Lincoln Brewster, who was his guitarist, and I saw the two of them together, and fuck, it was a great show. I mean, I was like second row, and then ended up over in a balcony seat, and the kid that I'm talking about, he's gone, spiritual stuff. He's really a great guitarist, but when Steve Perry came out, he hadn't been on stage in a while, and they dropped his jacket, and it was just a great show. I don't know him. I got to meet him, I don't know him. It was about hey, how you doing? He was out of there.
Lynn,
So,
I can't keep reading your super chats out loud if you keep insulting the other people on the panel. Carry on. Like, I appreciate the support, but like, I'm not going to just keep reading out your insults.
I think it was Don't Judge Me said I should interview Snafu, and yeah, he'd be a great interview if you'd be willing to come on camera for the couple hours, because I know he kind of bounces on and off, but I would definitely interview him. He's got a lot of energy and a lot to say, so I'm pretty sure that'd be a good interview.
Yeah, maybe you could sort out some of these accusations and see if there's any meat behind them. Is somebody not up on screen? Okay, sorry, I got. Who's not?
Jack. Where'd Jack?
Oh, Steve.
Yeah, he said he'll be back later if we're still live.
Okay.
Oh no, that was Z that said that. Z would be back later if we're still live. What?
It's in the private chat. He wrote it.
Oh.
All right. So here's the important question: during the zombie apocalypse, what weapon do you choose?
I am a weapon.
Sarah's just gonna bring a cop with her. She'll call the cops after it's.
There you go. There you go.
That's a good one.
I keep a carbon fiber machete close.
That's
that guy's been thinking. That guy's been thinking.
Yeah, do we have unlimited ammo, whether it be for gun or a bow and arrow, or we have to have all the ammo too?
That's 50 cal with unlimited ammo, yeah.
No, unlimited ammo isn't a thing, right? You can't get unlimited ammo, man. You get as much as you can carry, but you can't get unlimited.
Well, I would do a bow and arrow first.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah.
You can
cross.
We know who's going to die first. Normally it's the black guy, but sorry.
No!
Lady with the bow and arrow, you're done.
Apocalypto.
Hey.
I'm not seeing Apocalypto.
Yeah, but none of them had any good weapons in that.
They was just good with them, though. They were really good. They was like super ridiculously good.
When's the last time you shot a bow and arrow?
It's been a while, but still, like, we're playing make believe. We're in the world of zombies. Come on, like, let me have.
I got time to try.
How many arrows do you have in your quiver?
I don't have to get close on them. I'm not making noise. No.
That's an advantage. You're quiet. You shoot off that gun.
Hold on.
You bring it every day.
Before we carry on,
since I don't have unlimited ammo, I can just make my own spears.
What's that have to do with a bow and arrow?
I can use them for the arrow part. The arrow part.
No, you can't. A spear and an arrow are not even the same thing, even close.
Well, I mean, spear, like, sharpen it up. I can make my own things.
Arrowhead, you mean?
Yeah.
Is she talking about arrows? Are you talking about arrows?
Yeah.
Arrowhead.
You don't know what an arrow is called?
Gosh.
But you think that's going to be your weapon?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Good luck with that.
When I was younger, we used to find arrowheads. It was fucking cool as shit.
Scott, we got a super chat question for you. Do you know Paul Williams?
No, closest I could say that I ever came to him was knowing one of the band members of Jerry Reed.
Yeah, Scott doesn't know anybody. He basically gave a blowjob in the back of a Led Zeppelin tour bus.
That only happened once.
But if the bus was full as fuck, though, bro.
It was the bus driver. He let me on.
Okay, so it's one event, but a lot of blowjobs. I got you.
My knees were sore. It's
Okay.
a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it.
Machete, by the way. Whoever said machete, I'm with them.
Hold on, Lynn. This will count as your super chat. Can we choose superpowers as weapons?
All right, we can make that transition, right? Someone's gonna go there, but I'm willing to go there too.
No, you can't, because this isn't real life, but like our fantasy is not. We can't have that many degrees of fantasy layered on top of each other.
Not in what we're talking about right now. We could not.
Right.
It
like
wouldn't
what
work
would you, if you could choose superpowers? We'd all choose to be invincible.
That's
right?
what I said. Someone's gonna go there and come up with some crazy shit.
Joe, did you remove your mirror?
Yes, he did. He took down the fuck mirror.
It's gone.
It wasn't good for the panel.
What happened,
I guess he
Joe? You break
he
it?
stays in that same spot right there, and when you've
Did
got
you
a mirror
break
on
it?
your ceiling, we notice it. I almost wonder if it was like an advertisement, right? Like, hey, me and my girl are freaky. Get at me.
Ask us about it. Ask us
Right.
about it.
Oh no, my sex swing accidentally got in the camera.
Yeah, he should have wrote, "You know you want to know" on top of the mirror, so when we watch
Right.
This guy's conflicted. He's a voyeur and an exhibitionist.
He watches his damn self.
He came in one time and his name wasn't Joe Cool on there. It was Shaky Leg. I don't know what that was referring to, but he changed it real quick once it was noticed.
Oh shit!
All rumors.
it's not so bad the mirror, it's so bad that it's the wall mirror, like the closet mirror. Like that was the thing. Like you should have put like 3 vertically. I mean, horizontal.
Somebody noticed the advertisement. Maybe you can help him with that.
I'm assuming I'll be getting talked about 3 times as much right now.
Don't get your
3
head
times
stuck anywhere while you're helping install the sex mirrors.
I was all right with it. Somebody mentioned it while my girl was around. So, yeah, she was like, nigga, take that shit off the ceiling.
It's cool. I like the lights on, too. It just... Because I don't fuck ugly people.
Well, the man did answer that question. It was only Jesse and I. What weapons would y'all have?
I said machete. Whoever said machete, I'm definitely machete.
Flo, Steve.
I would take a PS90.
A PlayStation?
No, the little
lots of guns in that PlayStation.
Here, I'll share a screen picture of it. It's a bullpup, and it shoots a basically it's a 5.7 by 28 is what the round's called, but the bullet is basically the diameter of a 22, but it's very high velocity, and you can fit a standard magazine for this is 50 rounds, and it also has a sidearm pistol that goes with it, and the pistol magazine, which is no bigger than any other standard handheld, it can shoot. It holds 20 round standard capacity. So you got a lot of capacity, and so you can fit more shots into a smaller.
If I'm not mistaken, what made this gun revolutionary is that the barrel is really far back, meaning for it to be a compact gun, it's a lot more accurate than something its size.
Yeah.
Did you say 50 rounds?
50. That fits 50 rounds. And here, I'll share it.
To leave your lover.
I had one of these before I got raided. Great.
That sucks.
Yeah, I got a story of 3 like that too. Yeah.
I had that, and I had the pistol to match.
I'm not even gonna say it.
What are you
not even gonna say? But I had a bunch taken, bro. A bunch.
So oh shit! I need to pull it back on screen. There it is. Yeah. So the magazine. See that clear slide at the top?
Yep.
That top rectangle there. That's the magazine. It feeds down and it ejects straight out the bottom, so the brass doesn't fly in your face. But if you look at the way it's laid out, you've got the grip, and the foregrip is right in front of the grip, and the stock's right there. But that barrel goes far back into it's the breech is right behind the back end of the magazine and above the ejection port. So everything
close to
right.
Your shoulder,
you basically got the full. You got full firepower with double an AR capacity, but it's all tight, so you can use it in a small space.
How easy is it to swap out that magazine?
It would have to be super easy, right? Looking at the way it's sitting on top, it's probably popped off, popping on.
Oh yeah, it just.
Oh
it just
shit, he had one. He would know
Has
what
to
the fuck
slide
am I
up and out. Is
answering?
that what
You
you're
have
gonna
one.
say?
Yeah, it like pops up and out, and then you gotta put it in and then drop it down. So
Lock
it's
it
actually a
in.
little bit more
Right.
action than just dropping a clip and putting a new one in.
Right.
But
So you're
not
gonna
much.
have to unlock it with two hands, pop it back and up, like to get it out. It doesn't just pop out. You're gonna have to use two hands to get it out.
Right. It doesn't drop out. No, you can do it with one hand, but it doesn't pop.
Right. Okay.
You can't hit a button and have it fall at the bottom. Since the ejection port is at the bottom, that's where the brass goes. And it comes out the top. So you got to lift it off.
Yeah.
Joe, what about you? Oh.
He got distracted with his mirror.
Remounting it.
He put it on the floor, and that view from the bottom of your ball sack isn't quite as good.
Are you talking about bugging out if a zombie apocalypse hits still? Because
zombie apocalypse. What's your weapon?
The judge.
The judge. That was the first gun I ever bought myself. Was a judge.
410 shells in my one pocket and just go.
It's a 5-shot revolver that takes either 45 long Colts or 410 shotgun shells, so you can shoot traditional bullets or shotgun out of it. It's pretty dope.
Wait, you talking about the 357 with the shoot the shells?
Taurus Judge.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it shoots 45 long Colts or 410.
Okay. I'm talking about something different. Well, they used to have a 357 where they made shells, but with the same design as a shotgun shell. That would splatter. That was made the same way and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, they make. They make shotgun shells They make them in fucking 22 caliber. It's like a little poof of sand.
I bet, right?
Yeah, I went and actually
smoke down there.
When my daughter was little, a long time ago, a baby rat got in the house, and this is still the only time I've ever dealt with a rat at all, and I handled it like a bitch, but I got it trapped in a bedroom, right? I didn't know what the fuck to do with it, and so I went to the store, and I was gonna try to buy some. I wanted to buy some 9mm shot shells. But then I talked to the dude there. I was like,
shoot the rat with?
Why didn't you get a rat trap? Why didn't you get a rat trap?
Look, I borrowed somebody's cat, and I put the cat in the room, and I locked the door.
Right.
But then when I opened it a little bit later, the cat's sitting on the bed, hiding from the rat. So it's like, fuck, my daughter's going to be home in a few hours. I got to get this thing out of here before she's traumatized, and I'm too big of a vagina to know what to do with it. So I went and I was going to get some 9mm shot shells and just.
I would have thrown blunt object. I would have went up before I just jumped to shotgun shells and shit. Right? I'd have thought baseball bat or a broom or
golf club.
None of that.
I'm not trying to do physical battle with this thing. I don't want to be splattering rat juice all over my shoes.
But go ahead with this.
Worst things have happened, Flo. Come on, that wouldn't have been that.
Well, I told the dude, I said, do you think that? I said, I just want to shoot like one in the house. Do you think it'll be okay? And he's like, no.
Not at all. Not even one. No. Oh my God.
How did you take care of it?
Pellet gun.
So the person I borrowed the cat from,
that would have been smart,
was my daycare provider at the time, and I brought the cat back to her, and I told her that I still having no luck.
They gave you a gun?
No, she came over to the house with me and closed herself in the room with it with a 2x4.
Oh my God! I wouldn't tell
beat
this
it
story.
to
This
death?
is getting really embarrassing. The woman
She
went
beat
in
it
there
to death, and I left that part off the story on purpose. But there it is.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry I pushed you, Flo. I'm so sorry.
Thank you for sharing, Flo.
This is a safe space, right?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
No, this is a safe space that's being restreamed.
How did the shoes look after that?
I think it was a 2x4 she used.
But
this is so bad.
But look how the human mind works. How go get the 9mm for a rat inside the house. That makes sense. Yeah.
It does make sense. It's from a distance. It's not going to get out. I'm not going to like accidentally leave the door open. It's not going to. Well, it would splatter, but like not on me because I'd be at a distance. Basically, it's about the distance. I just wanted to keep some space in between us.
You need a shovel and a rake.
I'm glad you considered the perspective of the guy who told you no.
Well, yes,
yeah.
That's funny because my first thought would be to put a bucket over it and scoop it up and get it out of the house.
That
and
makes a lot of sense.
Is to shoot it. That's what I mean. Men and women process different.
No, he said distance. That's what's important. He didn't want no parts of that shit.
No, you gotta just run up on it.
Just leave
It's a rat. You can't run up on a rat like it's somebody you're trying to steal a wallet from.
You must be like,
No,
I'm
you
gonna
get a little
dominate
piece
you.
of cheese or some peanut butter and you put it on a
Or
rat
you could
trap.
do that. You put
close
a rat
the door and you wait till you hear.
But he was on a time limit though. The kid was coming
And
home.
you're
He had to
done.
get rid of it though.
I wanted this resolved before my 5-year-old got home so that she wouldn't be scared to go in her room.
Right, of course.
Chasing it with a hammer though wasn't the way to do it.
Oh yeah, this is a good point right here. If any of you missed it, I put up a video up about a month ago or something where, oh my god, this spider was fucking huge though. Cynthia, you with your naysaying and your bad attitude about my huge spider.
Well, I didn't even know you had a spider. What are you talking about?
Wasn't that you? Remember that we were on a stream. I think it might have even been on Moose's channel or something. It was somewhere else, but I was sitting in the garage and I looked down and there was a spider by my feet. That wasn't you? No, okay.
So
Yeah, no, that
fucking
wouldn't have
what?
been. That wouldn't have been you.
So fucking
Excuse me, just don't judge me. Is
Okay.
that PU's
The spider
girl?
Was it big? How big was it?
You gotta go. I'll drop the video in the chat. But look,
Was
I-
it
I-
venomous? If not, who cares?
I don't know. It was big. It looked. They all looked the same, and it was the size of it was the size of one of these aviator lenses. It was fucking huge. And I got a blowtorch, and I blowtorched that thing for like 6 seconds or something fucking stupid before it died. Like,
Yeah, that's what's up.
Nuclear spider.
We got tarantulas out here, man. And they're
Hey, is
scaring
this
us,
PU's
in
girlfriend here?
Chicago?
No, I'm in Colorado right now.
Oh,
And
what are
it's
you doing out there?
migration season, so
Ew, they migrate.
In the rattlesnakes.
I was gonna do they apparently they migrate. Oh yeah, we had the rattlesnakes too, but you probably saw the snakes, but
Spiders migrate?
Yes, I didn't know that shit, but listen how dumb I am. I was coming from Denver or something. I heard about the migration. I called up here. I was like, hey, can one of y'all Google it and tell me where I can go see the spiders? I heard the migration is going on. They like, Joe, you can't just Google it. You got to see them when they're doing it. The motherfucker, they just, they got a satellite watching them migrate. But yeah, they coming across all in the backyard, trying to get in the crib. One was about a dog. I got a really good video of them. One, if they throw their hairs at whatever attacking them. They scrape their abdomen and they got these really fine hairs. They go up and supposed to disrupt them. He did that again. I got that on tape. One of them doing that against a cat, fucking with it.
Yeah, they get shipped in crate from country to country. Spiders are gross. I don't like snakes at all.
Kill a cat and
I don't like snakes.
dog.
I'm cool with snakes.
Cats and dogs.
I'm cool with reptiles.
I can do spiders. I can do rats. I can't do snakes.
Spiders are good. They kill other insects. I'm a fan of spiders.
Snakes are good. They kill all kinds of shit.
Yeah, and parts of Missouri have scorpions too, but in the northwest corner where I live, we don't have that shit.
What about rattlesnakes, Scott? I can't have them around.
Pygmy rattlers are more dangerous than the rattlesnakes. The little pygmies, because you don't fucking hear them little bitches.
Oh no!
Only about a foot long, deadly ass fight.
But something else to worry about, I guess.
Yeah.
We killed 2 in 2 days about a week ago.
The rattlesnakes, they're dangerous, but you just gotta watch because they can come. Like you fucking came across the ones up there. I mean, that's wild up in Chicago, but they're everywhere.
They're not in Colorado.
Okay, you're in Colorado. That's why you don't have a mirror on the ceiling. You're in Colorado. Is that what it is?
I've been here for, I don't know, a month or two, man. I usually be up here about half the year at least. Man.
All right, that makes.
Are you a
sense.
snowbird?
No, I have a snowbird. So.
Whenever I see any spiders in the house, I'll take a napkin or a Kleenex and I'll put them out. I try not to kill anything inside the house. Mosquitoes I don't like. But when I was living in Cancun, probably like 22 years ago, and I had a company where I took people VIP to nightclubs. So I was just getting paid to get hammered every night. It was pretty crazy. But so lots of drinking. And this one after hours club, not in the hotel zone inside of Cancun, one of the waiters, he kind of ripped me off and I was really drunk. And so I just left, but I knew the manager of that nightclub. So the next day I went in there and I told him, you know, one of the guys there, that they had ripped me off for some money. And he lined up all the waiters and asked them which one it was. And none of them would admit to it. So all of them had to put out some money out of their pocket and give me some money. Right. God. It wasn't a lot. So maybe about a week later, I was inside of this place, inside of this after hours, really drunk again. And all of a sudden I felt something on my head. And just as a waiter walked by and I put my head down on this giant spider, I don't know if it came from the ceiling or if the guy placed this spider on my head. But as soon as it hit the ground, I just automatically just squished it. I just like stomped on it and it just exploded. It was a giant spider, but I don't know if it just came from the rafters, but I felt the guy just walk by. So there's a chance that one of these guys, because they were pissed off, placed the fucking tarantula or whatever this shit was on the top of my head. But that spider didn't last very long.
Joe, you had to carry that fucker with him.
I have no idea how it whatever transpired. I don't know if it was just coming from the rafters. It could have just fell on my head, but it was like the spider it was lightly placed. It felt like it just lightly placed on my head, and it was like the weirdest thing. The feeling that I got was one of the guys, because he had just walked by. Maybe they saw it somewhere and and just grabbed it or whatever it was. But I don't know how that transpired. But that spider got dusted.
Thank you for sharing, Jesse.
Pardon?
Thank you for sharing, Jesse.
Nobody should have to carry a live spider outside.
You ever heard of banana spiders?
What everybody should do is do like I do and call their girlfriend to kill it because it's scary.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have my little dogs. My little dogs kill things.
Yeah, you go walking like cornfields, cutting down weeds and stuff. Banana spiders make little webs between them. Them things bite you, it'll light you up like you'll think you got hit by a brown recluse, but they're big fuckers though.
Luckily, I don't walk through cornfields a lot.
Growing up, I did all kinds of things to make money.
I mean, that's where I murder teenagers, but that's about it.
Aside, I used to hunt in cornfields.
Yeah.
The other day at a dog park, a coyote came up to us. That was kind of, but I didn't know it was a coyote until later.
So you petted it pretty
mangy.
Wait, what'd you think it was?
A beautiful dog.
Aren't they mangy up close?
Yeah, but he had the prettiest eyes and face. And see, I was sitting on a bench and he stepped on a leaf. Like he was literally right behind me, right? Like he creeped up on me. Like I don't even know how he was that quiet. It was only he stepped on a leaf and I turned around and he looked at me. And then he walked over to my dog, and my dog, the yapper, she just was quiet and bowed down. And then he looked at me again and he took off. So I called Trig. I'm like, oh my God, Trig, I just seen the most beautiful dog. Wooty, wooty, woo. And I was explaining the dog. He's like, you just saw a coyote, right? I was like, no.
He was looking at your dog.
Coyote, and I did, and it was a coyote. He was like, how did they not eat your dog? He was saying
that was
they try to get the dog to chase them, and then when they're away from the owners, they turn around and eat them.
Yeah.
He's like, that's crazy.
Yeah, he probably thought he could
snatch that dog up.
He probably thought he could snatch him away from you if he was far enough away or get him away from you.
And that was what was unique, is he was so quiet. Like if he wouldn't have stepped on that leaf, he could have got me. You know what I mean? And I was like, oh, hey, beautiful. Talking to a dog.
Wow.
Most of the coyotes seem to be more scared. They're kind of scared of people and things like that. They're not, but there's some coy wolves, which are the mix between a coyote and a wolf. And I got a big dog. Like Hawk is like 100 pounds. He's a Presa Canario pit bull mix. And I was running him in this area, and he saw a rabbit and started to chase this rabbit. And all of a sudden I see it was kind of getting darker out. This thing starts chasing Hawk. And I was in my car, right? Because I had my hips, and so most of the time walking him, he runs by the car before I fixed my hips. So I raced my car in between him and Hawk, and I put Hawk in the car, and then this thing just started staring at me. I got some pictures and some videos of this thing, massive coyote. So people are saying it, they think it's a coy wolf, and it wasn't like afraid of like 100-pound,
your dog
muscular
is
dog.
Canario mixed with pit, you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like the most dangerous dog in the world. And you were afraid that the coyote would hurt him.
Well, I didn't want him to get into a fight, right? Like, either way, I'm not interested in, Hawk, he didn't even see him, because I'm not going to take him to stitch him up and all that kind of bullshit, right? I pulled out my machete
Hawk would have took his ass though, right? Hawk would have took his ass,
he would. Well, this was a very big coyote, and he's bred to kill, right? I've had to, Hawk, I got, he got kind of forced on me. And they were attacking dogs and other things, but I had to train that out of him to not be attacking dogs and things like that, right? So he's not in that same mind frame. So it would have been either fair, or that thing might have killed him if I wasn't there, right? Because
if I could create a dog to fight a coyote, I'd have picked what you said. Your dog would have crushed him, Joe.
So what kind of dog was it?
Presa Canario mixed with pit bull. Presa Canarios they bred them in the Canary Islands for security, and they're kind of like cat-like. Like, he cleans himself like a cat. He can go running this way and beeline like to the right, like without a heartbeat. Like, they've got this weird body that they just kind of it's definitely an impressive dog.
Are they short hair or long hair?
Short hair.
What size are they? Would they be like a German Shepherd size, a Doberman size?
Maybe like Doberman, but a lot more muscular.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, Canary Islands, that's Spain, isn't it? Right near.
They
Spain.
look like cane corsos.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, cane corso.
God damn,
massive though.
Here, are they bigger or smaller than cane corsos?
No, cane corsos are bigger.
We get education over here at Flow Stage.
Here, I'll pull it up.
Thank you. Yeah, he is a big dog. I do see him, Jesse. He is a big dog.
But yeah, so I'm just not interested. I wasn't interested in, what could have possibly happened or whatever, right? I just got right in between, and then nothing happened, and it just could have been anything. One bite, and then like, he's never been to the vet. He's never had an injection. I'm not interested in going to I don't believe in that fucking rabies bullshit.
I never even thought about that shit for my dog. I never even thought about that shit. I go get the shots. I never even considered that shit about my dog.
Yeah, I wouldn't inject myself. I wouldn't chop my nuts off. So why would I chop my dog's nuts off? He's still intact. He's still never been injected.
Those are nice looking dogs.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
he's darker, a little bit darker brindle.
They do look like cane corsos to me.
Yeah, cane corso.
Is his ears pointy or floppy?
He's got the floppy ones.
The floppy ones.
Well, they're all floppy until you crop them, right?
Yeah, and that actually is bad for them. They do that to make them look more meaner, but it actually can give them headaches and shit. And it's not cool to chop their tails and their.
You're taking away one of their senses, their hearing, and their fucking ears.
No, you're not, Scott.
It doesn't take away their hearing, but it does affect them.
Their
right?
ability
they can still hear.
Control where the sound is coming from by changing where their ear is positioned. It fucks with that.
Well, they're floppy eared, so they're not like your average dog who actually uses.
They're not cat ears. They're not bat ears. They're dog ears. They can still hear just fine.
And plus, those flaps protect their ears, I would think too.
Hey Jesse, will that dog's ears come up, the male, when he hears something? Do they come up at all?
No, I. Come on. Come on, up. Come on, up.
Jesse, I gotta say, all of your stories I've been hearing this week is surprising. Like my initial reaction to you was that you weren't gonna be in all of these situations that are wild and crazy and insane, and then now with all these fucking stories, and I'm like, holy shit, Jesse.
You don't even know the half of it. Like, I've patrolled my streets. Like, there was in my city, there was this gang of younger brothers. Okay, so there's a gang in a different province called the Manitoba Warriors. It's a native gang. Those who control the jails control the streets, kind of thing, right? So they control the jails because the overpopulation, big, like, strong gang. Their younger brothers came to my city and kind of created their little thing, and they started beating up the drunks after the bars and shit, right? And so I didn't like that, so I started patrolling the streets, and I found out who they were, and I went and talked to the leader of their gang, and I said, look, like, this is bullshit, you can't have this shit happening in my city, and that stuff stopped. I just went right to the leader of the gang, right? Like,
alone, dolo. Are you saying you went alone or with your 12 buddies?
This is a Canadian gang.
Alone.
That is so fucked up. Hey, listen, just reach across and smack him.
That was still brave of Jesse to do.
Yeah.
Like,
I know. I couldn't miss that shot. Right.
No, it lessened defeat. It worked. It lessened defeat in my head when you said
100%. Like, I've gone up to, like, gangsters, right? And that said they kicked my ass, and I said with my girlfriend, and there was a big party, and I said, I'm actually gonna kick your head in right now if you don't call yourself a pussy. And he called himself a pussy in front of his friends, and on his birthday. But these are like not like these aren't. But this was like me being dumb, right? Like when I was like, just trying to like make a name for myself in this city, like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Joe, can we take him near South Chicago and show him what real bad shit?
Jesse, how big are you?
Do not know, right? No.
I don't know, like 6 foot 215, but I've been doing martial arts since I was like 12, so I'm not. I've fought. Like, one time I was outside of this bar and I was smoking cigarettes, and I when I used to smoke, and I was outside, and there was these two gangs, one were Spanish and one were Lebs, and they're yelling at each other, and I'm like, what are you guys, a bunch of fucking pussies? Are you gonna yell at each other? You guys gonna fight? Well, they all turned on me, and I didn't fare that very well that day. I kind of looked like the Elephant Man afterwards, but I ended up saving somebody's life because my buddy grabbed the machete out of my car, and he was gonna kill the guy beside me, and I jumped up and grabbed the machete out of his hand as he was about to kill this fucking guy that I was fighting. I saved the guy's life. That was like, they had a whole pile of them on me, and then I had the machete in my hand. I had the machete in my hand, and then the bouncer comes up. He sprays mace in my face. Now I can't see. So it was like blood sport. So now I was actually swinging the machete because I was actually afraid at that time. I got charged with possession of a dangerous weapon. The only one that got charged in this thing, and this is all in court transcripts, that I saved this fucking guy's life. Like, this is all in court transcripts, all of this stuff that happened.
I ended up on the front page of the Tribune when the Bucks beat, I think it was the Lions, and everybody charged the field. The cops were trying to stop people, and the guy next to me, the Tribune too.
Which one were you on?
Tampa. Somebody hit this fucking state trooper's hat who was arresting somebody who jumped over the wall, and I was standing right there. This guy came up with mace and fucking nailed me, and that's the picture that was in the paper. Like, wow. But I ended up in another one with Sex in the City, literally was the name of the section I ended up in. My dad said, get it out of your paper, got it out of my mom, never saw it. But went to a porn pool party, and
what is that?
What's that?
What is a porn pool party?
Well, it was a porn pool party. But the camera
Did you
girl,
guys? Did you watch it together? Were you making it? Was it like after the award ceremony?
Yes,
What's
yes.
going
It
on
was
here?
after a reward ceremony. No, this was actually pre-award ceremony, and then there was one after. But I got caught in this fucking. I actually in a camera image that I have the photographer that got it, who was outside of the thing shooting through bushes, but it was just legs next to me. I mean,
You're talking about like shrubs, not pubes, right?
Yes, shrubs. But it was fucking crazy, you know. So I ended up in that fucking section of somewhere that might be
at a porn party. That's what the cover was about. The fucking occult porn party. You were in that part.
The whole section was about sex in Tampa Bay. It was all about the porn industry. It was, and I made either the cover or the inside cover of that Sex in the City section. A full page of it. It was fucking as big. Me standing with a set of legs next to me in a cage. I'm like, isn't this fucking awesome? Yeah, my dad on a Sunday morning. This was in the Sunday papers, going real cute, Scott. Real cute.
I was on the inside front page of some section, but for positive shit. Anybody got any positive stories?
Yeah, I've gotten one or two positive things. I've gotten 7 or 8 no, not that many. A couple negative ones. But oh man, I've had some fun ones. But that was interesting. That was interesting to say the least. So moving right along, Jesse. I mean, you've been on fire. You've jumped through fucking volcanoes. You've
I don't know how
parachuted
quickly
from
we should move on from the porn pool party. We might want to explore the porn pool party thing a little bit more.
Jesse Jane was there. Bella, I think it was Belladonna. I got pictures somewhere of this shit. All kinds of pictures of it. I don't know. That's one thing. I don't know where those would be. I could probably find them eventually. I'm going through storage in the next week or two. So
have you heard of a porn star named Misty Rain?
Name sounds familiar. And I was never into porn stars or
don't lie to me, Scott.
No, can't lie. Just telling you the truth. Although, oh God, my history is pretty cool. Jesse's going to find out soon enough. The story that
what's Jesse about to find out? Why Jesse?
Not this Jesse, another Jesse. Jesse was it? I wish that I had Jesse's girl though. I mean,
I had Jesse's girl.
You know what? It's not the first time I've heard you make that joke, and it gets creepier each time.
I love the song. It's the song. I wish that I had Jesse's girl. He's Jesse. This is the guy that gets the song.
Okay, he gets it.
Sarah, was that it? Yeah.
Jody's got you.
Really doubling down on the creep.
Oh yeah, especially with like Scott. No,
I want to. Let's go into. There isn't a Cynthia song, so we can't do that. But Jack, we can always...
song, or did you just make that up?
What?
Sarah.
No, there's a Sarah song.
Sarah, smile.
I like calling it Sarah Smile better though.
If I can remember who sings it, I might be able to remember it.
It was a group, I feel like.
You told that Sarah
It's kind of a sad song about Sarah because she breaks his heart.
I want to say Hall & Oates, but I feel like that's not them.
Sarah Smiles is Hall &
That'd be
Oates.
from some brothers, man. That'd be.
Who is it?
Wait, no way, fucking Hall & Oates did Sarah Smile.
Yeah, I don't think
it was.
For some reason they're coming to my mind.
Sarah Smile.
Starship.
Jefferson Starship, Marty Ballins. That's who it was.
Wasn't that Jefferson Starship, right?
Yeah. Very slick.
Like they changed their name. Yeah.
They actually, believe it or not, I knew his brother-in-law.
Joe, what were you on the
good
newspaper
friends
for
with
that's
Marty
good?
Ballins' brother-in-law, and it's just.
Say again.
What were you on the newspaper for that was good?
I was one of the top 20 young activists. Oh, nope, I'm wrong. I was in there for that too. This time I was in there. For a magazine. I started a magazine in my neighborhood. I was part of 3 magazines.
It wasn't the same industry as Scott's.
Yes, it was. Him and I were in business together.
Pool party milks monthly.
The one I started on my own, I was part of others. I started one on my own and helped other people start theirs in different states and stuff. But ours was called Through the Eyes of a Villain. And it was, the young cats in our neighborhood. All of us was gang bangers, all that bullshit. But we were activists as well, which is, I'm sure, sounds weird.
Nothing is more gangster than activism. Am I
I
right?
know. We used to walk in like a dozen strong. They thought we would come and rob the joint. We be in there. No, your logic doesn't hold. You're gonna need to.
Can you guys see that? That's not showing up for me.
Yes, it's black. It's a black screen.
Yeah, black screen. Yes, we can see that.
Interesting.
There you go. Drugs found.
Yeah. So this is the only time I made the front page of the newspaper.
Nice.
Actually, my ex-wife had that in her stuff one time, and I saw it, and I was like, "Fucking, what's she holding onto this for?"
Memories to put in her scrapbook.
Yeah, right. This was after we were divorced. She didn't live anywhere near where that news article came out of. So the fact, and she was keeping it in her legal file. She wasn't up to any good with it, but of course I wasn't up to any good in her legal file. So
go. Yeah, how'd you find it, right? It's so funny.
What in the world? So Jack, tell me what you're thinking tonight.
I was just feeling the energies. Seeing if there's any pull for me to go downtown and explore the social life.
What kind of pull do you need for that?
The desire.
What kind of social life you're talking about?
What's that?
What kind of social life?
Downtown, the bars. I usually wander.
You can't go to the bars. You're an ex-alcoholic, man.
I can go wherever the hell I want.
All right. I like the attitude. All right.
I was about to ask the same question in a less challenging way, though. Like, is that a problem going to bars?
No, not anymore. I used to have fear of my insecurity that I'd slip up and have a drink, but dude, I got no desire for those sorts of poisons and toxins in my body. I love living, man.
After I quit drinking, every time I stopped drinking, I don't like to say quit. After I stopped drinking, I would go to all of the bars still dancing, but I would get water with a little bit of lime juice. So it would be free because it's just water with a just splash of lime juice. It tastes good, but I'd give them first time I'd give them like a $5 tip. And so every time I'd walk up, they would always just give me my water because it wouldn't cost them anything. Right. Then now it looks like you're holding a drink. It's water and lime juice. You're not filling yourself with pops or sugars. You're not constantly have to spend money buying shit over and over and over. You can have as many of those waters as you want, but water with just a splash of lime juice, and then it's actually it's good for you, the lime juice. So that's what I would do.
So wholesome.
Sounds brilliant, Jack. What do you drink when you're in the bars?
Tonic with lime. That's
yours sounds gayer than his.
No, you didn't, Joe.
But you know what? It sounds like a healthy.
I don't care. I order my tonic
Joe.
and lime, and I don't care what it's.
Son of a bitch, Joe. You did.
I don't know.
What kind of dancing do you do, Jesse?
All kinds. Like I've been a reggae DJ. Like 30 years ago, I used to DJ. I had through lots of parties. Dance hall reggae has always kind of been my thing. I was on the radio station. My buddy had a reggae station where I would DJ some sets. But then after got into kind of the techno dancing, I love the techno high energy. So most of my life I've been a dance hall guy. But when I'm doing my work, painting and all that, for the last maybe 10 or 15 years, I would be using techno music instead of dance hall, which is, it's weird because all my life it's all just dance hall. Everybody knew me as the dance hall guy, right? And so, and now it's basically between dance hall and reggae are kind of my two jams. But I've actually gone into a country club, when I was drinking, and I was able to like two-step, and like I'd never done that before. So I don't know. I just like dancing.
Who are you, bro? Who are you?
I'd go out with Jesse. Not like a date, like go out and have fun.
I'd fuck him, but yeah, I'd go out and have fun with him too. Yeah.
You like Buju Banton?
Buju is one of my favorites.
Fucking awesome guy.
Yeah, Buju, Banty Killer, Lexus, some of the.
There's a bunch of shit. I was listening to him the other day. I can't recall the songs. I mean, I haven't listened to him enough lately. But I listened to him way before he went to prison and all that shit, which really sucked.
Yeah, they set him up for sure.
Well, he was just walked into something and was stupid enough to agree. He literally just agreed his way right into jail. So,
hey, can I make a clumsy segue into another topic? Just because Seth and Jack, they hadn't really been contributing a lot. I'd like to partake to something where they could roll a little bit. So, Cynthia, when you like to see wars end?
Jack's gone.
Wait, Jack was gone. That was amazing. Both of them, bro. That was perfect.
I watched a really good movie today about wars, and it really made me think about how we handled the interpreters when we were fighting the Taliban. Did we really just leave all those Israeli, I guess I would say, interpreters over there?
You talking about Afghanis?
Yeah. Did we really leave those interpreters?
Yes, we left thousands.
Really? All I see are the stories of the ones we brought back.
I heard it was like 30,000.
Holy hell.
Would you need that many interpreters?
If you were in
Department officials, we were trying to take over that country.
That's like a whole nother army.
Well, every unit had their own interpreter, much like the Wind Talkers, I would assume.
Are you sure it wasn't every soldier had two of them?
Well, this little
30,000 troops over there, Flow State. There was more than 30. There was fucking trillions of dollars worth of armaments.
Protecting the poppy fields. It wasn't about taking over Afghanistan. It was protecting the poppy fields for the pharmaceutical industry.
And protecting all of that. Exactly
after
right.
We withdrew.
It was for Halliburton.
After we withdrew and the Taliban banned poppy production, guess what surfaced?
Next thing you know. Yep.
Trump's the one that blew up all that shit.
Slow down. Back it up. I think this is the first time I heard this, man. Give me that shit again.
You don't know about that? That's the whole reason why Afghanistan, it wasn't anything. It was about protecting the poppy fields for the pharmaceutical industry. That's where the morphine and shit comes from. Not just the heroin, but also the morphine. The morphine comes from the poppies.
And we went in there under the guise of what? I don't even remember what we went in there.
Cheney, Halliburton. Well, we went in there under the guise that we were going to get fucking the Taliban. That's what we went.
Oh, they were really dangerous. We had
they were all throughout the hills. They were. We said they were in the fucking. They were literally in the caves of all those mountains. And when Trump
Taliban lived in poppy plants, actually.
What?
Wasn't it originally weapons of mass destruction?
No, that was Iraq.
That was Iraq.
That was Iraq. Okay.
That was, but I'll tell you what Trump did. Remember Moab?
I do.
He took out that fucking one mountain. That was monstrous. That was like a show of he came in, I'm president, and let's drop a bomb.
I don't
took out a fucking mountain. Go watch the fucking Moab bomb, mother of all bombs.
I mean, I know what the bomb is. I don't remember Trump dropping it on anyone in particular.
What's that?
I said I know what the bomb is. I don't remember Trump dropping it on anyone in particular.
In his first 90 days, I think, and all this guy was a fucking cowboy. I'm not kidding you. Well, that was where Dick Cheney and Halliburton had set up those fucking. Instead of moving all the poppies out, they just set up a bunch of refineries over there so they could process it there. And instead of moving black tar heroin out, they were moving processed.
The fuck out of here!
What do you think? I'll bet the base of fentanyl has something to do with that. I'll bet it does.
That makes sense because a lot of the interpreters in this movie worked in heroin. Were in the heroin industry. Like that was their real life.
Yeah, but when we withdrew
and money.
When we withdrew, the Taliban took over control and they banned poppy production entirely. And that was right about the same time that Fent hit the market.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But now go back. Did you check out Mother of All Bombs, Trump?
I'm looking at it now. I made a video though when I saw that the Taliban had taken over, and the news article that I covered in it, it's still up. It said it was about how the Taliban had banned poppy production, and I made a video immediately when I saw it, and I said, we're going to have more overdoses, so if you or your homies like to shoot up, watch your friends, because shit's going to be killing people now that the Taliban's taking over.
Hey, Flo, you got to admit that Trump comes in. I mean, we have Hiroshima and Nagasaki where they use big boy and little boy, and Trump goes, what do we have that sounds cooler than that? And they go, Mother of All Bombs, sir. He's like, fucking A, Moab, let's use that.
I mean, he's an actor. They're all actors. I don't have any.
I know, right?
I got no use for Trump or any of them.
And who knows even if that nuke shit is real, right? Because look at Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you look at modern day, and this only happened 50, 60 years ago, where it's supposed to be radiation fallout for thousands of years. It's the biggest hustle.
Those were not nuclear.
Yes, they were. It's the same thing.
Is it the same?
Yeah,
so this is supposedly what the fear that they put into that look out these nuclear bombs. Right now, those cities look better than almost every single American city that I've ever seen. The green lushery, the big the big buildings, like they're the most beautiful, luscious cities. And if only 50, 60 years ago that this was this nuclear bomb there, it doesn't really add up to me.
I gotta pick at you a little bit. You're right. You're absolutely right. They would tell you that if you dropped a bomb on a place, you can't go around for 10,000 years. And the place has recovered. And like you say, they built schools and everything on top of them. But to say that they're totally clean, it looks like the people went around and they just took a stick. They got readers up in the neighborhoods to show you it is clean and free of so-and-so. But people went around to random places with a stick, and then they took their own shit in there, and they got readings that immediately would go, So it's not totally clean. But it's not 10,000 years either.
Bomb for sure, but this nuclear fallout that they wanted to make everybody so afraid of this big bad nuclear war, it doesn't make any sense to me. Obviously they got bombs, obviously they blew shit up, obviously there was some kind of radiation, but not what they're trying to tell people. That fear again, putting into the consciousness that we have to be so afraid of these, this Department of Defense and all their morons that are causing war and conflict and chaos everywhere.
Yes, they put more fear into us. We'll pay a lot more money for them to keep us safe. Yeah.
I dig it. Check this out. And Chernobyl's no different. In fact,
do you know hemp cleans radiation? They put hemp fields in Fukushima. They put hemp around, I don't know about the Nagasaki, but around Chernobyl. It actually cleans any kind of radiation. So hemp plants and cannabis plants actually cleans the air, cleans the stuff up possible.
It cleans the ground out. It sucks it out.
Just by growing them, or do you have to do some special process?
No, growing, just growing and cleaning the air. So, back when farming about, before the 30s, before the alcohol became legal and they decided the whole, department that was going against alcohol prohibition, they had no more job after they made legal. So they decided with the pharmaceutical industry, with the cotton industry, with the trees, with the forest industry, they decided to go after hemp. But before that, farming used to be done in quarters. So each quarter, one section, they would only plant hemp plants in there. For one, it would regenerate the nutrients in the soil, and then they would use that section to feed the animals. So when the animals ate the hemp, it actually had CBD in the animals. So for people that eat animals, I stopped a long time ago, but for people that ate the animals, they actually got CBD from the animals. But then they also made the papers, plastics, clothing, and all that. But it regenerated the nutrients in the soil. It's one of the most beautiful plants that's ever been, God's ever gifted us. They say it comes from some other place or space that's not even.
Didn't the Bible say that beware him who suggests hemp is evil?
No, it talks about cannabis being good. Cannabis, I think.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but some people say that that even it dates back to Jesus.
But apparently, I don't know nobody thinking the Bible actually said that. That was a bad joke.
I don't remember the Bible talking about it, but maybe.
But didn't they talk about Jesus and some kind of cannabis oil or some kind of oil?
Yes.
some kind of oil
They
that
use anointing oil.
Anointing
Usually
oil.
it's olive oil.
But hey, Jesse, one of the biggest lobbyists against marijuana or cannabis was DuPont, the paper products.
Paper, the forestry, cotton, and pharmaceutical industries were some of the biggest lobbyists that wanted it out.
Specifically DuPont paper, because you could use hemp to make paper. The Declaration of Independence, everything was written on hemp.
Hemp is biodegradable. We should have done that instead of the petroleum. But the big one, obviously, behind it was the petroleum, because they didn't want us to having, papers, plastics, all these type of things. They wanted to have petroleum-based everything, including medications, which it should have been cannabis and hemp-based, and we would have had a much different society today.
Absolutely, but I do believe that DuPont put more money out to fight it than any of those other industries, including pharmaceutical or alcohol. The paper products, literally in the early 1900s through like the 40s, put out all kinds of money to fight it, and that's why it became illegal.
So I don't know if you guys are paying attention to the share screen, but you can do tours up to 7 days on this site of Chernobyl.
Why?
Yeah, you can stay in Chernobyl for 7 fucking days, and last time I looked this up, it wasn't this website. It was a different one, though. They explain in the frequently asked questions, they explain the radiation. You're likely to encounter more radiation on the plane flight there than you are in the whole time you stay there. So
because of the sun.
What?
But where?
But I'm wondering. I'm asking. Is it because of the sun?
I don't know why it is. It's probably because of the radiation the flight equipment puts out. But
where are they putting them on the ground? Are they putting them on the outer skirts, or do they get to actually see something good?
They're all over. They even go to where the reactor, like where it went down.
No fucking way. I thought
maybe not in this one, but this is not the original site that I was looking at this stuff on.
All right.
They get to go to the original site of the original reactor that melted down, and in one of the sections it said, "Will we see mutated plants or animals?" And there's like, no. And here
they filmed movies in the apartments that the people used to live in that worked there, so you can get pretty fucking close nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, but that sort of proves my point. Like so, if in one of these, in this frequently asked questions, where to go? It says, here, threat of radiation. It is mandatory for visitors of the exclusion zone to pass radiation control of their clothes and stuff at several checkpoints. Okay, so they've got checkpoints for radiation set up just to keep up the
that don't mean a whole lot of nothing, though.
Right, the optics are high.
So yeah,
in the case of radiation contaminant particles, the items should be decontaminated, washed. Like, it's just fucking.
Don't forget the N95 masks that they're probably making them wear to protect them from that radiation.
Masks to protect yourself.
Right. It's a big theatrical production.
Put your goggles on.
My theory is that it's about hiding nuclear energy.
So the nuclear energy, that's, interesting topic as well, because some people believe that's some of the things that is heating up the planet is through this nuclear stuff, right? So, it's I'm not sure about whether or not, because that's actually a good thing. I had this physicist and scientist that were talking about some of the things that's really heating up the planet is concrete. So all the concrete roads, the sun, everything burning on. So everywhere concrete is heating up, but he's also saying the nuclear part, because it brings off so much heat, it's actually, causing more heat to provide this energy.
That's illogical. This heat source that puts off so much heat, I should be able to get near it and feel it. Yeah.
Yes, that would make sense.
Yeah, it's illogical.
But what is logical is if, like with the nuclear sub, you can put a reactor in that and power it for 25 years.
Yes.
If I own an oil industry, or if I'm just the U.S. government and our dollar is propped up by petroleum, then I don't really want everybody being able to buy a nuclear reactor for their home and power that motherfucker for 25 years without being on the grid. So to me, I don't know what I don't know, which is a lot in this topic, but it would make sense that they would try to hide something.
Well, as long as we're making sense, let's say these oil companies would invest huge amounts of money in these lobbyists, and the politicians would have an incentive to take all of that money because they have a built-in political reason. These big corporations mean big jobs, and perhaps that's all part of the fucking plan too.
Yes.
So some people believe that the Fukushima weather attack was actually an attack because they had just before that they had signed something or went against the NATO powers or whatever just before, and they sent in the weather system. And I'm not sure if it was a specific attack to do the nuclear plant or that was just part of the fallout. But apparently some people believe that was orchestrated weather system to attack Japan because they decided to go against, the powers.
Wow. It's logical to me. I always have that thought here. I always thought Colorado Rockies and Russian Rapids and shit when I was a kid. I get here and everything is in drought and fires and all of that crazy shit. It looks to me like they're using it to, they say he who controls the water controls the world. It looks like they're putting the water where they want it so they can have people pay for it.
Plus some of the stuff that they're spraying has got aluminum oxide, and when you spray the stuff in the air, it goes on to the forest. It makes forest burn hotter and faster. That's why every year over the last 10 years, the forest fires have been getting worse and worse and worse and out of control in some areas, and it's a lot easier for them to zap that shit up.
They say that they spray it, aluminum oxide. They say they spray it because it'll adhere to the water droplets and they can get bigger, therefore causing more rain, and it's there to help you. But of course, they're saying that
bullshit. Look at the last 10 years, how the weather, like for me in Canada, it used to rain here nice. It hardly rains here anymore. And like 10 or 15 years ago when it rained, my car, I didn't have to go and wash my car. Now when it rains, my car, I could just have washed my clean car. As soon as it rains, my car is filthy dirty. And people say, oh no, that's just that's natural. What do you mean natural? My car is filthy dirty from rain.
Right.
And
we used to have something called water spots, meaning it was a small thing when rain hit your car. Now you need to wash your car because the whole thing is filthy, dirty as fuck. There's more contaminants in that water.
Yeah, dude. We had to wash Katie's car twice after a rain because there's like, it looked like somebody had dumped Coca-Cola all over it.
Mud. It looks like mud's coming out of it, like the air. It's like
wild.
And that's not real natural, and that's stuff that we've been speaking out against for so long, because trying to get people to open their fucking eyes and no, that's just natural condensation. What do you mean? You can watch it actually form through the sky, and when it's a completely blue sky, some of these planes go by, then you see the mist starts to form into clouds, then it's cloudy as fuck from a complete, and they're not natural clouds.
Let me ask you a question. If such a person was putting something in there, what effect would they want it to have on the people that it's hitting? What effect are they trying to achieve?
There's few different theories on that. So one is the nanoparticulates that are potentially wanting to put more metals in us, so that way when they turn up the frequencies are going to affect us more. So that's one of the theories, though, kind of the latest ones. But they try to say that I guess the military is trying to explain that they're putting this stuff up in the air so that way other military intelligence have a hard time with their surveillance systems. So if they put this stuff, so that's kind of the reasoning why they're saying they're putting this stuff up in the air, kind of the back channels of why it's done. But I think that that's bullshit, right? I think that's just a cover for whatever other nefarious things that they potentially are doing to us.
I also
Could they
heard
be doing it to make us sick, to keep us medicine with the cancer? Because like I have a friend that lives in a neighborhood, and every Friday night trucks just drive by spraying. And they even send them notices.
Where is that?
In Garland, they say, make sure you're inside by such and such time. The trucks will be coming.
We got to spray the mosquitoes. Is that what they said?
Yeah. You know, I heard that they were spraying for West Nile virus in New York City.
In where?
New York is what I heard.
Yeah, and like if we're there and work, because we have parties once a month, and when it's at her house, we have to stay there. If it's during the summer season.
What kind of parties?
Spring. Well, we have a women's social group, and we meet every third
Is there a pool, and does it have anything to do with porn?
Flo, I noticed that you love porn. You like freaky shit. Flo's freaky. But no, it has nothing to do with porn. But
what is your favorite genre of porn?
I have friends that are porn stars.
I just want to know what your favorite genre is. Everybody on the panel.
I'm just I've literally never watched an entire.
I'm just kidding. It's a
porn. Before.
I'm really disappointed that they're never artistic enough.
Oh come on! Nobody watches porn.
I know, but I'm a movie person.
They just make me laugh.
Yeah, I'm not a movie. I'm a movie person, so I need.
Even the soft porn isn't artistic enough.
You only watch 10 minutes. Great. You only watch 10 minutes of it anyway. You don't need a whole movie, right?
Well, still make
my head is way better than porn.
What?
I said my imagination is way better than porn.
That's not the sort of head we were thinking you were talking about.
I get there. I get that.
But no, I do like that question specifically. What's your favorite genre of porn? As like a silence breaker? Or has anybody seen any good porn lately?
I have a favorite keyword, lesbian face grind. Start there.
It was a joke of a question. We don't really have to all go around. But
lesbian face grind, is that what you said?
Yeah, start there.
I definitely am gonna search that though.
Is that where another dick just grinding on her? All right.
I thought it was an angle grinder.
I have a theory. Okay, so I'm older, right? And when I was a younger girl, like in middle school.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm old. I'm probably the oldest one on here. And like oral sex was just like something we didn't really talk about. You know, it was kind of a taboo subject, and guys just never admitted if they did it or not. But you know, later it just became the cool thing. Like everybody does it. You don't do. Like we give that one guy Z hard time because he does.
Where is Z? I was just wondering. He needs to be back for this. Go ahead. Though.
Okay. So anyway, on Trig's show we deal with the urban topics, and then we have we segue into younger generation topics. And one of them we had one time was, would you be with somebody that was bisexual? And the girls were like, yeah, I'd have no problem, but I would never give him head. I would never. So I have a theory that these bisexuals are going to make this next generation, it'd be taboo for the men to get sex. And that was crazy to me. I was like, it's about to shift again. What do y'all think?
I don't understand. I don't even understand the leap. For why would men not want to get sex? Why would it be taboo?
No. The females were saying that they would have bisexual boyfriends. They would have no problem. But the only stipulation is they would never give them oral sex.
Would they want it?
Who doesn't want it?
So wait, they're getting the oral sex from their dude that they're loving on, but the females getting
women don't do it anymore. Are we about to shift? Because before it used to be men don't talk about it. Women were expected to do it, but now is it going to shift to where women don't do it, men do it? Like
I'm okay with that. My jaw fucking hurts when I do
that. No, I ain't heard that.
There's nothing worse than the complainers, right? Are you almost done? My jaw hurts.
But I'm saying, how are y'all
did you say,
motherfucker?
How are y'all gonna feel if you meet a woman
men
and she's like, no,
take over those duties? Is that what you're saying? Will it be a shift and we have men take over that duty? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they know what
we're saying. They're not doing
that. Yeah, but
it's fucking same, bro.
Z, if you're watching from the shadows, you better get up here.
I think the bisexual thing is we're okay with the women being bisexual, not the men.
All right, let's go around the panel. Who would date bisexual?
A woman.
I don't
know if Jesse's here, so we'll go around like this way.
Yeah. So who's first?
You are.
No.
Chew fire. We're listening.
I'm a no.
You're a no.
I wouldn't care. Why would I care if the person is bisexual?
Oh, that's weird, right, Sarah? The guys are gonna have different.
I'd rather have him ask for a second girl than a dude in my bed.
Whoa. She's bisexual, but it's just me, nigga. You can't have nobody else. You were bisexual coming in.
That's from your perspective. If I'm dating a man and he's bisexual, it brings in a second dude.
Right.
But if your girl's bisexual, then she brings in another girl.
Right.
Are you talking about for threesomes?
Big Scott just said that.
Are you talking about for threesomes? Because I'm straight and I don't bring in second straight people.
I don't even think that bisexual always have threesomes. I think they just have two different, like sometimes I date a man, sometimes I date a girl.
So women, is it because a dude who takes it in the butt that's quite unmasculine and that just it throws off the energy?
I'm just not attracted to it.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. He just brings up something interesting. What if the bisexual guy that you're with is just bringing another guy in so he could peg him in front of you?
I don't want to see that either.
We chased off Steve, who wasn't. Steve ran in. Steve's in the other room, and he ran in to log out of this. Oh, Jesse's back. Hey, Jesse. What about you?
What's up?
Let's go. Scott's next.
I didn't hear. I wasn't listening. So
the answer's simple. I mean, that's it. If she's bisexual and she wants to bring someone in, that's fine. Bringing in another dude ain't never gonna happen. I don't want. I mean,
okay, y'all have a good night.
Jesse, it's your turn.
Jesse, you probably got a story of two gay people.
Don't you wave that hand at me
while you were doing karate at the bar. You probably
Joe, be quiet. Jesse's trying to leave. We got to pay attention to Jesse.
You like what you like.
All right.
Jesse, bisexual
Jesse,
chick.
I want to hear your answer.
My answer for what?
Would you date a bisexual chick?
I have a girlfriend, and I'm very loving and committed, so not interested in any possibilities of answering any question. No, it doesn't matter if you don't care. That's not part of any part of what. Well, that's
if your
okay.
Girlfriend was
I'm popping out of the question because it's not relevant to me and my life, so it's not anything that I would even entertain. So it's not relevant. So I don't have an answer for you.
Could you give this answer?
Well, that's a lie.
Would you
Jesse, you would never date a bisexual man.
You definitely know the answer to that in a hypothetical, but never mind. Bye. Thanks for joining.
Y'all have a great.
I won't push it, but it's not the truth. Whatever. I am also dating somebody, and even though I'm in a relationship, I can still answer the question hypothetically. And yes, I would. That's fine.
Your boyfriend is okay with that?
What?
Your boyfriend is okay with that?
Shh, you're my boyfriend.
Okay, thanks for the chat. Y'all have a great night.
You too.
Bye, everyone.
I just keep picturing Joe having sex, and he's like doing this the whole fucking time.
And laughing.
We got rolling now.
There's nothing that puts you in the mood more than Joe's laugh.
I know that when I turn my camera off, that's what I'm doing.
That's what I'm picturing.
But so actually, when we got together, and I think that in hindsight, this was definitely more advertising or marketing, I suppose, than it was like real interest.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I actually think that it's a good thing, but only so far. You don't want it to be equally bi, just occasionally, and as long as I'm involved, then it's not an issue. I suppose that if I wasn't involved, I don't know. I guess that would.
Are you talking
probably
about your girlfriend being bi?
Be cheating.
Your girlfriend being bi?
Yeah.
But she couldn't have another dude though, right? Or could she?
No, because that'd still be straightness.
Okay, do you think that having another female in your situation, do you think that brings on another set of problems that you wouldn't have if you didn't have that situation going on?
Yes, but not for me.
Clear, yes. One female is more than enough. Yes,
but for sure, yes. Like that's not.
I know. Okay, so are those set of problems? Are they worth having that extra relationship, or are they worth being married?
Well, I wasn't talking about a relationship. I was talking about
no. I'm talking about with your girlfriend, like because now we participate in this activity. We have
in my experience, it never caused any problems.
Okay.
For me, now I observed some problems that were not Taylor centric. So I would say that if you manage it right, like I did, then you're fine. But only if you're the one, not part of the two.
Right.
I think no matter how you divide the genders up, there's going to be two people probably in more competition because I don't think that anybody.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody's actually evenly 100% straight up bisexual. I think everybody has a preference one way or the other who is bi.
I got a question for the knuckleheads across the top here.
Yeah.
I mean, what about either of you? Any bromances?
Bromances?
Yeah. Flo, you have any bromances?
Outside of Flo? Because I got
outside of Flo. I mean, in real life, you have some guys you come up with that you're still friends with today, or you've met in the last 10 years that you're just real tight with.
I had an experimental college.
This isn't just to make sure that this is a clear and clean transition. This is a non-sexual question, right?
Absolutely, a bromance ain't have nothing to do with sex.
Wait.
All right. I just didn't know because of the timing of the question.
Right.
If it's with a girl, you could have sex.
Well, chicks can have chickmances too.
Yeah, absolutely.
If I banged a dude in college, that doesn't count. We're talking
chicks
about
are more likely to try and close in front of each other, though.
Yeah.
Do these panties make my tits look big?
Yeah,
like that.
They do, honey. But no, any bromances, Joe?
I'm not sure I know what the definition is, to be honest.
I mean, you got a buddy that you just tell all your secrets to. He knows what your old lady looks like.
I'm a dude.
You know what?
I don't tell my secrets to nobody. I'm a man. Fuck is you
This
talking
is
about?
definitely feeling gay. Even though you said it's not a sexual question, it feels like a sexual question.
You think so? You better.
Anybody that you tell your secrets to
coming up.
You got any good bros that help you wash your penis in the shower?
Yeah.
We're not going back to the fucking communal shower
you have
days
a best
now,
friend, Flo. Do you have a best friend?
Oh yeah, Tommy. Thank you for reminding me.
Okay.
But he can't tell me, Flo can't tell me his marital issues. I can't tell him my bedroom issues. That's not something men do.
No. It's somebody, a bro is somebody you just talk to fucking constantly. I mean, this is kind of a bromance.
That's what the fuck do you think that we're doing right now? Kind of.
Yeah.
It's not the kind of gay shit you're asking about, but it serves the same sort of purpose of like what you're trying to pretend it is. Really, what you're asking me is, do you fuck any dudes? And I'm telling you no.
No, I hope you didn't.
I hope you didn't get that out of that. There are cats that I definitely admire.
Okay.
If that's what you're saying.
Are there any guys that you can confide in, that you consider a confidant? No, like there's no subject, nothing's taboo.
That's not a thing. That's not a thing. That's a thing.
It's not.
Oh, it is a thing, just not for them.
It is.
They don't get vulnerable.
Okay, Sarah, do men and women have it? Because I have it with both men and women. Those type of relationships.
Oh yeah, I do. They just don't like to get vulnerable. They see it as a weakness, so they don't.
Like what kind of like? I don't understand. Like
I got a couple friends, two actually in particular, but well, three. One that knows fucking everything, another one that knows most everything, and then a third. And then a couple that have passed that knew a lot of shit, but you just confide in them. They know the good, the bad, and the ugly.
There's nothing. They don't judge you or nothing.
Are we talking about like our crimes or our feelings?
Anything.
Anything.
Well, for one,
everything. Neither.
Right, neither. Absolutely neither.
Wow.
Because why?
Because
so they can rat on you.
No, it's a bond.
Exactly.
You have a bond with them.
It's better to have a trust circuit and a confidence.
A trust circuit? That sounds dangerous.
Well, when you
like I said, it's a vulnerable thing.
Sarah, do they have it because of an upbringing, because of a class system, like? Why?
My guess is it's a lot of things, but probably they had somebody like this who did them wrong in the past, so they don't ever expose themselves again to get hurt.
Well, the risk reward analysis of, let's say that I murdered somebody, right? Hypothetically.
Well, you don't tell someone you fucking murdered someone.
Okay,
That's a ride or die person.
So crimes are off the table.
Helping you.
Anything that could be weaponized against you is like, they did this, right? You don't want anybody to snitch on you. So there's really no point in burdening somebody else with that weaponizable knowledge.
You can't really tell someone about how great the sex was with my woman last night or whatever about your woman, because you don't want that dude lusting after. It just ain't his fucking business, but I certainly see more negative than positive.
And he doesn't give a fuck. I don't care.
And I don't want to hear about what he did with his wife.
And like some sort
of. What if you were having a performance issue and you were just trying to get a man's opinion? Would it be something that you would feel comfortable talking about? Like,
why would I think that he has the answers?
But just to see, is this somebody that has like, hey, is it just me, or?
Well, I mean, if
because we're older.
If my dick stopped working tomorrow, I would not ask my buddy, because like something new is wrong here. Like something's wrong. I don't know what he can offer me. He's not gonna be like, hey, let me see if I can get it up for you. He's not gonna give me.
You know what? That might be something you need to go check out, because or yo, bro, that's happened to me too, and I went to the doctor. It doesn't have to be. It's not anything sexual. Even though it's about sex, it's more so about, we're both men. Are you experiencing what I'm like? You know what I mean? Like,
I had a guy ask me that he was having problems. He had got shot and he was worried, but he was young. He was like 17. I was probably like 30 or something. So I don't know if that changes anything.
Probably it does. I mean, I could. To answer that, and specifically, I think that the situation in which I could see that being useful is pretty slim.
Yes, no confiding shit where I had to argue with my woman and I go text or call Flo. That cannot be
You don't have people you can confide in.
No, well, not unless there's a reason.
Shit.
There are people. Look,
yes,
there are people with
reason.
Right. There are people who I trust with things, but I'm not just going to go tell them about my dick issues if I don't think that they can help fix them.
Well, the dick issues.
If you did taxes,
maybe that's a bad example. It doesn't have to be about your
Cynthia
dick
thing. Cynthia just wanted to bring.
I know, but it was an example, and it illustrates the point just fine, which is most of the things that you're talking about, like, I just don't see a lot of scenarios in which why. Because I don't get, if I tell somebody a secret, I don't get any benefit out of it. They don't get any benefit out of it unless they want to weaponize it against me. It doesn't feel like bonding.
No, my friends in the
doesn't have
past.
to be a secret either.
Well, then
give me
what
examples of stuff. Yeah,
you got a new boat, you got a new car, you're showing
of
off.
course I do that.
Yeah, sure.
But someone that you can actually take aside and go, hey, I got this new Glock. Check this out. I got this, or
I do that. Yeah,
you trust them enough that you'll call them up at the midnight hour or 1 o'clock and say, I'm across town. I'm fucking drunk, dude. You got my back?
Yeah. I got those. Those are friends.
I mean, well, there's some that go a little deeper than friends. I mean, here, I'll tell you who your friends are. They're the ones that show up when everybody else walks the fuck out.
Wait. I'll tell you
That's
your
a good
friends
way
are.
to put
First
it.
of all,
The ones
your
that
good
stick
friend.
around.
Your good friend is the one you call at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it's wintertime. You got a flat. You don't call anyone when you're going to do real dirt. You don't bring along even your best
Did you hear
friend.
what I just said?
I don't know what you said.
Your true friends are the ones that show up when everybody else walks out.
Yes,
right.
That's why
I think that Joe's trying to add specificity to it. And
yeah, you can't be the shooting part. I'm trying to take away the first part you said about you call your guy when you shoot. You don't call your friend when you kill him up. It's got nothing to do with a friend. You do that shit alone when you're doing horrible shit.
You protect your friends from those sort of things.
Right. Yes. You insulate and isolate anybody you care about with that.
Yes.
You don't want your good friends to have to assume your problems, right? You don't want your problems to splatter into their lives, and just
you don't want your shit intertangled.
That's not a man. Yeah. That's not being a man. That's not showing up and and for women or either, that's not being a real person. If you're bringing your shit into someone else and handing it off to them, then you're not being true to yourself.
Oh, women smear their shit all over each other all the time.
What's that?
Yes, women. Here, let's do that. Yes. Women, I wonder if they don't have a different definition of it, because I'm assuming that women, if you have an argument with your man, you have a girlfriend who you call and vent.
Yeah.
All right. Scott, is that what you're talking about? Do I have a guy who I can do that with?
Well, yeah, I mean, it could be your cousin. It could be, listen to what I'm trying to get at. Do you have an outlet? Do you have an outlet? Okay, because if you don't, people burn up inside. And sometimes it's better to be able to offload things if you don't have a real brother, a true brother. Do you have someone that's taking the place of that?
I don't think that's something men have. I don't think that's
I think somebody that's got a well-rounded perspective on things should have more than that. Should have uncles, should have cousins, should have a lot of things.
Well, I would call someone to help me move or something, but I think I got a feeling you're asking for something heavier.
I think it's Sarah. Am I wrong? Is the issue the feelings and the connection and the emotions?
Yes. It's very different personality.
Okay. That's what I'm kind of gathering from
No, I don't have anybody that I like do that emotional thing. Like, bro, I had the worst day today. Like, I'm not doing that. It's not just because I don't have, like, I do have people.
Do you do that with your girl though?
I don't really do it with anybody. Like, sometimes I will, but normally it's because I was just being an asshole, and now I need to explain why. Right? It's not because I don't feel better after a good cry session. It's just not
right. Maybe
it's like being in a cage, right?
Not with people.
Flo, it's like being in a cage. I've been in sound studios. I've been in a lot of recording studios. Yeah. And when you get with guys and you spend 20 hours a fucking day for fucking 3 weeks straight, or you go in and every day for months and another after a while, I mean, you become very in tune with the people, and the conversations that are forged upon you. And then if you get out and you travel with anybody, it's a whole nother level of
I do all of that shit. I've been in recording studios with records out.
It's
I've
a whole
traveled
other
the
level of
longest time.
immersiveness into people's lives, and you carry that with you, and you become bonded to them in certain ways that, you know, I don't think that
friendship.
So I met this lady who I have invited to come to your panel, but I need to wait a couple of months before I can actually give her instructions.
She gets out of jail.
Yeah, she locked up.
No.
Did you say you invited her to my panel, but you have to wait a couple months? Is that what you said?
Yeah, because she's my doctor, right? And so while I'm under her care, I don't want to make this personal. But
Okay.
her view is very interesting when it comes to religion. And as soon as she started, like, I'm never really this way, but I'm like, hey, I can really tell that there's something different about you. And she was like,
what's the, I'm sorry to beep, but I'm interested now. What is different about her religious point of view?
oh, okay, guys, like I tried to remember, but I was low key, you know.
It's very interesting. It was really,
but it was something having to do with like everything is intentional from the very second that sperm exits your father. It's all intentional and everything's intentional. Like she has a whole story, right?
Will you get her the fuck in here and stop worrying about your stupid doctor's appointment?
Listen, can you stop a second, right? And it's completely opposite of how I am. We all know I'm the Bible thumper girl. But as soon as she started talking, I said, you need to come to this panel. She's like, I'm down. I love this. And she actually has a podcast, right? But
bring her in. You can go.
Okay, but what? So I was
bring her in. You can go.
I swear this is coming back around, right? And so I was conflicted because I feel like I'm bringing someone to this subject matter that doesn't agree with my ideology. Like, so am I kind of helping go against what I believe in? Like, is this even right? You know what I mean?
Here, I can answer
Don't
that.
be a knucklehead.
Okay,
All
right, guys.
All right, hold on.
Anyway, so I'm really conflicted, and I have a friend that I can confide in, and I'm talking to him about that. I'm like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, this lady, like this panel will elevate if she comes on. And I haven't even told y'all the best part. I'm just gonna show y'all that.
No.
And there's a whole nother talent I'm not even talking about. So
God damn it.
He said, my friend said to me, he was like, but if she's your soul tie, it doesn't matter what y'all believe in, like your soul knows. So I kind of think that when we're having the conversation about
that was dope.
Do you have a bromance? Is there a person of the same gender that you would consider yourself having a soul tie with? And I was like, damn, you're right. Like I feel like this is and I'm always like today when I saw her, she was like, and I was like, oh my God, the panel is going to love you. She's like, I can't wait. Like she's excited, right?
Now you're making her wait.
Because I'm under her care. And
that doesn't matter to us. You go away, bring her here.
All right. We look forward to it. Hopefully you don't make her wait 3 months because I'd like to talk to her too.
Listen, I'm gonna make sure my health care is first. But what I'm saying
no,
is
that's selfish. Put us first. Put us first.
Yeah, no, what? I will not.
We'll take good care of her. We'll interview her well for her. You can talk to her later.
Why are you talking about the lady and not the soul ties?
Because I don't. So personally, and Sarah knows this. I think that soul ties or twin flames is a way of romanticizing codependency, and I think it's bullshit.
She's not talking about twin flames. She's just talking like a kinship.
Yeah,
I think soul ties are very logical. I think I see logic in soul ties.
A twin flame is where you have one soul.
Am I crazy, Sarah?
They share the same soul. It's not a soul tie.
Is it possible that if there is this reincarnation or whatever it is, that you spent a lot of time, or perhaps each of them, you spent a lot of time with basically the same people, whether they're in different bodies, so-and-so, their soul, whatever body they're inhabiting, that you spent more time or some time with this person was your wife in a previous life. And that's when you feel tied to that person for some reason, no wife. You probably had 18 lives with this person.
Yep.
According to our Vedic birth charts, Katie, I was probably Katie's an enemy in Katie's previous life. So
who was Katie?
My girlfriend.
Oh.
Shit, I was gonna ask a question though, but no, I lost it. Fuck. Oh yeah. Okay, so there's a question in the comments that I thought was good. Where to go? That's not it. Man, I had it up earlier.
Men.
Yeah, what do you get? It's like, so, oh yeah. How do you men deal with your emotional constipation?
If you don't have somebody you can confide in.
But see, I do have people like that. I just don't feel it doesn't help me with anything to tell you about how I feel about something.
You know
what I mean?
You see the difference. Even if I had someone like that, I don't see the logic in it.
Well, you're not a collaborative person. You're not a co-creative person. Then if you're not able to share things with people, so I mean, just exercising, sharing who you are and what you are, is kind of fundamental.
Sarah, you might be right,
should
Sarah, because I'm thinking, I see it as whining. You know,
Yes.
why would I whine to another man? You might be right with that feelings shit.
And I don't feel like it would. I feel like it would actually. I don't feel like it would solve. So if let's say I've got feeling some certain way about a thing, and then I tell you, Scott, about it because you're my boy. I don't feel like any better about this thing.
Right,
I just feel weirder about this relationship now.
How do you know I couldn't walk you through it and give you a perspective you didn't think about because you didn't have the experience?
Yeah, I don't know that for 100% sure, but probably if I'm confused about it, like I assume that my homie in the same situation is confused. I just don't, that's just not. I just don't think that's. I don't know.
I think that we walk a straighter line when we learn from others' mistakes.
Agree.
So what do you do?
I never learn from other people's mistakes. First of all,
I tell you, you walk a crooked fucking line, brother.
Look, I've bumped my heads a lot of times because somebody told me that's duck when you come through the door frame, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna run right at it. But what do we do? I don't know. I don't know. What do we do, Joe?
He muscle brains man's right through it.
I think you do
substance abuse
thing. Well, yes, that's a good one, right? But whatever the logical thing is, the problem pops up. You spend a little time figuring out how you're gonna do it, and you take steps to head toward that direction. You feel much better instantly as soon as you start taking steps towards solving your shit. Another person doesn't come into play unless I need to borrow $100 because I got a flat tire or something.
Right. They need to be part of the solution because the bad feelings aren't just a thing on their own that need attended to. They're from a thing. So you need to get to the thing and resolve that, and then the feelings follow and take care of themselves. It's just a non-factor.
Yeah.
What about feelings that you don't know what they're coming from? Like you don't know the source of it.
Good one, Sarah.
That is a good one. Well, you know that I'm FI polar. I don't normally. Okay, I don't know. I feel some sort of way about anything until well after the people around me do, and at that point, I've probably started addressing the situation anyways. So it's like a hindsight, like, oh, I was up in my feelings over there. I don't know.
You're really,
but when you realize that you can't figure it out, and it's some feelings stuff. Like here, I'll give one. My girl, if she gets upset over something I think is illogical, to me, it's illogical for me to let it affect me. That might sound fucked up, but I'll be like, come on, that's not logical, blah blah. And I'll be working in Chicago or something. I hang up the phone. To me, I should be able to get back to work. But I fucking can't, and that baffles me to no end. Love to have someone to talk to about that shit. Who would you talk to about that shit?
About what shit? Sorry, I was paying attention to the chat.
Yes.
So if I need somebody to help me with the actual problem, that's a different thing. Then I've got lots of friends I can
figuring
ask.
Out the emotion. I don't know. I was just wondering where the emotion comes from. How come I can't get over that? It's gonna happen. I'll be fine. I don't need to call nobody. I don't really need advice.
Yeah.
But I'm curious as to how come I can't just fucking hang up the phone and get back to work, seems illogical. I don't know. That's the
Sometimes
only
I
emotional
call
shit that
them
popped in
not
my
for
head.
them to solve my problem, but just to kind of take me out of that headspace. Sometimes I just need someone.
Jalen, flash your camera on, and I'll bring you up.
And say, hey, let's go have a drink. Let's go do something. Or they'll make me laugh rather than being trapped in these negative emotions. It's not necessarily. I'm not looking for them to solve my problem.
I guess I just assume that emotions are a byproduct of the situation, and the situation is the only thing that needs to be attended to.
you handle that, you're gonna feel so much better. Even if you're not completed, as long as you're headed to take a step toward it, you're gonna feel better. You know, you know what you gotta do.
How y'all doing out there, man?
Hey, we're good. How you doing?
Yeah, man. I wanted to tap in a little bit on the part y'all talking about with the pretty much it's kind of saying like it's just a difference between men and women, really. Even though I do know it is a lot more men now that are a little bit more in tune with I don't even know if you would say feminine side or just maybe just more emotional these days. But for the most part, I can say men have always been more of a solution based creature, while women, you know what I'm saying? I think a lot of times they don't really care about the solution. It's just the fact that you care to be there and go through the situation with them and hear what they have to, what they feel about the situation.
That's a good way. It's care and nurture. That's a good way to put
I mean, like I think there ain't nothing really wrong with it. It's just that we wired different to a certain degree. And there's nothing wrong with it. Like you was just saying, like your wife might complain to you about a situation, and you like, damn, I gotta work. I ain't got time for this shit. But I done been through a lot of those situations. But at the same time, sometimes it do go a mile for the relationship, even though it might not affect the money always the right way. It do go like miles and lengths for the relationship to take that time to listen and, you know what I'm saying, maybe figure out a way to making it feel like it's rushed, you know what I'm saying? Because the whole feel and how everything looks and the aesthetic of it it's everything to a woman. I feel like, bro, in my opinion, I feel like everything how it looks a lot of times. You got to make sure the woman sees how you feel and feels how you feel as much as you feel it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you really love your woman, sometimes you gotta go them extra miles.
I was just now, as a little of my personal shit. I was late getting here because my girl got into an argument with her friend, and she came in here as soon as I was finna hop on a panel. But I know I needed to be there for her. Emotionally, she had to vent. I was asked her about 8 times, you need to vent. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. After she did that for a bunch of times, she went on for about a half an hour and vented. So yes, I will take the time and I'll do what's right to spend that time with my chick. However, if I had it, I would feel soft or less than a man if I had to take 30 minutes to vent before I hopped on the panel. If I have an argument with a motherfucker, which I don't do argument shit. I don't raise my voice. I don't do all that weird shit. I'd come in here and forget about it. I could hop on a panel. It wouldn't be a second fucking thought. I wouldn't be fuming and acting weird, I don't think.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think that it's because it's all about how we raise these days now. Because like I feel like I'm kind of a little bit of that last of that old school where you know what I'm saying. Boys don't cry. You know what I'm saying. Boys, you know what I'm saying. We move a certain way.
Yes, get up, dust yourself off, stop crying.
That type of shit. Like that. But at the same time, I'm not gonna necessarily say that was. I ain't gonna say it worked to a certain degree. I feel like for me, but I don't necessarily feel like it always worked for every other person. Like, because a lot of times you gotta understand, like.
My mom, it was some times when my mom gave me that other thing. I remember them very strongly when she, cuddled me and did the poor baby, you need a Band-Aid. That was beautiful too, man.
I don't know. I feel like for men, even the newer generation that's being taught to, that they're women, you're better like indulging in it. It's indulgent to engage in the emotion and dwell in the emotion and like not try to address the problem. I think it's unnatural. At least that's how it feels to me.
I agree with you on that part, Flo. I do. A solution does have to come at some point, and that's where my thing be with my woman. A lot of times with some of her issues is that you never get to an actual solution. It's more about you complain about the situation till you over the situation, and then you keep allowing the situation to continue. Where as me, I kind of like, you know what I'm saying? I'm a foot on neck type of person, and I'm gonna get some shit done, or we not gonna be talking, or it's gonna be something like, you know what I'm saying? Like whatever issue I have with people, I don't let it linger. You know what I'm saying?
The more intense the emotion, the faster we need to resolve this motherfucker. We're gonna start working on it right away.
Yeah, big facts. Because if I feel like I'm gonna punch you, I need to go and let you know, like, wait, we need to fix some shit. You know what I'm saying? Real quick, bro.
And it won't. And with men, it doesn't happen a second time. It's not a thing where you build up and explode. I'm so tired of you doing this. No, you address it the first fucking time it occurs. Even if you think it's occurring, your friend would explain to you took it the wrong way and you move on. There is no me harboring, I can't stand it. Flo does that shit over there in the driver's seat. Ooh, that pisses me off. No, that's not a fucking thing, man.
Y'all ain't dealt with some complicated ass women either.
I was talking about with a dude. Yeah,
and on that example with punching somebody, if you want to be sure that they're not ready for it, tell them you're about to punch them if they do that again.
Yeah, and if they do it again, they obviously want to be punched. They want to fight, or they want an issue. But that's how men think. I feel like for a lot of part, we kind of like, you know what I'm saying, a man going, you know what I'm saying, test your buttons if they want some shit to happen, like as opposed to sometimes I feel like women can have their own little bubble thing where they don't necessarily read the room. A lot of time, not all women either, and I ain't saying it's the same for all men type shit.
They can misread a room, and it's not as expensive. Men, we have these imaginary lines that I'd never accidentally crossed. My friends who I've been for years, we've never fought, never claimed close to fighting. We know what those lines are. We respect them because we're men. If someone's getting smacked around, it's because he wasn't being a man. He wasn't following those
I won't
rules.
necessarily say that because some men are just not confrontational. Maybe they can verbally voice themselves a certain way, but when it gets to a certain level of physicality, they can't go that far. Or maybe they know that they
should nigga be doing physicality. That should not be a thing.
But I mean, obviously, we live in a world where, you know what I'm saying, physicality is run rampant, and it's the reason why a lot of structures, nations are here today because of physicality and fighting, and you know what I'm saying, over territory control.
If you don't swing first, you might get knocked the fuck out these days.
Not among men. I was talking about among men.
Men are the one that fight wars. Nigga, what you talking about, bro?
Men are honorable.
You need to calm down first before you have these
conversations. Men haven't always been honorable, though.
By my definition, I'm saying men, and you have simps, children. You name what the other people are.
But what is the definition of a man, then, real quick?
No, I'm not talking about. Okay, since we got to do this, since you act like you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm not talking about a man simply because he has a cock in between his legs. I'm talking about when we're talking about men of honor, serious men.
What did you say about men of honor?
Well, what I was talking about is that in a room, there will be no fighting. There will be no disrespect when you have two such men in a room. If you get one guy who is not a man, in my opinion, that's how we got into this mess. Of course, he's still a man. He got his cock, but he's not a man if he's crossing those lines, being disrespectful and, doing shit like that. That doesn't happen in real life.
That's why I kind of one aspect I kind of enjoy about the metaverse is that there is no physicality, so I'm forced to win things. I'm forced to find a different way to win things than just by being imposing. Because I'm like 6'1.5", 200. Like, I'm not small. I'm big enough that I can just kind of get in your presence, and people kind of act a little bit more polite than across the screen when I am forced to like deal with not having that.
Yeah, I agree with you on that too. That's been a wonder for me too, because so I'm come from an environment, and maybe that's why I was quick to bring in the violent aspect, because I come from an environment where violence is kind of key to survival in a lot of aspects. Like, even though I'm not in the worst neighborhood, I'm not in the place where it's like you gotta shoot or be killed type shit, but like, that's how men, I ain't gonna say the men that I know, they I mean, even though you might not believe in them to be men, a lot of them, will resort to physicality where they mind they can't come up with the best insult after whatever they done just heard or whatever it could be.
I wouldn't give that guy the title, man. He's a real man. Of course, he's a male, but he's not a real man. I think that I'm talking about. And I come from
in my neighborhood, in a lot of neighborhoods that I've been around, we don't have, what you say, older men and older role models to, like teach these young brothers how to be men. So a lot of us, like niggas my age and shit, really like, I was blessed to have a 2-parent household, so I have a little bit of more of a structure. My dad is a military man and all, so discipline, all this different stuff is kind of instilled into me. But on the other hand, I got friends that literally was raised by their mama and aunties and stuff. No uncles, no, you know what I'm saying? No men in the picture. You know what I'm saying? Whatsoever.
I joined the gang when I joined the folk on hustle when I was like 10 years old. I'm in that neighborhood where all the men were gone. All of my idols were drug dealers, gang bangers, pimps. I'm on the west side of Chicago. 53 niggas get shot on a weekend. It's common. So I have my same philosophy coming from a rough neighborhood.
Oh yeah, okay, but what led you from that to the way of thinking that you had now? Because I'll assume at some point you were involved in, you know what I'm saying, plenty, you know what I'm saying, like violent acts and stuff that you would deem now to be unmanly.
I was still hustling. I'd say about 5 years ago, I was still using drugs, selling drugs. I was doing well. I kept my own crib, my own, I was doing well. I got out, I stopped hustling, and I stopped getting high at the same time. I don't know what the fuck it was. I don't know. But I was ready to get out, and I caught a case. In fact, I was so ready to get out. My man, he was on house arrest. I was running him to the methadone clinic, and I'm a social fuck, so I can't sit in the car. I'm talking people up and all of that shit, and I end up talking to someone who works there, and I went in and talked to him, and they took my insurance and shit. Many months later, I totally forgot about this. I catch a case, I get popped. I see my probation officer, and she says, well, if you can do a drug program, then it would help, blah 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 blah. I get home and I hear, hey, you got a call from these people. It was them. All the months later, called on the exact day that I needed them to call, and blah blah. So I don't know what it was. It was more God or something. And I've never looked back. I don't have urges or anything like that. I don't do classes or anything. It was probably God more than anything.
But you have to agree that even in amongst civilized men, or whatever, however you phrased it, just the capacity for violence has a cooling effect.
Yes. And I fuck around with all of my friends are gang leaders. I joined when I was 10. Everybody I know has what you consider power, chiefs, blah, blah, all that nonsense. We never get in fights, and niggas don't tussle. No one says nothing disrespectful. You know the price. I go years in my neighborhood without being disrespected unless there's a fucking dumbass cop saying something. No one really did. There's no fighting. You won't have to fight a motherfucker. If you disrespect them, you know the fucking price. Disrespect isn't even a fucking thing in real life.
Damn, I don't know what world you live in, but then again, I ain't gonna lie, I don't get disrespected or nothing either. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna sit here and act like it's just there's no place where people can live a civilized life and shit like that either. I'm not saying that at all, because even the people that I'm talking about have matured in the time that I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? They're not exactly the same people now, but I wouldn't necessarily put them in every situation and thinking it's not gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shit can happen, bro. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
If I get a second bite at the apple, I'm sorry, if I can get a second bite at the apple, I am not the same guy now. I'm not so sure it had to do anything with drugs. It was seeing these fucking checkpoint bids and auditing bids with people flexing their rights. When I was sitting at house arrest, I started watching those, and my mind started changing. All of these things that Flo talk about, I am super new to last few years. That's the shit that changed my life, the way I think, and I'm a different guy now. I won't do anything, all that harm no one and shit. That's recent shit. I tried to kill a nigga who got me the case. I was gonna kill that motherfucker. I changed seeing this
in World of Warcraft.
Yes, allegedly, yeah.
You said disrespect don't happen, man, but I seen you chasing cops and they fucking do some shit to you.
I said unless it's a cop, I lose it. I agree when it's a cop, but
all right.
You just don't, niggas just don't disrespect, because I ain't seen a fight. I can't remember last time I seen a fight in my neighborhood. Right? Someone's gonna pull a gun. No one's gonna take that risk.
Could it also be just because maybe you've already been established and went through that part of life in your neighborhood and stuff like that? Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why you don't see the disrespect now, and you don't see all the different things now.
That'd be a ton of it. Everybody knows who I am in my neighborhood. At the same time, you don't see no fucking fights in there. And all of those murders that occur, it was from somebody who was disrespected. We expected the guy to get shot and killed.
Yeah,
we
once
knew it was going to
they
happen
got the
before.
cardboard and the dice, though, man, there's bound
Now,
to be a mistake.
now my thing is why would that man need to be killed over disrespect? You know what I'm saying? Ain't there other ways of civilized ways of, you know what I'm saying, handling
Oh
this
man,
situation?
those are mostly young cats, right? And it's weird. The reason I probably got a weird look on my face, so much of it is over women, Facebook shit, weird shit. Kids do that shit. The older cats, I guess, don't do that shit. That's how they die. They don't fight. You don't see teenagers fighting. That's not a thing. They get the gun, they get their homies, and they shoot the guy or they stake out their house and
or they
their
shoot the
families.
neighborhood around them.
Yes, dude, hurt the families.
Yeah,
And
I'm
other
gonna say a
people.
lot of times I don't think they end up in hitting their intended targets a lot of times, but yeah.
No. I got a buddy. This is a true story. He had just got shot. He was out. We were on the corner. He could barely walk. I told him, "You can't be out here. It's still too hot for you." He was like, "Well, I just need to get a little air." Blah blah blah. Next day, two of my other friends were out there with him, telling him the same shit. The guys ride down, shoot all three of them. The other two friends lived. The guy who I was talking to, young nigga, shot in the neck and he died.
Yeah. See, but my thing where I was leading with all this was kind of getting back to the whole confidant and who the men turn to when it comes to vulnerability, which I totally agree with Flo and you, Joe, when it comes to, like, for the most part, I don't sit out here trying to give out my personal business to somebody who has no stake in maybe solving the issue. Like, they have no you know what I'm saying? Like, if they can't solve that issue for me, I don't necessarily
Why am
give
I rapping
people
with you?
my heart and my, like, vulnerability, my pain, and nothing like that. But at the same
Did you
time,
hear
like I
what
say,
Cameron said? It's not
at the
about
same time,
solving a problem. That was heavy.
yeah. And my biggest thing with the whole thing is that, like, we come to a time where there's nobody even to come to these boys at all, give them any type of, like, different outlet away. Like, you know, like me coming up, I had my little wood shop and I had these different guys that come, like, it was a thing called Brother to Brother, where it was a little organization. It was mostly geared toward black, you know what I'm saying, youth and stuff, but it involved, like, other ethnicities, you know what I'm saying, Mexican and white, you know what I'm saying, as well. And it would be, like, mostly just a mentor for people that they look like they would be going a different route than, like, you know what I'm saying, graduating school and high school and going to college or something. Like, hey, look, you can go in and get in the trades, you know what I'm saying? They'll open us up to, like, different trade programs with Job Corps. This was the first place I ever heard about Job Corps and stuff like that. So to have those avenues, I feel like did wonders for me. Because those people kind of opened up a way, even though I didn't go to them and just be like, "Oh man, I'm going through a whole lot of shit." It was still an avenue. Like, I knew it was somebody out there I could talk to. I knew it was people out there that actually had some kind of support.
I love it. And I think
And
in
I
some
feel like
ways,
we need that in men more, because I feel like men don't have a lot of those avenues. If you don't have a boys and girls club, you don't have Boy Scouts, and maybe not Boy Scouts a good example to what happened with they shit, but, you know, just different shit like that. What the meaning of it was supposed to mean.
Is it
You know what I'm
totally
saying?
different? I feel like I'm talking too much here, but I got another question for you. Is it
go
totally
ahead.
different because those are kids? If they're men, what do we have that's
But how do
equivalent
we
to going
raise
to
men?
those?
We gotta raise the kids, right? You can't have a man without a kid.
You're right. I'm just talking about who do men go to that works. For kids, I can go to my
Well, I think
counselor
the
or
answer is
whatever.
that men don't go to anybody just to complain, right? Women want somebody to hear them, and I totally agree. You're absolutely right about that. I was fucking like 27 or some shit before anybody told me that, and I was managing a branch. I had 6 female employees and a daughter and a crazy wife. Or no, I was younger than that. Then I was 25 because we were still married. Anyways, I didn't believe it at first. And that women just because I was talking to my mom told me that. I was talking to my mom about work and how my employees would just about some employee stuff, and she said, you know, a lot of times women just tell you their problems not so that you can fix them, but just to be heard. And I didn't fucking believe her at first.
100%.
I thought that was absurd. I went and bought a book and read the book before I realized men are from Mars, women are from Venus. I was like,
remember
this
that
is
book.
fucking wild. So, but yeah, you're absolutely right.
Most of the time, women already know how to resolve it. We're just dealing with the emotions, and expressing them with another person helps us feel heard and nurtured, so then we can go deal with this shit.
That's the biggest part of it. They want to feel heard.
Spike Lee had a part in the movie about that when it was that really long, hot summer. When his girlfriend, she wakes him up, asks for a cup of water. He gets up, go get the water, bring it to him. She said, "What are you doing with this?" He said, "You said you were thirsty." And she said, "I didn't want you to go get water for me. I wanted you to feel my thirst," and so on, so on. So he pours the water on her. At that time, I didn't get it. Later, like Flo says, I understood that she's trying to say that I just wanted to share the feeling with you. I didn't want you to solve my problem.
I want you to understand.
Know
me.
I don't like
man,
you,
I feel like
Sarah.
that was
want to
almost
have
a
to
parody.
understand my woman. I don't want to have to understand her, man. That sounds like a tall
Oh,
tree
but
to climb.
that's what she's looking for. Validation and understanding. That's the closeness. That's how you
cannot
form the
understand
bond.
a woman. That's not
That's
really
what
a
she
thing.
wants. That's what she needs.
I mean, you
A
can
woman
understand
can't
aspects
understand a
of her
woman.
feelings and stuff like that. I feel like, because men, we gotta honestly be real. Even though we don't vent a lot, we do have these same emotions, these
Hold on a
same
second.
insecurities and
Z, let me
doubts.
see you before I bring you back up. Sorry, go ahead. I just want to see Z. Let me see your camera on.
Yeah, but that was just what I wanted to say. Is that, you know what I'm saying? We can understand what women are feeling and stuff like that. It's just that we don't necessarily seek the validation and the nurturing and the caring. And once we get to a certain age, because as we get older, we realize that a lot of times a man's feelings is not mattered if he's not a provider. He's not doing something in order to be wanted there. You know what I'm saying? Like, men have to do something for a lot of
That's
times
what
to
I
be
think
valued.
hurts men so much, because a lot of the relationships I've been in, the man was so worried about making money so he could provide that he forgot to actually participate in the relationship, and I left.
But hey, listen, Sarah,
like, you can't focus on that. You got to balance. What's up, Scott?
There's an old joke that goes along the lines of a guy finds a bottle, like a genie in a bottle, and the genie in the bottle gives him a wish, says, "Hey, now that you've released me from the bottle, you can have anything you want." He goes, "Well, I've always wanted to go to Hawaii. Can you build me a bridge to Hawaii?" He goes, "Oh, Jesus, that's quite the ask. A bridge to Hawaii? I mean, is there anything else you would like? I mean, I'll give you anything. I mean, anything other than a bridge to Hawaii. I mean, that's geez. I mean," he goes, "Well, I'd like to understand women."
You want wood?
Him and says, "You want that bridge 2 lanes or 4 lanes?
Wood or metal, right?"
Yeah.
I recently had a talk with my son because he's a newlywed, and one of the things I told him is that it was okay not to try to fix a problem when his wife came and talked to him. Like the way the men, y'all, you were saying earlier, I'm not going to talk to somebody unless they can fix the problem. I think sometimes when men hear problems from women, y'all want to know how to fix it. And like Sarah said, majority of the time, we already know. We just need to, and that was something that I had to really, let him know, like, it's okay not to have to fix everything.
Yeah, tell him to shut up and listen. Learn the difference. That's what me and my girl was. She was like earlier today. She was like, "I'm sorry to be bitching." I was like, don't confuse the two. Bitching is complaining and all of that shit. You're venting. You're gonna do that shit. Now, if you keep bringing this shit up days later, now you're bitching. But that's why I'm being quiet. Continue.
That's
Go
a good
ahead,
way to put that, Joe. Venting is like releasing the energy that's trapped inside from the emotions so it doesn't suffocate us. Yeah, but whining is, that's
won't it go away on its own with the situation being resolved?
No, it will linger. And then it will just get worse and we explode. You need to let us vent or we will become a fucking bomb. Let us vent.
I just wonder, my only problem with that whole logic is that when it comes to women, sometimes I feel like how long do you have to vent before you actually go to the person that you're venting about? And
that depends on the person and their maturity level and the relationship that they're having with that person.
You don't get to come back to me and vent again about the same shit. You got to go to that person. I'm with my man on that shit.
Yeah, like especially like with my woman, it's a lot with work. Like this person at work, and I understand. Like sometimes you gotta just deal with certain people, man. And me, like I don't really too much like anybody I work with. You know what I'm saying? Like I could find something wrong with every single person I work with if I really just wanted to. But at the end of the day, I put on my smile. I say hey to everybody. You know what I'm saying? I literally do whatever I need to do to, you know what I'm saying, get through the fucking day. Because at the end of the day, it's not about me or me liking my job or caring about it's about me taking care of my family and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, like that is an important part, but that isn't the only part. So I try not to just linger on that too, but at the same time, that is one of the main things, especially in my situation that I got going on right now, because my woman doesn't really work right now. She's only going to school, so I gotta take care of everything. So I can't sit here and be emotional about, oh damn, this motherfucker, and this that get fired because I done argued with a motherfucker. I done said something. I done let my emotions get the best of me, because at the end of the day, when the bills don't get paid, we all out on the street because of my decision. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like
I want to follow Sarah's shit a little bit. If a guy was at home going to school and a woman was the provider, would that change the way we look at things?
No, I've been in that situation twice.
It would change me. I'm that guy you were talking about. It would it would change my thinking. My eyes are burning from smoking these fucking cigars.
Joe's the next one to fall asleep now.
Oh my God.
At least it doesn't change it for me. I cannot speak for all women.
I'll say like this, because me and my woman, it's been a point where like it was when my son was first born. You know, she had to sit out her time, but it got to a point where she was tired of, you know what I'm saying, not working. And she wanted to get back to in the working field, and she wanted to like go full fledged. And at the time, you know what I'm saying, I was in a transition between jobs. I had got to a point where I got emotional. Let's just say that I got emotional. I said some shit to my boss I probably shouldn't have, and got my ass fired. So she was like, "Yeah, why don't you just stay at home?" Ooh. And, you know, I did it, you know what I'm saying, for a little minute. You know what I'm saying? It lasted about 6 months. And I'm going to tell you one thing. That's why I feel like it's a hard thing for women when it comes to doing a providing thing. And then also, you know what I'm saying, because, like, when you're doing a providing thing, you start to see that you don't have a connection that the children have is with the person that's like literally always there. Like they have a stronger connection with that person. So me and my son started having a different kind of connection. Like at first, like this nigga would literally cry the whole time I'm there, like get me away from this dude. And literally by the end of it, like it was great. It was great, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I never, you know what I'm saying? I miss that to this day because me and my son, even though we have a great, you know what I'm saying, relationship, we don't have that same connection like we did. Like I could understand his baby talk and everything type shit.
Was there a flip side? Do you think your girl lost any respect for you at all?
No, I don't think she lost respect for me because this wasn't something that it was like impossible for me to go get another job. It was more of a decision we made together. But I do believe that at points she felt like she had the right to assert herself in situations that I felt like, hey, you wouldn't do this shit. You know what I'm saying? In other situations,
like she lost a little respect then.
Yeah,
no, I would lose no respect because at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? Like just because somebody try you don't mean that, like it's different if they
it's a permanent loss. I don't think you were saying it's a permanent loss. It sounds like a temporary setback, maybe though.
You might just say that if that's how you feel. I feel like that's just a natural thing. Like even me right now, it's the points where I be like, man, hush, you know I'm taking care of all this shit right now, and woo, and I ain't trying to hear this. And I can't just necessarily say that if we both working and we both taking care of ourselves.
If you had more respect for your wife, maybe you wouldn't say that shit.
No, it's just the truth of the matter, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a lot of shit because it's different. I mean, it's the way shit come out. Like depending on the situation, you don't understand the whole situation. I'm not trying to sit here and explain my whole life to you to let you understand where me and my woman dynamic go.
My girlfriend just hopped on the fucking phone with that shit. What?
Hey, let me read the super chat. That's been sitting up here for like an hour. The notion of twin flames and soul ties is only harmonic resonance between layers of emotional constipation. Inner stillness is what men look to in order to dissolve their emotional constipation. So,
That was dope. Said that shit.
Do you want us to respond to this or just
mostly? If you can, if you want. Mostly, I just wanted to.
Let me jump. Flow
read it.
State. Let me jump in on this one.
Oh, and one more thing before we go. Z, the eye candy. If whoever said that is still in the audience, when Z flicked on his camera before coming up here, he's shirtless, ladies.
Yeah, we're gonna keep the camera off on that one. What was I gonna say? I wanted to throw this out there about this topic between the what was it, like emotional venting things. I find that women have multiple needs, and the modern woman will often have multiple men to meet those needs.
Ooh.
So the man who she's basically giving all her emotional baggage to is typically not the man who she's giving that sexual energy to.
I am dying to hear from the women.
You're talking about younger
I think
women.
that depends on
Scott, I can't believe you're even still awake. Scott,
Yeah,
let the
I
ladies
hear you.
talk. Nobody wants to hear you fucking drone
let
on and
that-
on
let
and
that
on
young
for
and-
hours and
let
hours and
that
hours.
your bedtime.
Nobody needs to hear your tubby ass. Much love, Scott. It's all
Oh
love.
my God.
It's all
But yeah,
love, Scott.
I do want to hear the ladies, not Scott. I don't know why, Scott, you would pipe up the minute he says he wants to hear from the ladies, and then you jump in there.
I think that depends on the situation. If you're in a dating situation where it's still new, the guy she's venting to is her at best friend dude that's stuck in the friend zone, and she's trying to fuck this other guy.
God bless
That's
those
fresh.
dudes down
That's
there.
a fresh new relationship where she's not wanting to put her drama on this other dude. But a husband, if she's out there venting to another guy, that's an issue. That's a fucking issue. She should be talking to her husband, not some other dude, about her emotional problems.
What about a woman talking to another woman about her emotional problems?
Right, that's what I was thinking.
That's her best friend.
I'm just saying, as a man, if I were to, where I'm in my life, if I were to, let's say, have a younger cousin or a friend or a younger man that I was mentoring, I would encourage him to avoid situations where a woman is placing their emotions on to him, because I don't think it benefits him in any way. It only will benefit the woman.
To me. Sounds sound to me.
I don't even. Yeah, I don't
like some red pill type of shit, man. I ain't gonna lie.
What was that? I didn't hear you, Jalen.
I said that sound like some red pill. Like that sound like, you know what I'm saying, Andrew Tate. You know what I'm saying? All them type of shit.
Yeah,
It's a
I
little
mean, you can call it whatever you want, whether it's sound advice or not. You can either agree or disagree.
I think it's correct. Like and I think it hurts the relationship entirely, because like in my experience, I don't know how the fuck you want me to deal with this bullshit, right? Like if you get in a fight with your mom and you're telling me about it, am I supposed to have some sort of reaction? How long am I supposed to pretend like I want to hear? Like, what do we do with that?
Literally just sit there and be quiet and nod your head.
That's
like
what I
you're
do
listening.
now.
I
Like
agree.
occasionally say, "Yep, you're right."
Okay, well, I'm too proactive about problems, I guess, because that's never seemed like it's helped my relationship.
Listen,
Flow.
It works.
At me.
It works in my relationship. I do it that first time. I
1000%
let her
work.
vent, and I listen, and I stop what I'm doing. I engage. But during those peaceful times, she knows, because I've told her a million times, if you're still complaining about that same shit, now you're whining. What are we gonna do now? Man mode is gonna kick in. What is the solution? And don't no chick want to hear that. Your whining stops either way.
So the question then becomes, how long is it appropriate to sit there and head nod for? Because
it depends how close proximity you are. Do you live
I
with her?
think it's-
It depends on how big of an issue is it. Is it a
first
bullshit
day-
little thing where it's catty? You don't have to stay very long. If it's a real legit problem, like her mom fucking died, like hold
Like
the fucking
anything
woman
with her
and
best friend,
make
you
her
gotta suck
a
that
meal.
up. If
Bring her
it's
some
with-
ice cream. Feed
If
her.
it's with her friend, you'll get in trouble. Or a family member, you got to suck that up, bro, and let her vent. You'll get in trouble if you walk off on that shit. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I can agree with Joe on that. If it's like friends and shit, yeah, I'll say, yeah, listen. If it's some bullshit at work, bro, fuck that shit.
this is a piece of good advice right here, I think, from SH. My boss's husband asked her, "Do you want me to help or do you want me to listen?" I've started doing that too. It helps. That seems like actually a pretty good way to start that thing. Here's the other, and I'm trying to figure out how to say this without sounding like a douchebag, but like, I just don't want to encourage the bitching behavior. Like, I got things to do throughout the day and very few of them are like listening to you just complain. Right. So if it's something big,
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. You only get a few
I mean, you
times,
gotta take care of your piece too. Some people are more equipped to deal with others' baggage than others. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna sit there and say all men should just literally go this way or go that way, or all women should go this way or go that way. I think it all depends on the person. And if you know yourself enough to know, like, I'm not trying to hear all this shit past whatever this point is, don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Because all it does now you are creating baggage on your own damn self. So shit, and you know what I'm saying, that's gonna mean having a woman that's gonna be a little bit more tailored to our own emotions and shit to be able to deal with you and shit like that. So
all right, let's look at it this way.
Communication with her.
Yeah, let's look at it this way. All right, so everyone's kind of given the status quo answer of what I perceive as an indoctrinated idea of what a relationship is. Let's look at a more classic, traditional idea of humanity, more tribal. Okay, you would have the men typically doing men things, the women doing men things. All right, you would never see this. This wouldn't even be a conversation in those cultures. All right, now you could look at them as archaic. You could look at them as, outdated and barbaric. I just see them as a more natural state of man, right? So would you ever even have this conversation in a more traditional culture? Would a man be expected to sit there to be an emotional punching bag?
So
for
how
his
far
woman?
back do we need to go in order to get
I'm
back
not done, Jalen. You rap on about bullshit. Listen, I'll finish up and then you can go, dummy. So my point is this.
I pinched the nerve, huh?
Hold on, you're gonna interrupt
we've been
me
so
again?
good on this panel. Let's keep it nice and calm.
Z, don't call names. Just carry on. Go ahead.
All right. Hold on. I could just tell with this Jalen already.
He said, would
just
we
carry
be,
on.
What in other cultures would we even be considered putting up with being some emotional punching
Right,
bag?
and that's my point, Joe. And I'll land it there. Is if you really look at more traditional roles, you wouldn't see that. The woman wouldn't even do that. She would have women around her. She'd have her other women of the village or the community, sisters, mothers. Okay, they would deal with those things. This wouldn't even be a conversation. It's only in this modern culture where we're looking at the male-female dynamic in this way. I think it's dysfunctional, and I think it's actually bad for both the man and the woman.
What you guys think?
I don't know, man. I think that, you know what I'm saying, people have evolved and we've understood to the point that not everybody's the same. Not every man is the same man, bro. So how can you sit here and say that, oh yeah, we gotta have it this way back in tribal times or whatever, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
this is evolution. He is saying this is what we were.
I ain't even saying that this is evolution because I don't agree with all the bullshit either, bro. I don't agree with having to sit here and you know what I'm saying, go too extreme with the with this shit. Like, I don't have to sit here and listen to your bullshit for the whole day.
You don't
just
think
because
men can get pregnant?
What?
No, I don't think that shit, bro. I don't think that at all. But at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that shit, I do believe that there are avenues where men can be a little bit more vulnerable with their lady. You don't have to be vulnerable with the rest of society, but this is the partner that you choose.
Lady will lose respect for you. You better be careful with that shit. I don't care what she says.
I don't
If we bonded, then we
respect,
do
bro.
so well.
You know what I'm saying?
She will lose respect for your ass.
Yeah.
If you don't trust
I'm sure they come on the panel to take advice on relationships, but I get you, though. I feel you. That's how you feel.
I appreciate your opinion. Mine's just different. Ain't nothing to be mad at each other about.
No, we're not mad at all. I'm just saying that I just wouldn't take a relationship advice from nobody on the panel. You know what I'm saying?
I have no fucking idea what you're talking about. No, I don't know what you're saying. I've seen fucking some pretty bright motherfuckers on panels, doctors and shit, but because they're on the panel, I wouldn't take advice from them. No, I don't understand. No.
Yeah.
What he's saying is that he wouldn't consider you saying that he was disrespected. Like, he wouldn't take that serious because at the end of the day, you don't know him. You don't understand his relationship. That's what
Thank
he
you,
said.
yeah, thank you.
Well, if
I
like
didn't
that, I'd
elaborate
had
it
a
that
different
good either.
response.
I didn't elaborate it well to the brother. So
yes,
I don't mistaking you for being mad about that, bro. Like, I'm not the perfect grammar person, bro. I'm smart, but that don't mean I hear and talk well. Like, you know what I'm saying? Some people do, you know what I'm saying? But I express myself the way I do, bro. So it's just what it is, man. I'm in the country out here, bro. East Texas, baby.
That, I don't
In Texas, we take respect differently, and that's one thing that I have noticed on sitting on the panels is especially, I can't speak for anywhere else, but I know in Texas we don't look at respect the way you do. I brought this up again the other night with Flow State, and I said, how is it you can sit on a panel and be disrespected by somebody and then go back to that same panel a couple of days later? Because at the end of the day, you're not going to make a hoe out of me. And disrespecting me is making a hoe out of me. And that's just the world we come from. So in our minds, he's not being disrespected because his woman, because she's not making a hoe out of him. That's just a situation. That's just a marriage.
I mean, I think that I agreed with you mostly, didn't I?
With me?
Did I? Yeah. Cynthia.
I don't think so. I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Maybe I don't remember the conversation, but it was talking about, like, you were saying why you won't go back to Paul's. Wasn't that the conversation?
Right. Oh, yeah. You said that you understood it, felt like I was going to get set up, but it's more so on that respect thing. Like your name, especially on here, your name means something. Your word means something. Respect will open up doors that money can never do. Never.
Right.
And so
but
I think when you use the word respect, we view it on a different level.
Well, I think that there's much talking that's been had on this panel, bro. Ain't nobody spoke as eloquently or as intelligently as this woman has. So what am I supposed to sit here and not listen to this woman because she's a woman?
Well.
That's what that sounds like. This barbaric ass.
Jalen, what are you talking about, Jalen? What did you just say there?
With your bullshit, bro. I know what you
What did you just say? What did you say there, Jalen? Like,
guys,
what
listen,
projection was
can
that?
before fuck that. Cynthia, I think we're talking about two different types of respect here.
Exactly.
I said your woman loses respect for you. Anything other than that, if I didn't say.
Oh, Joe, this wasn't even talking. I wasn't
hold on. I wasn't saying anyone intended any disrespect. Certainly I didn't intend any disrespect. The only time I mentioned it was I said your woman will lose respect from you. And I disagree with you as far as if a person disrespects you, why would I go back, blah, blah, blah. I am the type of person that I must, a challenge is made, a puzzle is in front of me. I must find a way around this. Running is not an option. At the most, I'll catch you on another panel, but I'll have I might not go back to your room, but I will overcome this. Now I got to figure something out.
So you will continue to. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Going back to you saying something about her losing respect, but at the end of the day, staying home and taking care of your son. And when he was saying that he was able to bond with his son, like as a mother, when you see your husband, the father of your child, having that connection, that's way more respect. That just can't be. That just can't be swept at the leg because you ain't working right now, baby. You hard time. I'm gonna hold you down.
I'm not saying it's either or other. I'm not saying it's either or the other, but when she sits you holding that baby and all of that shit, but suddenly she feel like she can talk to you crazy when she had more respect for you. That didn't occur. The same way he said it happened to him, what she thought she could say, that's a lessening of respect.
Yeah, but that was that also depends on our dynamic, bro. Like I say, hold on right quick. Let me clarify for him right quick. Like, cause going into this relationship with my woman, you know what I'm saying? I've always had parts where we've challenged each other, you know what I'm saying, on different shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll sit here and tell her how I feel on anything, everything, and I done trained her up to the point because she wasn't necessarily a vocal person and none of that shit. Like, I kind of brought a lot of, you know what I'm saying, like aggressive, maybe even masculine traits or whatever out of it, because you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, I felt like, you know what I'm saying, like, you got to be a lot stronger, you know what I'm saying, in even the friend groups that she had and shit like that. Like, you got to be a lot stronger and more assertive. And that ended up backfiring. And I maybe in a way, I ain't going to even say it backfired. It just reflected back to me, you know what I'm saying? Because sometimes, you know what I'm saying, like, we'll take that just because we think we the man that we supposed to be and the man that we should be. Sometimes we not. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes people don't, you know what I'm saying, see that they not living up to what they can be, and you know what I'm saying, your woman do. And your woman point that shit out, and we'll be like, you know what I'm saying, like, you can't be telling me how to be a man. It ain't you telling you how to be a man. I'm seeing the potential that you not seeing. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like men should be able to accept that shit sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They don't mean that.
Free to tell me, whatever shortcomings she thinks I have, I try to stay on top of it. She knows I'm willing to take advice. In fact, I'm trying to head it off. If I ain't took her somewhere in 3-4 days, the clock is ticking in my head. I'm gonna catch shit, and she don't mind telling me. We got to go out. We got to go do something. You ain't gonna be sitting here working all day in this fucking room. She don't have a fucking problem telling me shit.
Sarah, go.
I don't have a problem listening.
You're up. You were saying something? Yeah.
I don't remember what the fuck it was. Joe, keep going.
I was about to.
Where do you take her when you take her out, Joe? What kind of things you
She
take her out?
likes nature. She's easy that way. Last 4 days ago or whatever. Tomorrow we're going to Denver because my 4 days are up. About 4 days ago, I took her to a park. They had a car show. They got a pond and skate park and all of that bullshit. She went live. She had a great time. I know she loves that nature. Any rock plateau, and this is Colorado. They're all over the place. We'll stop off and see any damn thing. She's easy to, in that way. And she's cheap. You can't talk her. When I take her place, you should get this, you should get that. You can't talk her into that shit.
You want to know my opinion on that? You think that's cheap, but that's a rare woman. That's hard to find. Is a woman that appreciates reality. All right, because everything that's man-made, somebody else's creation. You go out into reality.
Stop! Don't encourage these guys to fucking simp more. For real, Mick, tell that shit, motherfuckers.
Here comes our local red pill incel.
I want to make this girl.
Snafu's not an incel.
That's like encouraging the simp mode, dude.
You guys haven't been around long enough to know exactly what's up.
Look, there's a healthy level.
I know I could get laid, unlike you.
There's a healthy level of which is not together.
But I ain't gonna let them fucking tell me anymore. As a man, we ain't gonna listen to them tell us as men how to be men because they're not men. We don't tell them how to be women.
We're asking their opinions on certain topics. That's not.
I might tell a woman.
Oh no, this just got weirder.
If you want to satisfy a woman, you might want to ask her what satisfies her.
He doesn't want to. He wants
money,
to make
sex, and fucking power. That's what satisfies women. And
wrong.
attention. And
You're
attention.
dead wrong.
And attention.
Oh, snafu.
That might be that's your little girl.
One at a time. I'll start dropping you backstage.
Relationships with women. Most westernized women.
Snafu. Finish your thought, and then we're gonna let people take turns talking. But you, Snafu, when I'm trying to calm people down for a second and get some attention, don't finish your thought. Go ahead. Now the floor is yours, Snafu.
I have no clue what you just said.
Money, sex, power.
Finish, but don't finish. What the fuck did you just say?
Money, sex,
I said
power.
when I'm trying to quiet everybody down because everyone.
I meant
you just did it again.
Can I respond to Snafu's response?
Yeah, let me bring him back up. But I just want to make this clear. Snafu, I don't know if you're on a delay or what, or if you just are just being Snafu. But when I'm trying to quiet everybody down and regain some order. You keep talking and finish your thought. Don't finish the thought when I'm trying to get everybody to just shut the fuck up. Now the floor is yours again, Snafu.
I don't hate women. I love women. I have great relationships with them. But also as a man, men, especially here in the Western civilization, we have learned to simp and lose that masculinity. And women have lost what really truly being a woman is. Same with men in a way, but that's why you have men nowadays successful and not going to foreign countries finding women to marry because they do understand the morals, values, and beliefs of being a woman with a man. But the fact is most Western women are going to say, no, blah, blah, but the Me Too shit is fucking real. The fucking victimhood shit is real. Women have equal rights, right? So what are they bitching about for still now? And the fact is, men should start standing up for themselves. Men guarding their own waters, or men going their own way, does not mean we hate women. Does not mean we can't be in a relationship. It just means we're going to focus more on us instead of the woman. Like this guy, I'll let my woman tell me what the fuck. Okay, I'll listen to it, but come on, you the man. But again,
Bro, I never said I let my woman tell me a damn thing.
Even Z has his own thoughts on it,
Okay, let me go to Jalen and then Sarah, because Jalen just got kind of thrown at.
Yeah, first off, man, I ain't never say I let my woman tell me just to do some shit, bro. We've had disagreements where she might voice like, it's certain things you can only say when you're the breadwinner of a household. Most of the time, me and my woman relationship, we have both worked. You know what I'm saying? But there's been times where I probably did it more. And you know what I'm saying? Even she didn't work. Like right now, she's not working at all. So it's been those different type of scenarios. And like I said, in a point where she, you know what I'm saying, was making more money, she like almost in a joking way.
Let me ask you this:
let
him finish.
That I didn't take, you know what I'm saying, lightly, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I even had a voice, but I didn't sit there and just snap on my woman like, "Oh, bitch, how dare you sit here and try to question my manhood?" Blah 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 blah. Because it's not about that, bro. It's just about understanding, like when you are in, you know what I'm saying,
a few more years, and when you guys break up, you'll remember this conversation.
Snafu, stop
bro, I'm not
interrupting
getting
people.
taken care of right now. You know what I'm saying, bro? What are you talking about? I'm the breadwinner of my household. Like most times, I'm always the person that making the most money.
So again,
but
when you get tired, you will move on.
I don't know what that. All right, go ahead, bro. Anybody else?
Hold on. Snafu, there are too many fucking people on the panel right now to be interrupting. So just chill with that and wait till somebody's done. Wait till they take a break.
Let me jump in.
Did you have something else?
Sarah next.
It was Sarah next.
Everyone with this.
I wanted to respond to his comment that women only like money, sex, and power.
I was hoping
attention. Don't forget attention. Just like you do attention.
Snafu, I want to smile here.
Let her go.
Is that the women who like that are still a child? They are incredibly insecure and are looking for someone to take care of them. They're looking for daddy, okay? A real woman is not after those things. She is looking for a partner. She is looking for someone to challenge her, to help her grow and become better. She is not looking for you to pay her fucking bills. You are not her wallet.
Most are.
You are her companion.
Again, I don't say. When I talk mid-cal stuff, I want to say.
Hold on, you're just going to railroad everybody, Snafu.
No, listen, real quick.
No, I'm not going to let you, Snafu. Just let me go. Come on.
No, but I want to say not all women. Railroad. Not all.
We know you mean that, Snafu. We know you fucking mean that. I wanted to point this out. Everybody likes to point to their own circumstance, right? Let's look at things in the general, all right? Let's look at the state of marriage today, the state of relationships. Look at the divorce rate. Look at the broken homes, what it does to children, all right? Look what happens to men after divorce. Sarah wants to, basically paint a picture of equal partnership. But if you look at a marriage and you look at a divorce and you look at the outcomes post-divorce, you find it's anything but equal, all right?
No, I don't draw a conclusion so far.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is, if women often like to play the equal role when it benefits them, they'll play the other side real quick when that benefits them too. So they're the partner up until the point where it benefits them not to be the partner. Then they play the damsel in distress woman. Men do not get treated equally in family court as women, all right? We're in a situation now where the state of marriage, the institution of marriage, is completely broken. Nobody wants to address it. We all want to live in the fantasy. We're trying to equalize men and women. It doesn't match up to reality. I don't care what anybody's personal experience says, and I'll land it on this. I don't know how old I don't know how old Jalen is, but Jalen's in a marriage, and he's going to use his personal experience to try to speak coherently on this point. Let's look at the objective to have this conversation. Go ahead.
Let
me respond to it though.
I would like to say statistics speak for themselves.
I say something too.
Oh my God!
We
okay,
all do, but the go.
You have the power, Flo, to mute, so you.
I
can
know,
say
but I
it.
want Snafu to be here, and I don't want to keep reaching up and muting people. Z, if you don't care about people's individual statistics, can be manipulated. So if you don't trust people's individual experiences, why would you? Like, where are you speaking from? Why do you think that divorces are uneven?
Well, I mean, you can look at what happens to men. Who typically keeps the children? Who typically keeps the house? Who? Well, we can argue that. All right. Who typically moves on faster after divorce? Who typically in society is looked upon as the victim, and who's looked upon as the perpetrator, no matter what? All right. So we can argue whether or not the stats are accurate, but at least let's talk about the stats, about somebody's personal experience.
And here's another thing. I noticed, this is one thing I want to say, and I'll shut up. Bro. Let me say this, and I'll shut up because I triggered everyone. When I say this stuff, I say not all women. But what's funny is whenever we do talk about this and the subject does get brought up by a man, the women who are there are the first ones to say something. Okay, and I'm always attacking women. Not all, but they will all say the same thing you said, Sarah. You said what up, Cynthia? And I got both of you ladies. How many men have you railroaded through in your life? I'm just saying it.
Don't answer.
I'm just saying, like, I'll be real. Like, most of these guys wouldn't fucking say that to you women. I'll say it.
All right,
I've never been married.
But men, it's time for men to start standing up for themselves and being the men in the whole deal.
Snafu, your turn is over.
So I think one of the big core basics, one of the core issues that I'm kind of gathering from this conversation is that a lot of men, particularly in this realm, don't understand women. All women are different. And even when you say a woman only lets me know you don't understand women. And I'm not talking about women in the physical love. I'm talking about women.
That's a statement every man could probably agree with, Cynthia.
We don't want to hear your comment on every single thing that comes into your fucking brain. I want you to stay here. You brought up a good topic. Let people fucking finish their sentences without you chiming in like the peanut gallery. Cynthia, please continue.
And so I think that's a lot of issues, and that's just kind of off-putting when you come in that way. And being a man that would understand a woman, you would understand how to talk and how to engage in the conversation. It's completely a dance, and it's a vocal dance, and it's an attitude.
A lot of people say that a man will never understand a woman, Cynthia. You've heard that.
I'm not saying, but you understand the way to approach. If the woman has this type
of approach is a Me Too victim stance. Everything you say and do, Cynthia, it's Me Too victim.
Hey, excuse me. The issue here is women, every single one of them has their own fucking rule book. And if you try and box them in, you're the biggest fool that there is.
Big facts on that one right there. I will say that.
If you don't listen and listen more and listen fucking more, you're going to find your way out of being able to listen to them because they're going to start talking to someone else.
Ooh.
Okay, I think anybody watching this panel can tell that Sarah and I are completely two different people, even though we're both women.
There you go, Sarah.
And then but you would approach each one of us differently.
You're still women, two different people, but the only women.
I knew better.
But you would approach us differently, engage in conversation. You would know what Sarah. You would know that if Sarah was. I'm not saying you are this, okay, Sarah, but if she was timid and shy, you could tell by looking at her. If I engaged more in this type of topic, I could understand how to pull her out and make her, open up her flower. I don't know how to say it correctly.
Simple shit like that. far as what
Yeah,
motivates
like
you.
that
flower
versus
intel.
you would know how to approach me differently. And that's what I mean. I'm not saying understand our thoughts. I'm saying understand how a woman moves and how to move with her different characteristics, the different things that are important to her, the different things that really gets her fired up. And you would understand these things, engaging off of these type of things, you would understand more so, oh, this is that type of woman. And that's what I mean. Like
Listen, all right, let me say, listen, this is the real thing. This is why we can't understand women, because you guys all have a bit of crazy and it's all acceptable to you. So when you're crazy, you're still trying to explain to us like you are when you're sane, and you don't know it, that your logic is just fucking sane. So how the fuck you get mad at us for not understanding what you say when you're in that state too. Who can fucking understand that
the
shit?
trick here is men are looking so much at the surface that they need to look at like the subtext. They need to look below the surface, the meaning and the intentions, and what does it really mean?
Yeah, come on, Sarah. That's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. That's
I mean,
because that's really doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help men.
But it's
at
true.
all.
It's fact, though. You have to be able to read subtext.
Why is it when men finally are speaking up and you have MGTOW movements or just men just start to think for themselves, that's when you guys are like trying to say how like wrong it is? Because again, it's a huge thing.
There's nothing wrong with being logical.
Can I ask Sarah a question? Sarah, so you had mentioned something before. You said you were in a relationship. The man spent so much time working that he forgot to, I forget, I'm going to paraphrase, obviously, but maybe he wasn't addressing other elements within the relationship, and it led to the dissolution of the relationship. Yeah. Was that a correct character?
I was never the priority. I was always on the back burner.
But he was working. Was he working
Not
steadily?
always.
Was he providing?
What he called working was basically his hobbies and his entertainment and whatever. Like, he wasn't always making money.
Without
like
him,
his
you wouldn't have
ex-girlfriend wanted him to.
And he was the one covering it. And then
hold on, Snafu. I'm trying to, Snafu. You know I love you, but I'm trying to talk to Sarah.
I'm giving you an example here. Like he had told me he was going to tint my windows, and for 6 months I kept saying, "Okay, when are you going to do this?" And the weekend his ex-girlfriend asked him to do it, he did it that same fucking day. Like that shit was like,
listen,
what the
that is
fuck?
different from what you said earlier.
That's putting me on the back burner.
Hold on.
That's putting me not as a priority. But to him, he saw that as work. He called that work.
No, he didn't.
No, stop it.
No, I don't know. This sounds like your subterfuge here. This sounds like you're.
Damn it, Z. You got kind of using these words I got to look up.
He didn't have a traditional job. Okay, he didn't have a 9 to 5.
You knew he was talking to his ex.
No, he wasn't talking. He didn't.
This whole thing is red flag.
He wasn't doing that. Okay, he was not being anything. He just simply immediately did what he said he would do for her, but he didn't immediately make her
priority. Let me read the definition of subterfuge to anybody else who doesn't know, because I know I'm not the only one who doesn't know this word.
You are the only one who doesn't know. Yeah.
What's subterfuge? No, not you. Scott, what's subterfuge? He doesn't know. He's looking it up.
He's Googling.
It's deception used to achieve an end. Now carry on.
She's like she told him a need, and he didn't make it a priority.
Your story, Sarah, is so red flagged for a man. Period. There's probably reasons why he went and did what he did for the ex versus you.
He got paid for it. He still saw it as a job.
Okay, well,
he got paid for it. That is a job, Sarah. Yeah. He wasn't going to get paid.
That's why I said it's a job.
But you hold on. See how? Okay, so you're expressing. You just hold on.
You're blurring the worlds.
See what I said about subterfuge flow state? Because I picked up on it, and it fits here. Because here's the thing, because you just said, hold on, that he was working too much. And then when you tried to say, no, he wasn't working too much. He was doing other stuff that wasn't work. Hold on, Sarah.
He does
Like
not have
like
a
catering to
job.
his
Like, he literally is a hustler.
like catering to his
It's a job.
hold on.
It's a job.
Hold on,
But it's
Sarah.
still
You're
his
triggered. You're
girlfriend.
triggered, Sarah. You're triggered. Hold on.
You're not. No, you're
You
not.
look like a
turn to be rude, Sarah. No one
Sarah,
interrupts you like that
hold
except
on,
Snap.
Sarah. Don't get triggered. Now, you said when I said he worked, and I was trying to get to a point. You were saying no, it wasn't all work, like the time where he catered to his ex-girlfriend. But then you had to admit, no, he got paid for it, which makes it work. So it gets back to my thing, and I wanted to. So was this your husband, a boyfriend,
No,
a partner,
it's a boyfriend. We live together.
all right, so a boyfriend who lived together. So that's a little bit different than a husband. But your original statement was that he was working and he was not basically meeting your other needs, and that led to an issue with the relationship.
Now
right?
we know it was about another chick, though. That's what it was
Constantly
at.
put work above me.
Okay, but let me ask you a question, sir. What if it was the opposite? What if he wasn't working?
Question, so I don't lose my point.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. That particular instance was a stinger for me because I had been waiting 6 months. I didn't ask him to do this. He told me he would do this.
All right, so what does it
And would
matter then?
constantly tell me he would do this.
It shouldn't matter though.
And
We're like,
then
it
what
does
was it then?
matter.
So how does it matter if
because
you didn't
in
care?
the same day that his ex asked him, he did it for her. That's the problem. Regardless if he made money for it or not.
Is this kind of how you were with
you.
him? Maybe again, there's reasons. Maybe he did it for the ex versus the woman he was living in the house with, paying
Would
the
you have
bills
been
for.
mad if he did it
I'm
for
just
the
trying to, I'm not trying to be a
I
dick
don't-
here,
I can't
Sarah.
hear
I just said whenever men talk about this MGTOW stuff, the women start talking, and then you could talk to that woman and find out she is
Yeah,
exactly
you're
like
constantly
most
talking,
of
though,
them
and MGTOW's retarded.
nowadays.
Hey, Sarah, you didn't forget, though, that just by being a man, you leave shit undone around the house. And if anyone, male or female, offers to pay, you will do the same repair that you haven't done on your own car. That's just part of being a man.
Yeah, every
You shouldn't
carpenter's
have
house
to
is
throw the
He
unfinished.
made
woman shit
50
in there.
bucks. It was still a favor.
Would you have been as mad if it was just a stranger, a random customer?
He did it to strangers constantly. That was just the
No.
one that made me upset the most.
It wouldn't have flowed. She made a point to say in the past, I kept asking. No, of course not. Why would you even ask that? You know she was triggered because the man helped another woman.
Snafu, why are you assuming that she's lying?
He helped lots of
logic.
women. Okay. It was the fact that it was consistently, I was put on the back burner over and over and over. And
There
the
you go.
final
That's what I'm
flaw
getting to.
that really upset me was the ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding. That's all I
She's
wanted
still
to get to.
trying
Flo.
to do two words
Hold on,
here.
Snafu, you're assuming adversarial intentions with all the females. That's probably why you have adversarial relationships.
She said she was mad about the other girlfriend.
Had that only been one time occasion, it would not have been a big deal. It was the build-up to that that was the problem. That was
Sarah, no
the
one's gonna
straw
believe
on the
that.
camel's
No one's.
back.
No, that was not the straw. He's done it all these other times, and it was not such a problem that you had to snap. Hold on,
no,
let
it
me
was still a
finish.
problem
Let me
every
finish.
time.
Let me
Like I was
finish.
like, hey, why do you
Let me
keep putting them
finish.
above me?
Why do you keep cutting me off?
Because I don't feel heard.
Join the
You're not
club.
being heard. That's correct. You're
Now
not being
you're
heard.
acting me too-ish like fucking Cynthia did, dude.
What?
Snafu, will you
What did
stop
he
being
say?
such an angry incel for a second?
All right, I'll hug a buddy.
What? I didn't even hear him.
All right, this is the fucking Cupcake Clubhouse, man.
I'll cupcake it. All right.
Thank you.
Well, it just seems like this is an example. Like y'all want these answers, and when she tries to give them to you, the first second y'all hear something, you're like, ah! And,
No,
and
she actually went back on a few of them. We got to the root of.
I clarified.
Right.
Yeah,
you're making it hard for her.
Snafu, hold on, Snafu, you're changing the energy. And I just don't want to deal with.
And don't put us in with Snafu, Cynthia. We are not all
Snafu
doing
was
that. That's
putting us in with
Snafu that keeps
Snafu.
jumping
Okay.
and interrupting.
Well,
Don't know that.
it's men versus women here today on Family Feud. Okay,
Yeah,
so y'all got to take
We're
that one
just
for the
trying to
team.
hold Sarah
Sorry.
accountable.
Y'all
To
gotta
me, it
take that
seems
for the
like
team.
she was trying to have it two different ways. It seems like alone, it happened so many times, and then the straw that broke the camel's back just happened to be with a chick, ex-girlfriend or whatever. I don't care what come out of you. I'm sorry, I'm not done. I'm sorry, I'm
Okay,
not
I'm
done.
sorry, Joe.
Damn
Keep
it,
going.
Thank
man.
you. I don't care what come out of your mouth after that. I'm gonna assume that your emotions have creeped in, and it was that woman. That is how women are. And when you're feeling that, you still try to reason up out of it at us and expect us to believe it. This is why we can't understand women. You're being insincere, in my opinion.
Okay, can I explain now?
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay. He made me a promise, and he never fulfilled that promise. And every time he had the time to do it, he would let someone else come in and take that time over me. Whether it was a buddy, whether it was a family member or a friend or anything, I was always put last.
Right.
I was not at the top of the priority list. Whether he was making money or not money, it didn't matter. Okay. I was always at the bottom of the priority list.
All right. So don't tell us it was work. You will mislead
very
us.
long time.
So Sarah, was that just about the
I
tin?
got super upset when the very thing I've been waiting for him to fulfill, that promise that he told me that I didn't even ask him for, that he offered, but has never come to fruition, he fulfills for his ex-girlfriend.
All right, Sarah, let me ask you, what about
That's
other
like
stuff?
a dagger.
Sarah, what about, okay, so that's the tint. We get it. But what about like other things? Was he doing other things for you?
No,
like
I
other
took care of
roles?
literally everything else in the house, and I was working.
All right, so it's not just about the tin. It kind of seems like it was more about other stuff. I get what you're saying.
I was always on the back burner while he was working.
But here's the thing, though.
His definition of working, because he did not have a traditional job.
All right, but a lot of people don't. But here's what I see. Again, I'll just talk in generalities. I wasn't there in your relationship, so I don't know. But what I find often is what happens with many women is that they become unhappy, right? They'll become unhappy with themselves in the relationship or whatever reason. And then they'll just find an issue. All right. They'll pick an issue to either complain about or highlight, but it's really not about that. It tends to be about the woman's personal issues that she then starts to project on the guy. And it often puts the man in a no-win situation, because then it's either he's working too much or he's not working enough. And then a guy gets into this position where he's trying to make the woman happy, but he can't make her happy. I didn't say you. I didn't say you. Remember, the first thing I said was I'm going to take it off you and speak in generalities. It's the first thing I said. I find that. And then what happens is it's only after the relationship, often the woman will have clarity years later and say, oh, it really was me. He was kind of a good guy, and I let it go.
It was the opposite. He had clarity and realized how much I did for him, and he didn't value and appreciate it. It was the opposite, because he was trying to get me to come back.
Sarah, center for 200.
You know what? I see you getting choked up about this.
Center for 200, snafu.
Hey, no, I see you getting choked up about this, and I don't want you to get choked up about this. It's a good.
Scott, what do you got?
Woman, how I hear her story, and it's going to be different from a man. Because when I listened to it, I heard that the first two things that really upset her was the promise he made wasn't kept, and he didn't make time for her. Those are the two things that he has control over, and he had the power to change that and do that. And instead of that, he made that a low priority, which chipped away as she stated.
Snafu, shut the fuck up for a minute.
And then
there's a guy with no bitches.
Just so happens to be that one particular female was the straw that broke the camel's back. But again, it all boiled down to the promise he made and the lack of time he made. And those are both of the things that the man could have controlled. So instead of saying, You're welcome. Instead of saying, well, I noticed the women and that, and this is what I'm saying. Men don't know how to listen to women.
Hello, may I say something?
Here's the issue. And Sam, Snafu, please.
Snafu goes after Scott. Scott, then Snafu, and then check back with me. We'll take it from there.
Z's up after that. I think he was trying to talk.
Okay, then Z.
The issue is you guys act like you fucking know women. Snafu, you have no idea my history. You're actually brain dead if you think you've been with more women or you had some fucking genius moment with one. I doubt it. The truth behind this is, like I said earlier, women all have their own playbook. And with that playbook, they have an edit button they can choose to use at will.
My turn?
No,
My
it's
turn?
not. No,
Scott?
it's not.
Okay.
Okay, keep simping. Go ahead.
You
Keep
shut
simping.
the fuck up. This is common knowledge. If you had a brain, if you only had a brain.
Scott, but you gotta use your time not to just like sit there and shit talking while you've got the floor.
I'm not trying to shit talk.
Okay.
I'm trying to make a point. I mean, he's been talking over everybody for the last hour. So
Now you're talking more. Keep good to the point, sir.
I'm gonna kick you both.
If you want to understand a woman, it is real simple. What they're saying is true. Is they want you to listen to them. Most of the clues are right there in them fucking talking.
I'm after Z.
Most of the clues. Once you get it that they're going to sell out to you as long as you listen, then you're better off listening and continuing to listen. And like I think that was brilliant advice.
My turn?
You want me to solve things or
almost see?
You want me to solve things or do you want me to listen? That's a great fucking approach. So
okay, Snafu, thank you for waiting.
I'm gonna make it very simple. I agree with you, Scott. When I said women want attention, men have learned that that's a very true statement. Even Sarah here has given, I said there's red flags to it, and she's an honest woman, so she kind of told the truth, with us having to, get it out of her. The point is men are starting to think for themselves, and they're starting to look at society and what they have molded into what it is. That's why you're seeing men in the Western go find women for wives in other countries, because the women haven't been degraded upon programming and so to speak. Same with men here, but the fact that women are slaves. It's funny because the women pop up, but then you get guys like Scott who says we got to Sam. No, Scott, I agree with you. Women want you to give them 100%. Yeah, attention. What did I say? They all want. From the beginning, men have started to realize this, and they're playing the game. They're playing the game. The women have been playing for millennia.
Nowhere in there did I say
they don't like it. I'll be quiet.
I said fulfill a promise and make me a priority.
Z's turn.
Oh, Z.
Yeah, I just wanted to say hi to John Thomas. That's all. I haven't seen him in a while.
Oh, yeah.
And P.S. just John, it's good to see you. Last time I talked to you, this kind of was the conversation we were talking about. With your marriage and stuff. I mean, I don't want to drudge stuff up, but I know you went through a rough time, homie. Is that why you came up here? Just saying.
All right, I wanted to say,
John, I'll let you introduce yourself if it's going to be. If we're going to get into your story, we got to let Joe go before that.
I'm not trying to trigger or say I hate women or any of this stuff. Like, it's a good, like for real.
That food's crazy, man.
He's nuts.
Unbelievable.
I just wanted to say I agree with Z that the law goes to strictly forbid women to try to be our equals or our competitors. But I also I want to disagree with Cynthia respectfully. I don't think that we're ganging up on the women. I think that we should be focusing on their daddies.
Hold that thought?
Yeah, that's
sorry. You jumped in order, so let me go to Joe and then Sarah, and then you can bring up your thing.
Because you got to start off a lot of conversations. I thought you were just going to give your greetings.
Yeah.
I would disagree with. I think that was Scott talking that you must understand women and all of that shit. And I'll give you my line of logic why. And it's mostly because of what the women have been saying all night. They're more emotional. If they didn't use that word, that's what it is. Women are more emotional, whether they're in tune to it, whatever it is, they're more emotional. And when you're emotional, you make bad decisions, which means just scientifically, they're going to make bad decisions and being unaware of it. If you let a motherfucker talk you into some shit where they're making bad decisions because they're emotional, You're a simp.
You're
You will
upset.
not understand women because they don't make any sense. That's
I
sure
never
fucking
said
thing.
you're gonna understand them. I said you're gonna listen to them. I said the fucking
Scott.
hardest thing to do
Scott.
is gonna be understand them. They
Okay.
all have
Chill,
their own
Scott.
playbook.
All right. I didn't know that's what you
After I see you flashing, I'm not bringing you back up. Sarah.
You literally got it wrong, Joe.
Okay. Women want quality time. We don't need all of your time. Quality. We want to be a priority. Okay? So quality time, priority, and do what you say. Say what you do, or whatever. Mean what you say and do what you say, or whatever the fucking saying is. Okay? So he broke a promise. He put another woman above me, and we never had quality time. Simple.
Let's be honest. It was the middle one. He put another woman above you. That's 98% of it.
That was that was after months and months and months and months of all the other shit. That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Look, if that happened and the relationship was good, it wouldn't have been that big a deal.
The
Might have been an
relationship
annoyance.
wasn't good. I felt not appreciated the entire time.
Right.
Had I been appreciated, him helping his
sense,
girlfriend to put tint wouldn't have been a big deal.
I totally agree with her and understand what she's saying. I don't know why everybody is having such a hard time like believing that.
I didn't understand it till you just said that. It just became clear when you said, had your shit been healthy, that I believe now that tent wouldn't have triggered her off. So she did have other issues. Yeah.
Moving right along, let's go back to when you wanted Z to come up because there was something about cunnilingus, I think.
Well, first we're going to John Thomas.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I want to say what's wrong with our women is all their daddies are cucks.
My dad was a great man. My dad was great, and he's still married to my mother after like 50 years.
Let me ask you this.
I wish you had said this at the beginning of the stream. I would have changed the title to it.
Why would you say that?
Did either of your daddies let you date boys and have sex while you were still living in his house?
Yeah.
No, my father, in fact, yelled at me when we accidentally fell asleep on a couch together, and he said, "That's not appropriate."
If he would let the boy in his house, means he's a cuck. If he would let him in.
I heard Cynthia say, yeah, I think.
I mean, I snuck around and did it. I'm not going to
well, see, he's cucked out. Cynthia. That's his problem. And what that
we
does,
bet you did, Cynthia. We bet you did.
But listen, like, how could
any man that lets a woman under his roof.
How do you process step into a person that you don't know and judge their father? Like that's the issue that I have is y'all make these general broad statements and it sounds like it comes from a place of y'all's problem, not ours. But you're trying to make it about our fathers, our mothers, our dogs, our cats. And it's not true. If you recognize it in us, or if you say, hey, I've noticed with women XYZ.
That's his fault, Cynthia. He let you run around. Did he let you run around and do whatever?
Maybe he let Mama run the house and he let
that.
Mama make
There
the
we
calls
go.
and Mama let her run around.
There we go. That's.
Oh my God! I see why. Like y'all are tell me about my
dad. Hey, there ain't no responsibility in the kid making their own decisions. Like kids ain't gonna make their own decisions that go against their parents. That like they don't never happen.
Right.
Jalen, I don't hate him while boy.
He didn't find out and kick me out. He didn't find out and say, "Get the fuck out, bitch, you whore." He talked to me about it, but he understood that at the end of the day, I'm still a child. I'm still growing. I'm still finding my way. I don't mean a child like I was 12 years old. I was a teenager. I was in high school. And he understood the needs. Like, why is it so hard for y'all to understand? Like, it's okay. It's okay to let them be who they are. Like,
you let a boy date a girl at same age, and she is going to dominate his ass. And he's going to imitate her.
No.
That's
Like,
so what kind of shit? Hold on, bro.
What the hell?
You really for real, bro? You for real?
I'm for real. Kids don't run shit unless you want.
He's for real, Jalen. Trust me, he's for real, dude.
He is for real.
So you telling me that you wouldn't date? You don't date people your own age?
I would never let my boy date a girl his same age. Never, because he'll start acting just like her. You watch him.
The fuck?
But if you raised your man to be a man, why would he act
Hold
like
on.
this?
If you co-sign this, Z, you co-sign this, Z?
Say again.
I don't co-sign any of this.
Do you
Now,
co-sign that Z? Z, dude, Z. I don't
Oh,
see
yeah,
the.
Z.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Huh? What'd you
I'm
say,
talking
John?
to Z.
With what he's
Do you
saying, Z.
co-sign what he's saying? Do you say? Do you agree with him?
Yeah, he agrees with me.
No,
just
Y'all
All right, yeah,
agree
y'all,
with each
y'all,
other.
yeah, y'all agree with this. My bad, bro. Somebody else.
You and
Okay.
him, y'all have the same opinion when it comes to this subject matter, right?
Hold on. Who? Me? Or nobody should have the
We're
same
letting
opinion as John
kids
on
run
this.
shit.
Wait. I don't know. I'm still
Nobody's
about to
having an
give dude
opinion with
some
this John
backup
and
when
Z
you
guy, bro. I
guys
don't know what's
slow
going
down.
on
I'm
here.
about to give John some backup here. At
When I
least
see
I
him
can see
scampering around, don't
I
know
can
which
see
one it makes me want to vomit.
I can
Hold
see
on.
a line of logic in what John is saying. I've heard
Where
women.
is the line of logic between
I'm about
your
to give
dad?
it to you. If you'd have just paused for 2 seconds, I hear that. Well, maybe I heard something else different from you. Dating a younger a person of the same age. I hear women mature faster. Perhaps John is simply saying something like, "I would prefer him to date a woman a couple years
Because he'll
younger."
start acting like her.
No, he wants
Now,
him to date younger, older.
John, if the boy is dating a girl his own age and he starts acting like her, that you could blame the dad for.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I blame her
I agree
daddy.
with that.
I
Yeah, I
blame
agree with that.
myself and her daddy. Both of me and her daddy. I blame us both.
Yeah,
If your
yeah.
son
Your
starts
son
acting
did
like
that?
a girl
Your son did
because it's his girlfriend, you raised him
Look at him,
wrong.
Flo. Look
His
at him.
son-
They're
John,
all
your son
acting
did
like
that?
girls. What are you talking about?
All right, hold on. Let me jump in. Sorry. As far as John, let's listen to what John's saying. Let's look at biology in a real way. Let's take away our indoctrination. Let's take away the culture. When a woman turns 16, 17, and 18, in reality, she is at her peak in terms of her attractiveness and her value to a man. Hold on, Scott.
Let him finish his thought.
Shut the fuck up, Scott.
What age again? What age?
Hold
Let him
on.
finish.
When a woman reaches the ages of 16, 17, and 18, and yes, the age of consent is 16 in the majority of the U.S. states, Cynthia. So don't give me any shit on this.
No, I'm not.
My point. Hold on, Jalen. My point is, a woman is at her most valuable to a man. Now, the opposite, it's different for the other way around. A man is not at his most valuable until he has established himself, okay, socially, financially, physically, and otherwise, and it usually happens in his mid-30s to early 40s. What John Thomas, hold on, what John Thomas is saying holds up biologically, and everybody wants to ignore biology, okay?
You better have things to keep saying because I just backstaged everybody. Are you done now?
You know I never shut the fuck up.
I know. I want you to get this thought out before everybody starts doing the thing so if that's the whole thought, then I'll bring him back up. But if it's not, then get it all out.
I'll just get basically what I'm trying to say is if you look at it look, we have this whole construct of society that's going to tell us about equal men and women and this, that, and the other thing. But the reality is a man finds the most value from a younger woman in her sexual and reproductive prime. A woman finds the most value in a man who has status, the ability to provide resources, and usually some type of physicality. A man has to build himself into a position where he is at his most valuable, and a woman, when she turns a certain age, just is. A man does not value a woman for her education. A man does not value a woman for anything more. I'm not saying it's her only value, but her prime value to a man in terms of a relationship is her youth and her sexual productivity. So people want to just disregard what John Thomas says. But if you look at biology, if you look at the course of human history, that's what you find. I'll land it there.
I'm not sure that John was talking about the big age gap you're talking about. I think he was just talking about your kids dating.
Regardless,
but I would love to hear one of the women's opinion on what he said, that a woman's prime is young, man's prime is old. You guys date before a guy who's established, and we
Sarah
date
then
for,
Cynthia.
Okay. I personally think that if men wait to, men mature much later than women do. So I can understand his thinking of dating a woman of the same age, because she's already much more mature than him. So I can see how she can take the situation and own a man and he'll emulate her. Okay. I can get on board with that thought processing. However, if a man dates a younger woman, she cannot challenge him to become the best version of himself.
Interesting.
He should be with a woman of his own age so she can turn him into the man he wants to become, and they grow together. Rather than waiting till he's fucking 40 to become the man he should have been at 25.
Does she have an argument?
Well, what does an older
she have
woman
an
have to
argument?
bring to a table, really, to a man? Like, that's the cool question.
Let her
do
answer,
older
stop.
women have
Let
to
her
bring to a
answer. Let
table
her
than the
answer.
young? No, Z and him are right. Women
No, it
on a
was
younger
Sarah.
You're
version.
gonna go on for
Yes,
20
snafu.
minutes.
No,
Let
women
her
are
answer.
valuable more at younger age. That's why men.
Yeah,
He
let
Can
her
I
doesn't
answer.
chime
You're
in,
gonna
Kenny?
go on.
Can I chime in a little bit real quick, man? Because I kind of
Cynthia, do you want to
disagree
go?
with
I said
almost.
Cynthia was next. Cynthia, do you want to go
Oh, go
or
ahead.
let him
Go
go?
ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. I definitely agree with a lot with what Sarah's saying, but I come at it from a different point of view. And is that what I took away from Z's conversation is that our definition of value isn't the same. And if you think that men value women just so they can hunch on them, like I'm pretty sure men, especially older now, don't want someone they can just hunch on. They need someone that
Yeah, I don't think I could even deal with a younger woman. Her hair would
Jalen?
not be on.
like there's a certain
It
type
get
of
annoying when you get bored with her.
These
Yeah.
younger
there's a
women,
certain
Joe.
type
You're
of
talking about
balance.
these younger women. It
Jalen,
wasn't always like this.
That was dope,
Now, let me
Johnny.
It's always
finish.
like this.
Jeez, y'all
All right, let her finish.
can't
Then
even
Jalen's
have
going. Look,
conversations.
I'm gonna be. Hey, hold on. I'm gonna be kind of because this is a topic that everybody wants to talk at the same time about. So I'm gonna
Right.
be extra tight right now. Snafu, I see you flashing. You're chilling down there.
Yeah, man. My point
Hold
is,
on,
I just feel like
let Cynthia finish, and then it's
No,
to you.
that was it. Whatever. Y'all proved my
Okay.
point.
you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna speak on fact for all men because I feel like that's something we can't do, and that's something that I feel like is being done here. Like, as far as all men value this, and this is how life should be. This is our primal instinct. I don't know about all that, bro. It just seems like a lot of mumbo jumbo being said. I feel like
Agreed,
everybody
man.
has their
Agreed.
own, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Niches and needs and whatever, and everybody can exercise that to their own degree, but I don't think a woman's value comes at just, you know what I'm saying, her being sexually productive, you know what I'm saying, or something like that. So I mean, maybe I'm that one outlier and everybody else is on train with homeboy over here. But that's cool. I just think that, you know what I'm saying, it comes a lot of value
wait
with a
till the
woman
jury's
maturing
out.
herself. And I feel like, hold on. You know what I'm saying?
Thank
And I
you,
feel like,
Jalen.
number one, men don't mature slower than, you know what I'm saying, women or some shit like that, bro. It's just different things that women are constructed into, you know what I'm saying, having to learn and do that are more adult, you know what I'm saying? And it's really putting them in something that they shouldn't be having to do. They should still be in a kid's place, honestly. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be teaching your girls just to be housekeepers and shit like that, bro. That's some goofy shit, bro. I don't care what nobody say. Yeah, everybody should know how to housekeep and everybody should know how to cook. And everybody should know how to, you know what I'm saying, take care and wash their own ass and shit, bro. Like,
And
should
I'm
nobody
marrying
be
you,
having to
Jalen.
huh?
Say Kessie's looking
You're
for
speaking
her.
my language. Thank you, Jalen. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Is like being
Jay.
doing house chores is not women work, bro. That's basic household needs that need to be fucking done, bro. So you know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, everybody should know how to do that shit, bro. Should nobody be needing a woman to do anything for them, or a woman needing a man to do anything for them. It should be some type of like companionship, something outside of a need. You know what I'm saying? Because if
What
you need
about
a
a
person
house
to meet your needs.
Preach.
I
But if
think
it's a house girl, man, a
It
woman
sound like
out
it sound like people want dependence, and I don't need no dependent, bro. I need somebody that can handle their own shit if it comes
Jay,
down
at
to it.
some
Bro.
time you got to stop. All right.
Oh, but he's so right.
It's
I
coming from
fucking
you, bro.
love you,
You talk a
Jalen.
lot,
I
bro.
fucking love you.
All right. No, in fact, I've been extremely quiet, letting everybody talk.
He has been, Joe.
Yeah.
If a burglar is woman's
Joe, then John, then
I was
back
just
to me.
gonna say, I think
Snafu, stop trying to give me a seizure.
I think that you immediately you said y'all. You threw all of us in there with assuming we believe what John believes, and I think we're all getting a little piece of that. You didn't give us a chance to tell us what we believe. I think I intimated toward where I was going when I said that I couldn't fuck with a young girl because she's an airhead. So obviously, I appreciate things that a more mature, seasoned woman has to offer. That will give you a direction. I don't have to go on and on.
Were you saying that I said y'all?
You said y'all a lot, yeah.
I also said directed to homeboy in particular, you know what I'm saying, Z. And you know what I'm saying, if I had to say his name again, I guess I could keep saying that to make sure that in particular who I'm talking to. But Joe, I'm not, you know what I'm saying, talking at you at all, bro. And I don't know why. I think I said that earlier. I think I said that earlier that Joe, yeah, I wasn't trying to, you know what I'm saying, direct anything towards you earlier. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
All right, I'm at.
Yeah.
If that
Z, do you want to respond?
the boy
Or do you want
will
to go
have
to John?
Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead, John.
It's my experience. You let them young boys get at the young girls, and they're either going to be dominated or they're going to become a sociopath to cope.
It got worse. It got worse somehow.
They have to. There's no choice. I mean, 15 is 12 for a boy. I mean, 16, 17, 18. He may
Is
as
this
well
really
be
Seth MacFarlane or something? Hold on, man, because you sound like Cleveland, bro.
No, what's
25
happening?
is 15.
What's happening with a lot of these young girls these days is they're getting on OnlyFans. They're getting money for shit. The guys are honestly, guys don't have the standing that they did when girls can just make money by putting themselves out there, and more
Most
and more
of them don't make that much money. Most chicks on OnlyFans make I don't remember the exact math, but it's an equivalent of less money per hour than you'd make at McDonald's.
Somebody Google that shit.
Once they step that, once they cross that line of selling their dignity, it's not hard for you to imagine other lines start getting crossed.
Well, I mean, that's correct. That's why I felt it was important to point out that you're fucking wrong about how women are making money, because there's not very much money in that. But once you sell your dignity, you've sold your dignity.
Can someone Google it?
The steps are easier to fall in line.
But I mean, also, you know what I'm saying, that's a reflection of the people who consume the product as well, because you know what I'm saying, they wouldn't have an avenue for that if men wasn't thirsting over the, you know what I'm saying, a little bit of, you know what I'm saying, cleavage or some, you know what I'm saying, ass or some shit like that all the
what
time.
my man talking about. Yeah, I lean toward that. Yes, put the blame on us. Yes.
I mean, I do think though that it is worse for men. I think the OnlyFans phenomenon has been worse on men who don't ever learn, like that sex drive is then just getting converted into nothingness on the computer. They're not having to figure out how the fuck to talk to girls. They're getting to dwell in their own sort of insecurity because they still get to jerk off and watch all that shit. Before you had porn everywhere, you had to you had a reason to sack the fuck up and risk rejection.
What about the other side of the coin, where the woman used to have to give a man more consideration, when now she's got a million simps on fucking social media where she thinks she's a goddess and she's not going to talk to Jack who works down the street anymore.
I think that they're getting
you want.
Yeah, and I think that
you don't want.
Most of those women, I don't believe that they want what you just described. I think that they are mistaken into thinking they'll either find love somehow this way, or will still be able to find love after everybody and their best friend has watched her getting gangbanged. You know,
certainly the latter. They believe that nonsense.
Can I ask the panel this? Are we more a man today than our ancestors, or less?
Less,
but that doesn't convert into the point you're trying to make.
Yeah, well,
But are we not also living in more of a comfortable time? Like, we gotta think about what they did. You know what I'm saying? The people who were before us built, innovated certain shit to make it a certain way for the kids, but because everybody wants their kids to have it better than they did. So we also a victim of our own ideologies and shit like that,
Exactly,
bro.
Jalen, you're making my point, brother.
Been killing all night.
You're making my point for me. The reason we're less of a man today is because of our ideologies. In the old days, if I
But
had
that's
a
the old
boy,
day ideology. What you talking about, bro?
you're not. You don't hear the old days ideology. You're about running around and fucking with little, watch them prance around and shit. In the old days, you would get the boy.
What the hell, man?
You'd
Go
get
ahead,
the
bro.
boy. Listen, you'd get the boy a "What's up, Cynthia" to take care of him for a little while till he's old enough to finally get it. and then listen.
Z, did he just do it again?
As soon as your daughter came into puberty, you'd find your best friend and you'd marry her off. That's what our ancestors did. None of this shit.
No, they didn't.
Hell yes.
Married someone that was good.
That's why I'm not no. You just called your ancestor a pervert, Jalen.
To survive. It was
No, I ain't
not
call my
someone they
ancestors no
loved.
type of shit, bro. You ain't speak for me.
You got more
You talking about
than
your
I
ancestors,
have.
bro.
Put some money on it that they wasn't like that.
Let Sarah go.
You talking about your ancestors, bro.
And I'm talking about yours, brother. Yours probably was
No, you're not
worse than
talking about
mine.
mine, brother. You don't know my brother. You don't know
yours was
nothing
probably
about me,
worse
bro.
than mine.
You're not my brother. Don't call me brother.
Okay, homeboy. Homeboy. Homeboy then.
Religion or an Amish background. Where do you come from, John Thomas?
He comes from a religious background. He's a biblical guy. He's straight up biblical.
Is it Mormon? Because it seems like it's Amish or Mormon or something from that.
Are we gonna argue that?
I apologize for
women,
my outburst.
Well, also Moses
Very
said he
good.
know that.
Are we
I followed
gonna
the murderer.
Are we gonna argue that women would be an old maid by 30 or something back in the old days? If that's all he's saying, we wouldn't argue that, right?
That would be a true statement, yes.
That type of shit, we wouldn't argue that.
That's
I'm
who
a fucking old fart right now.
That's who would make the boy a man. That's who's going to make the boy a man.
In general, back in the day. Excuse
I
me,
was being generous with 30. I was being generous. The real age you'd have consider old age, old maid is a lot younger.
35. When you're 35, it is actually very difficult for women to have children. That's when the doctor
nature tells you that. They
yeah,
call
nature
it,
says, hey, nature told me at 29, hey, your clock is up.
A geriatric
when
pregnancy
you say a
after
man's
35.
not ready till he's 40, like fuck, I was 29 when nature said, hey, your time's up. Like, boys need to catch the fuck up.
Oh, come on, Sarah. That's not. Look, here's the deal, guys.
No, that's true. My biological clock stopped ticking at 29.
That's different
Okay.
than most.
There's unpleasant realities due just to the biology of life that go against our modern sensibilities. We have to realize the modern conception of relationship was propagandized, indoctrinated, and conditioned through rom-coms, movies, Hollywood, and forever social engineering reasons they had.
He's got an argument.
We have to look at things as they are, not like we want them to be.
For a white knight. I was looking for a dude to be my best fucking friend.
What did you mean, Sarah, about the 29 thing?
Shit.
I didn't kind of understand what you meant about the 29 thing.
Women have a biological clock that says, hey, you have to have a baby now or you ain't going to have a baby.
Right.
And I think that is a great point.
So did you have one at 29? Is that what I'm just confused?
No, I have no children.
And you're 29 now?
I'm fucking 39.
She reached menopause.
So she's upset. So here's my point. Now, see, I don't want to rub this in, but like,
you
hold
are
on.
missing the point.
I am missing it too.
Back in the day, people had kids at fucking 16. We still have 40-year-old men acting like 12-year-olds. Men need to grow the fuck up.
I think that you guys are kind of making the same point in a way.
Yes, today, modern society, modern day men right now have been indoctrinated to do this bullshit where they fucking plant their seed all around and they fuck around for fucking a decade trying to figure out what they're gonna do and make their fucking money.
Men been doing since the beginning of society.
No. See, Sarah, you don't you don't want to look at your expectations. Sarah doesn't want to look at her own expectations. She doesn't want to look at it. She wants to blame men.
No, be honest.
I'm going.
Be
After
loyal
you finish this
and
sentence.
do what you say. That is not high expectations.
Okay, I agree sort of with both of you, but both of you are in conflict, in opposition to each other. The problem, and actually none of you are, it's just other sides of the same coin.
Right on.
Because women and men are both fucking around for so long, whether it's at school or at building your career or whatever, or at, just being children, that people's clocks are ticking, and by the time that they want to have kids or are ready to, it's too late. I do agree that it would be beneficial to society, to everybody, if we stopped delaying the age of adulthood. Like, you have to be 21 to buy cigarettes now, and you can be on your parents' insurance for the rest of your fucking life, basically. I think that we need to reverse that trend, but I don't agree in the extreme with John Thomas, for instance, that you should have a grown-ass middle-aged man with a young, barely teenager girl. I think at some point you can only relate to somebody who's similar in age to you, and if you get out of that age bracket and go too much younger, now it says something about you. And why do you need somebody who cannot see things on your level?
Like you want to control her or something.
Thank you, Flo.
The reason she's not on the level because of her daddy, Flo.
No, it's not.
She would have already been raised more.
No, it's not. The question,
how did our grandmothers?
The question is, why aren't you on the level where you can interact with somebody who's of your age and maturity? Why do you need that sort of power differential in a relationship?
I don't even know how you even come to that conclusion, brother.
I don't know how you come to anything else.
Was Z right? Because you said we do. Both of you guys, Sarah and Flo, said that that men and women too, Flo said, need to get their shit together at a younger age.
Well, both.
So does that mean Z was right when he's saying that propaganda has played into this shit where we think we got all
mostly
fucking
right?
dead?
I think he's largely right, but doesn't have the whole. From a biological standpoint, he's dead ass right. Right? You can't argue with reproductive prime. From I don't know. I don't know if. And so probably I agree with Z more than I disagree with him, but it's a limited view. It doesn't take in the fact that you gotta, when you're not having sex, you gotta still talk to this person.
Yes, I agree. My girls, they're my age.
You're looking at our girls. These days,
so.
Flo. Yeah, it's hard to talk to them these days because they're arrested.
Well, this is our only reference point, John.
Who are you?
You don't know what kind of conversationalist Moses time chicks had.
I would like to point out.
We could reverse that.
I would also like to point out, like we keep saying, oh, if a woman doesn't have a baby by a certain age, blah, 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 blah. Just because a woman doesn't have a baby doesn't mean she can't be a mother. We see it time and time again. Mothers die during childbirth. Mothers abandon children. We see it time and time again. So we have to stop
What the fuck does it have to do with the conversation, Cynthia? I'm not trying to be mean, but like, what the fuck does it have to do with in China?
I understand, Cynthia. I understand.
She's right.
That was
Cynthia
so
is
rude.
right.
Like that was so rude, and it's a testament to your character. And
okay, Cynthia, you just put a complete non sequitur in the conversation.
Yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ain't keep doing that.
It was a tangent. All right, it was a tangent, but it was.
Doesn't need to redo that. Like we got it. Like that's what I'm trying to tell you. Like not everybody value everything the same, and the way you behave is just it's not valued to me. I don't value it because of your behavior.
Am I looking for your value? Who says I'm looking for your value?
Are we
Cynthia?
done with it? We're not. I'm not going to do this with all you grown ass adults. We're not going to be petty and bickering.
Hey, do you guys know what I meant now when I said men? When I was talking to Jaden, I think his name is. I was talking Jalen. I was talking about men. I only meant If you get someone who's not willing to play by those rules, you get this type of nonsense. A real man would know to be quiet when the host speaks. If someone hasn't spoken a lot, you make sure that that person gets in. And I'm an old bastard, so I give women more consideration. You know, men have a set of boundaries and rules that they live by. Not all males do. I'm done.
You just now you finished. I just got my hand up there and
he's speaking right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe, on that note, props to you. I've seen you being quiet and not jumping in, so I appreciate that.
I agree, flow state.
He's dying now.
And it is having these young kids run around teaching each other their values and then thinking they're going to go on to be reproductive and healthy in our society when all they've done is told their parents what to do the whole time.
John, I want to agree with you, but I don't. Like I agree that I don't like society's values now, but then you just seem to take it too far in your conclusions.
Taking us back to the old day, brother.
You don't know what the old day was like, John. That's the problem. You're speculating.
That's a fair point.
In the old days, women were property. We weren't even a human.
Well, that's fine. We're fine with that.
Grandmother married my grandmother.
We should bring that back, right?
That's not a problem.
Aren't some of those laws still on the books?
Fuck off.
My great granddaddy married my grandmother. She was 13. He was 26.
Odd. But still, that doesn't matter. You don't know what their relationship was like.
You're saying I didn't know the old days. I'm telling you, I know exactly how old they was.
You know that an old dude married a young chick, and you're proposing that be reinstated. And the reason that you're giving is because women back then were better and they got along better. But I'm saying you don't know how they got along. They probably got along worse. Now, why the fuck are you saying this is how it should be? You got to look at the optics. Your optics are weird.
They died married. They had all kinds of children.
I think they also had a bunch of extra wives.
I don't think that there was love in those type of marriages. Those marriages really meant for building and convenience
and billions.
It was her.
Yeah,
it was her doing.
Again, Cynthia, love thing. Who says so? What concept of love are we talking about? You have to understand. This stuff was told to you. Oh, the love, the happily ever after. Like Sarah says, I'm going to sit there and listen to your emotional outbursts, and we're going to do this. Who says that's reality?
Don't know what love is.
That's a narrative. That's a story. Who says that's real?
Well, I mean, that is sort of a metric by which you would judge your marriage by.
10-4.
Have you never been loved, Z?
I'm starting
to
wonder.
That's the problem because it kind of sounds like you don't know what
do we need to give? Do we need to do a group hug again?
Yeah, he needs a fucking group hug.
Z?
For who?
He needs a group hug.
For Z?
Z's not quite there yet. He's definitely not ready, but he doesn't probably need somebody to hug him soon.
For Z,
but that was just more of marriages out of like, we have a farm, keep having kids so we can have more hands help us out on the farm. It's a different.
Well, that's what happened.
Also, they didn't have any entertainment.
Oh, that too.
Or birth control. Can you imagine not having electronics and not having birth control?
Wait, there's a how'd it go?
They had the rhythm cycle. That's what they used as birth control.
Listen,
words I've used.
Sarah, in days of old, when nights were cold and rubbers weren't invented, they'd wrap their socks around their cocks, and babies were prevented.
Oh, good. Some good wisdom in the form of a riddle from Scott down there taking shots of something.
No.
Fireball.
No.
Fireball. Drinking Fireball.
Let's ask the panel. Let's play a game. Who hasn't been laid the longest? Me or Scott? Let's go around them. Then we'll find. Like, put the bets over under. Who's gone the longest without getting laid? Me or Scott? Everybody vote, and then me and Scott have the fucking truth.
What are you talking
Come
about?
on.
Actually, I don't kiss and tell, so I'm out of this one. So let's go.
Oh, you're not going to play the game? Because I want to know how pathetic I am. Because if Scott's got laid sooner than me, if I've gone more time without getting laid than Scott, I'm going to feel really bad about myself. I'm just saying.
Z, you're must not be marketing yourself well, because I know that there's at least a woman or two in the chat who would be willing to sit on your face. Oh, that's right. That's probably the problem.
That is the problem.
Oh yeah, Z. Quick question.
Go ahead, Cynthia.
I heard that you do not engage in pleasing a woman orally.
Cunnilingus?
Yes.
Anyone?
How do you feel if women suddenly decided to stop giving men oral sex?
I don't think the argument holds up. There's two completely different things.
Oh, okay. That's how
there's two completely different things.
Let him explain.
So I have this theory, Z. So
go ahead.
On the other panel that I helped GMT, we were doing a show one day and we were talking about would women date bisexual men. And a lot of the women were like, yeah, I would date a bisexual man, but I would never go down on them. So I have this theory that bisexuality is going to kill oral sex for men. Not in our generation, but in the generation to come. Like, women just aren't going to want to do that anymore.
I don't know. Cynthia, I don't think there's as many bisexual men as people think there are. I don't know. I might be wrong, but my eyes don't see that really. I just see guys being gay or straight. There might be a little bit in between, but a guy who calls himself bi, he might have maybe hooked up with a girl too in high school, but it's usually when a guy goes gay, that's kind of it. But you might be right. But you're right.
No, Z, I never thought of that. But now that you mentioned, I got a lot of gay buddies and not a lot of male buddies.
Yeah, you don't see a lot. That's not a huge thing.
I think a lot of men don't open up about being bi, but undercover do it and just don't ever talk about it.
If they'll tell their male friend that they're gay, they certainly tell us that if they banged a chick or not. And a lot of gay dudes have.
Aaron Hernandez. Do we need to bring up Aaron Hernandez?
I have no idea who that is. Is that the football player who killed his wife?
Yeah, he's probably gay. He didn't kill somebody else. But look, in the old days, or even in this culture still, a man will get married and he'll participate in what appears to be a heterosexual relationship just to avoid the social scorn, maybe the scorn from his family, his religion. He's probably just gay. See, he's not bi, and he'll just have a relationship as a beard. But as far as the cunnilingus topic, I don't think men should go down on women. I don't think it benefits a man to do so. That's why I'm against
it. Man, it benefits the woman, and if you benefit her, you get the benefit.
You, Z. Go the fuck away.
Who was that, Sarah? What? Sarah, we can hang out. Sarah, where do you live? Don't touch yourself, Sarah.
I feel like that's characteristics. If you had a woman that said that she really enjoyed that and you didn't perform it, I feel like that's just you're a selfish lover.
You could say that, but I don't.
Is that it?
What was that, Scott?
You're just gonna try and give her the digits and walk away?
He's not gonna warm the oven up at all. He just gets like surprised. It feels better when it's dry.
I just go for it. How does it benefit you to kiss a woman, Z?
Look, I just feel as though.
You went woman on me with the I just feel real quick. You real fast, bro.
What?
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I feel as though when a man performs that, he puts himself in a situation that's a detriment for him.
And getting laid, kissing.
Damn, it's a detriment to eat
coochie. You don't feel that way about
why is it wrapping around and just
because
like breaking your neck? Is that what you're worried about?
This is interesting. This is interesting. You don't feel that way about kissing.
You're gonna get him in a fucking headlock.
No, I'm okay with kissing. I don't feel like that's like the same thing.
So somehow a man is degrading himself by being down there with his face. Yeah.
Yes.
You can fuck it, but you can't put your face down there.
Correct.
Okay, but it doesn't degrade a woman to stick your fucking cock in her face.
No, not really. No.
Backwards ass fucking. That's her nature. That's where she belongs. Is wrapped around the.
Look, you guys could disagree. I mean, it's.
I always thought that book, women are from Mars and men are for penis, something like that. So I don't know.
I just want to point out that there is this comment in the chat. I didn't I don't think I know the context of it. I assume that Cadence is saying that she's wet for flow state. I don't know how else you all would interpret that, but I'm open to.
Oh, is that what she said?
I'll
Oh, really?
accept
Because
it.
she was
For
on
fuck's
my.
sake.
Who's wet for flow state? Sarah is.
No, Cadence. Come on,
Cadence, are you cheating on me already, Cadence? I thought you were my girl. This is fucking.
Now I could be
You won't
interpreting
go
this
down on her.
wrong.
Exactly. Tell them the problem. It's obvious that everyone knows.
Let's face the truth here for a second. If we could get back on topic.
Okay, but yeah, first John Thomas, I want to ask: do you agree with Z about eating box?
Yeah, John Thomas.
Only if it's clean down there. That's
Fair
I
enough.
mean, that's the only way. And I like it to be
Well, it
smooth.
definitely should be clean before you try to even stick your wang in down there. So
You
It's
gotta get
never
down the oral
clean.
test.
It's never clean, guys. Stop it.
Z.
You
The
can't
wrong
clean
way,
that
dude.
thing enough.
It
It's
doesn't taste
impossible.
sweet, darling. If it doesn't taste sweet, you need to walk
I
away
knew that
from
was-
her.
Exactly. and to be honest with you, Flo, if I won't eat it, I'm not gonna fuck it.
If he don't eat it, he can't beat it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go that far. There was plenty chicks that I'd have banged, but I wouldn't go down on it.
Yeah.
She was my
Bullshit.
chick, bro.
If I smell
You were
that,
probably
if I
young,
go,
too.
no, if that
Well,
smells like a
if
fucking
young
Foot
and all the way
Locker,
up
I
to
ain't going up there.
to my adulthood, I would not.
I agree with Scott more than I agree with Z. I'll just leave it there.
I didn't hear.
You start smelling a woman like that, you can just guess she's with a bunch of other guys. Trust me, just fucking stay
Well,
away.
or
from
she
it.
just doesn't have good hygiene. Whatever.
That's
There's a lot of
good
reasons.
possibility
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
There's a lot of reasons, but the fact of the matter is that, like, I don't know what the fact of the matter is.
Yeah,
I've
it's a
stated my
problem.
Z,
I've
how
stated
can
my
you, so
views.
even if it's okay, Z, so it's this girl, she's hot. I mean, y'all just took a shower. You personally cleaned it yourself. You cleaned it, you shaved it, and you still just couldn't even French kiss it not one time. Like
It ain't got
it's
nothing to do with
mentally,
clean. It ain't got
it's-
nothing to do with clean.
Look,
is
I
it
think
mentally you can't do it.
I think the man is putting himself in a subservient position.
That's what
literally,
it is. It's nothing to do with clean.
figuratively. Well, the hygiene's part of it, but it's more what Joe Cool's saying about, what he's saying about it is that I don't think it benefits a man because in the end, I think he's placing himself in a position, both physically and metaphorically,
But
that
see,
in the
don't
end
you
will
gotta
not
point out the
benefit him.
obvious?
Go
Don't
ahead.
I have to
I
point
don't
out the
think you
obvious? Hold on, Cynthia.
understand.
Hold on, Cynthia. I'm sorry. Hold on. Don't I have to point out the obvious now? Doesn't that mean that you believe that when you're a woman's giving you head, that she is being subservient and in a lower position by doing
You're a
that?
male chauvinist fucking pig, dude. You see? Yeah, you see? That's
Okay.
bullshit.
Call it what you want, but the short answer, Joe,
Okay.
is yeah. All right, Cynthia, let
Okay.
me ask you: when you seen a guy, when you got a guy between your legs, you look down on him, you're thinking, goofy fuck. You're looking at the goofy motherfucker down there licking
gonna
away
talk
between
about
them
everything.
legs, and you're
Listen.
like,
No, keep
simp.
screaming his fucking name.
Hell yeah!
Saying,
Listen,
fuck yeah.
okay,
Hell
You're a
no,
dumbass.
further.
You go
Sarah.
down on a fucking
Hell
woman
Let's take it
and
a
make
step
her
further
scream.
now. Okay, you and this woman,
You are dumb.
you and this woman, y'all agreed, and she said, "You know what? I just need it." And you find out that some guy at work just pulled her into the bathroom and just went to town on her, and she just
He's leaving you now.
she just came like she's never come before, but they didn't have intercourse, and you find out, are you mad or are you not mad?
No, because here's the thing, Cynthia. I approach relationships now from a different way. I can't control what a woman's going to do, right?
Mhm.
I don't know what she's going to do with who, anywhere at work, no matter what she says, she's going to do what she's going to do. That's the way things are. So I approach relationships accordingly. If that's what she's doing, then that's what she's going to do. I can't stop her,
Wait,
right?
I could dunk
But
her
would you
ass.
leave her? Would you
Well,
leave
I wouldn't
her?
be in a relationship like that. I don't see myself being in that. Okay, so you're assuming that I'm going to be in a monogamous relationship. That's a false assumption for me at this point in my life.
You're not gonna do that anymore.
No, I don't plan to. I mean, who knows?
Hard no, or like I'm just not pursuing it.
No, it's a hard no on that. I just have a different view on the dynamic between men and women in these times. And, it's not going to be the John Thomas times. And, so, and I'm not making fun of John. I'm just saying, so the way I look at it is my approach towards women has changed based off my experience. I was married, Cynthia. I used to go down on women. I used to do all that stuff. But where I am now at 45 years old soon, I'm in a different headspace when it comes to the dynamic between men and women. I'm willing to entertain a certain type of relationship with a woman, but not the type of relationship that would, one would be called maybe like monogamous or one-on-one. I don't expect that. I'm not looking for it.
You've been listening to Paul Enslaved, the secret monogamy boy for too long, I think.
Is it okay if your woman is off banging other guys?
She's not my woman. No one has a woman.
All
See,
right,
that's
I'm sorry. I
there ain't
used the
no
wrong
your woman.
terminology. Just stay with what I'm trying to say.
So when Caitlyn Jenner
hold on, it's like hold on. I had a lot of women that I thought were my women and they weren't. So there's no more my woman.
All right,
I'm
let's
not.
not hang on the terminology.
Let's talk about this.
Flo.
What if you keep her head in the freezer?
Really broke your heart.
I'm sorry, Sarah.
Why?
The
Why does
girl,
that matter?
the one that broke your fucking heart.
Sarah, every woman when they talk to guys like me or like a snafu or whatever, they always do the same thing. Like since you put it in the chat, Z, who hurt you? You're basically saying the who hurt you. It's just a common refrain that all guys like me who espouse this type of ideology, we all hear it. It's the who hurt you, who hurt you, who hurt you. It's just a reality. I mean, there's many guys in the same position. I don't even blame women. I don't even blame you guys. We're living in an unnatural state. All right. Somebody told us about monogamy and marriage and equal partnership. Somebody gave us a story.
You're avoiding the question.
You're hanging around.
You're asking me who hurt me. What do you want to talk about? Which one? Which one of the five?
The first one that you
I allowed myself to. I allowed myself to be hurt. I allowed myself to be hurt because I
think
played
it's a productive question. I think it's a weaponized question.
He's missing emotional intelligence.
It wasn't meant to be weaponized. I wanted to hear the story, but it will probably.
The first girl that hurt me was when I was maybe 20. Yeah, the first girl I was like in love with. Yeah, I was like 20. That's every guy. Every guy gets destroyed about the same age, between 16 and 21. There's every single guy got fucking destroyed because what I was going back to say earlier, because say you're 18 years old and you're a guy and you're dating another 18-year-old, you're like, in college or whatever. That woman at any given moment can have Mr. Everything come and just take her away in 2 seconds, right? That guy can't do the same. John, I don't agree with everything John Thomas is right, but he's right. The power dynamic is drastically unequal at that young age between men and women. Because that same 18-year-old girl, a billionaire could come on, and tomorrow she could be a billionaire living the life of her dreams. That guy does not have the same option. It's not there for him.
But what's way more likely is she just becomes another
relationship.
discard.
You had a stronger bond to her than she did. You got hurt. And I'm going to tell you that women experience the same thing. When they have a stronger bond to a man and he doesn't to her, she gets just as heartbroken as a man does.
It sounds like you guys are living your lives paralyzed by uncertainties and what ifs. Some other guy could come along.
The fuck are you talking about, Scott?
Some other guy could come along, and a billionaire, and take your girl. Well, does that mean they're gonna? Did you put enough work into?
No, I was making a point because that's the reality.
Because you swing dick better. You understand? Like, you just get more confident. Like, everybody gets hurt. Everybody does. But it's just how you deal with it.
Cynthia, let's talk about the reality, okay? The landscape. You look at modern culture, 15 to 20% of the men are sexually active with about 80% of the women, All right,
I don't
that's the
believe
culture
that.
we live
I
in.
know that.
That's
I
because
know
of
that
biology.
That's the reality of
I
it.
think it is
That's
some
true.
crazy number like that. Yeah.
That's
There's
just
no
the
way.
reality. There's 80% of the guys that aren't getting much, and the bottom percentage aren't getting a damn thing in this culture. That's just where we are with it right now. What does that tell us
Lee,
about
where would
men
you
and
put
women?
me?
I'm
Where do you
sorry.
think I'm at? Where on this hierarchy of this percentage? Where do you think I'm at?
You're a
You've
chick.
had less
All
sex
chicks
than
can
me
get
and
You're a
dick.
chick. I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about the
But I
men.
know. I'm just saying. Let's put it from a new perspective. Where do you think I'm at?
I don't know. It doesn't fit into what I was saying, so you might have to reframe that.
All chicks can get dick. That ain't what you're talking about.
Right. Thank you, Joe. That's what I'm saying. My point is that the way we are now, in reality, 2 out of 10 guys are having a great deal of sex with the vast majority of the women. And
I'm
80%,
taking up for 2
80
of those guys right now.
I don't believe that. I believe it's due to location.
I don't
Depends
even.
on
I
where you
mean,
at.
Proximal
I don't
value.
believe that either.
I think it's confidence.
You don't
though.
have to believe it. It's a fact. It's nothing
The
to
men
believe.
who aren't
You don't
getting
have to
laid
No fact there.
aren't
Fuck
getting
you,
laid
bro.
because
That's
they're too scared to try.
No, they're not getting laid because they don't have the characteristics that women are sexually attracted to. That's why.
Which are what?
You can't make a whale attractive, bro.
What
You
women
can't
are
make-
women are
We've all
attracted to
seen
certain
fat-
things.
We've all seen fat,
What am I
slobby,
attracted to,
broke
Z?
dudes. Everybody knows loser dudes who get laid all the time. Ugly dudes get laid because they're funny.
Swag. All you have to have is swag, and you can get
Yeah.
laid. Act as
No,
if.
Of
Flo
course,
said
those guys get laid, but they ain't getting laid like. They ain't getting laid like the top 20%. Of course, there's going to be the
Ain't
outliers. The
nobody
stragglers.
getting laid like the top 20%.
Okay, Z.
I am. I'm that
What
nut.
do women? What are women
Yes, right,
attracted
Joe.
to?
Oh, get
Joe,
that
all I
beer
gotta
out.
do is
What do I
try.
like? What do I
What
like?
are women
Let's be
sexually
honest.
attracted to? Because a woman will marry a man for other reasons, for safety, for resources. Are we talking about sexual attraction?
They have to be. Most
Any
women wanna
attraction.
be
Why am I
attractive.
gonna fuck you? Why do I want to be with you? Why do I want to
Women
marry?
get turned on and want to fuck men for certain characteristics. Typically, it's social status because it goes back to biology.
I don't give a
No,
It's
fuck about
social.
social
Hold
no,
on.
no.
It's
I don't
social
give a
status. It's
fuck
the
about your
ability
social
Won't
to
make it
maintain.
moist.
Let them name
Leave
these. Let
finish
them
and
name
then
these.
Vic's going.
Look, you asked me a question. It goes back to biology because the classic traits that I'm about to list off are the traits that traditionally in our biology, in our genetics, and what we've been adapted to will secure survival ability. One is social status. 2 is the ability to procure resources, which goes along with social status. Another one is just straight physicality. Height, okay? Because again, it's a characteristic that goes along with survival, okay? And so you got social status, resources, physicality, and the last one's confidence. Those are the 4 things that sexually attract women. Straight up.
No.
I'm gonna go with
Look,
Vic and say
look. Get out, Flow State. Let me tell you this. It's all about a proximity. Which a man put himself around. If you become if you put yourself in the vicinity of certain women, people in human nature, they screw who is close to them. That's why a lot of you are getting cheated on by the person that you thought was lesser than you because he has more time. While you out generating money, he has more time to be in the eyes of that woman. Add a little bottle of wine, maybe a little baby lotion, and here's a party.
He ain't lying. He ain't saying a motherfucking lie here either.
I think that's a pretty good point.
Z wasn't wrong either. A huge number of men are not getting laid right now. That has never happened.
Because they don't know how to bring the wine and the baby oil.
Yeah, I think it's
Okay,
the confidence thing more than anything.
Do you think okay, if I was a single man, do you think I'm walking into Walmart with my glasses on and say, hey, that one is ready to go. Or no, she ain't ready yet. Or that one's lukewarm. And I'm looking at sexual biology, all that. No, if I place myself in a certain situation amongst these women and they gain to know me and a liking to me, guess what? One of these days, if I pass a number, they will give a call. When they just like your back itches.
Given. You don't
look,
bump
just
the chick
like your back
Walmart,
need to be stretched. Look, just like your back need to be stretched, theirs needs to be stretched too. And if you apply yourself and put yourself into the situation where you are a known person that's a back scratcher, you might be scratching some backs.
At Walmart? I didn't get that part. Why not bump the chick at Walmart?
It's about location. No, it's about location, man. People screw who
the
are
Walmart near me.
them.
I get that part, and I agree with you. Yes, but most men just don't have access to a bunch of bitches near them. That's why
They don't
workplace.
have access to themselves.
That's
They
why
don't
so
have-
many relationships occur in the workplace. So if a guy is smart, he'll go to Walmart and bump a couple bitches. Yeah.
Know why? Know why? Because we're in the technological age. We in the era.
So
where
you
people
just didn't listen
sit
to
on,
nothing I said, right?
Because what happens is, I listen. What's happening right now? Everybody is hooked up to their phone or a computer. They are spending more time in the digital world instead of walking out and telling a female, "Hey, how are you doing?" Their "Hey, how are you doing?" might be like the knight in shining armor.
Shit, bro. Ain't that what I just
I
said with the
love
Walmart
when
shit?
someone
You
actually
were not
talks to
listening
me
to
in
me.
person.
That's the
I avoid this shit most of the time. I literally don't scroll. I don't even use Facebook anymore. I don't have any of the fucking apps on my phone. I went for a hike this morning on a fucking mountain. I want a man to come up to me and talk to me in person and say, hey, what's going on? How you doing?
Yep.
I would fucking kill for that.
And that goes back to what I say. Men don't understand women. When both of my boys were in middle school, I made them talk to 5 women every weekend. I would drop them off at the mall separately. They hated me the first time, but then and I would make them go talk to women, and not sexually, but just learn how to compliment a woman, learn how to open a door, learn a woman.
They probably pull more pussy now than this whole panel combined.
Yeah, I let a lot
do.
of jokes
They
go
do.
right there.
They do.
I will tell you that
woman would,
I'm not going to expect any kind of any relationship with someone online like that. It's not reality. I have to actually interact with you in the physical present, in the moment. You have to be physically here for anything to come anywhere.
A woman would better look. A woman would look at a man better is if he was to approach her like, hey, how you doing? And have a real face-to-face conversation other than saying, hey, how you doing? What's your name? The next thing you know, you see a creepy ass man on your Facebook or whatever, and then sent you a friend request when he could have asked you in face-to-face.
Stats do not agree with you guys.
Yes.
Statistics do not agree with you too, just so you know.
What stat?
Oh, they agree with
the
me.
Stat that most people want to meet someone in person. No, most people meet 1,000 motherfuckers online a night, and that's what they get their little dopamine rush from and all that shit.
And that's why it's not working. That's why it's not working.
Real people take like surveys and stuff like that.
Relationship outside, like you have to eventually meet a human being in person.
I agree with
you. Have a real relationship with them. Otherwise, it's just virtual bullshit. Okay,
virtual
Vic, I agree with you. Please talk to me in person.
The problem is this society protects our girls to go hoeing until they just. That's the problem.
Don't you all know how many?
Nobody wants to go down on them after that.
Don't you know how many chicks? Men.
And once
Don't you know how many?
Now they're soccer mom, and nobody wants it, and that's the problem. That's why I keep saying, don't let them date.
Men are complaining. Men are complaining about meeting women. Don't you know how many opportunities you guys have lost by just not simply helping a woman load her bags into the trunk of the car?
Go. I'm not sure.
Crazy.
I'm not sure you all are. I'm the
acts
most
of
charming,
kindness.
helpful motherfucker in the world.
Compliment a woman, a random woman. Just, hey, I like your hair. I like your
Well, hey, what he just said about back rubs, you know how many women, all you got to do is start touching their back, rubbing their shoulders, and they're
Some women, not all of them want to be touched. You better
I
make
said,
sure you
you
know
know,
You
which
got to
one
sneak
they
up to
are.
them. Sneak up to them and start rubbing your head.
No. I'm saying once you develop a relationship with this person, no, don't go touching random people. They got laws against that.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But I'm just
Once
saying.
you've
I
established
say,
that
look,
relationship.
the simplest thing. The reason why a lot of things are not working is because people are so inclined to go to their phone or go to the computer or go to the internet first. You guys are complaining about women because y'all in real life you are not allowing the
I'm
woman
complaining
access
about
to
their
you.
daddies, brother.
Who was
Their
complaining
daddy's
anyway? Oh, Zeke. That's right. Okay.
But look,
John,
that's what I'm
John,
saying. Look, simply, just help
Hey, you
one of
see
them
how you
take their
said you
groceries
all?
out.
Oh, you're someone else. Don't worry about it. Sorry.
Help one of them take their groceries to the car. Help them. Some might be too high on the shelf in Walmart. You grab it off the shelf and start a conversation. Oh, you're a little short for that, huh? And a giggle.
You can't.
And it works.
You cannot. Listen, you
Everybody
cannot,
disagreeing
because
with this
this
man.
entire conversation started
Vic
off with
got it
me
right.
saying,
Don't
"Go
you
to the
know
Walmart
how many
and holler at a woman."
conversations you could
Vic
have
said,
about
"Joe, you're
toilet
wrong.
tissue
You
with
can't
women
go to the
in
Walmart."
Walmart?
Hold
carried
on.
away. Now you're getting carried away,
Hold
man.
on. The whole conversation
That was
started with
all
Vic.
the way to the toilet.
The whole
tissue sucker.
conversation started with me saying, "Go to a Walmart and holler at a chick," and Vic saying, "No, you got to be around the ones you
I
meet."
didn't say
Now
no.
Vic is saying, "Bump the chick at the Walmart," which is why I started off. Thank you
He's
very
saying
much.
talk to him about the toilet paper at Walmart.
No,
Look,
he's
don't
saying
you know how many
do
conversations you
something
would have?
nice for a female. Hold the fucking door. Help her. He's saying be a gentleman. I fucking love
That don't
Vic.
work no
Vic,
more. That
you
don't
do
work.
you. I'll
Unless
date
she
Vic
wants
all
to fuck
day
already,
long.
that don't work.
That's
It
not
That will
true.
not work. Unless she already wants to fuck you. That doesn't make that doesn't even
No,
Oh,
it's
that's
all about
bullshit.
get
it's
away,
all
creep.
about your attitude.
Bullshit.
Get away, creep. That nigga funny, bro.
It is the way you get treated. You can't be a proper gentleman no
what
more.
part of
They don't
this
know
country
nothing
No, that's
about
not
it.
true, bro. That's not true.
No.
Maybe
I
you
am
in a
literally
circumstance
a
where you don't.
female telling you that I would fuck Vic over anyone else on this fucking panel because he's being a gentleman.
You just
Listen
said you
to a
don't do that
female if you
online,
want
though,
to fuck
Sarah.
a female.
That's
Vic, I will fuck you
contradiction
any
of
day
truth.
over these dudes that don't know how to be a gentleman. Keep doing you, Vic.
You
Keep
just
doing
broke your
you.
rule
Vic,
of online.
Vic's gonna figure out how to drive that truck to Hawaii.
But she broke her rule for a gentleman, though.
Hey,
She broke her rule for a gentleman.
here's what you cats seem to be acting weird about. Because I said what I said, you seem to think that, or whoever, I'm not on board with Z. I open the door. I'm the most courteous fuck. I speak to everybody I see. I ask my girlfriend. I don't give a fuck at every gas station. When I walk out, everybody in the place is laughing. I hold her hand. I rub her back. I rub her feet. I ball up. I do all of these things you're talking about. Who the fuck is this y'all keep saying?
You're gay, Joe.
Chivalry is dead. Chivalry's dead. And it's exactly for the reason why I've been saying.
My bad, y'all.
The most.
Hey, Jalen, that was well brought up. It's a shame you weren't.
Maybe y'all are doing it wrong.
That was
Have
such
you
a
ever thought about
boomer.
that?
Scott, that was such a boomer burn.
That was a boomer burn. It was. I got it.
Who's doing what went wrong? And can you be more specific? Again, I said I'm not on board with Z. Who is y'all? And y'all are doing it wrong.
You got a problem.
Everyone that
pocket,
disagrees with Vic. Like Vic, I'm giving you my number. Like shit.
Hey,
People,
listen,
be
Vic
nice
has
to
not been
ladies.
up here on
Okay, I
cam.
will
You're
be
talking
honest.
to a picture of a Vic.
The feminists that are so insecure that cannot let a man hold a door for them, don't bother. But the real women that recognize that, hey, you are respecting a lady and appreciating her, and you are valuing her by opening the door. she will say
Even-
thank you. She will appreciate that. That is the woman we look
blue-haired
for.
Not all the
All
time.
women
There's
do.
a lot of
Even the blue-haired man
Look,
hater wants a real man to pound him down.
Look, conversations can form. You just simply open the door.
You're R2D2 in
That
a bit there.
microphone needs to be.
Vic, we're losing you. Hey, yeah, bro, you chopping up.
I have not seen.
Vic, if you can hear anybody, you chopping up. You chopping up, Vic.
I just muted Vic.
Compliments go a long way as well. Compliment every chick. That's a beautiful dress you have on and your hair. You can make their day with that little shit.
Notice
Make sure it's sincere, though. If
Of
it's
course,
yes.
and it's
Hey,
easy. It's because
if you don't
women are
actually do-
beautiful, so it's an easy thing to do. And I am happy to see women when they wear long dresses, because they just don't wear enough. Or a woman that's feeling herself, a woman that takes the time to do her hair or whatever the fuck.
Pay attention to the nails. Pay attention to the hair. Pay attention to the highlights, the lowlights. If you know the woman and you're in a relationship,
No, Scott, you don't need to pay attention to all those things. You don't need to take notes. You don't need to bend out of character.
No
Just
taking
do your
notes.
thing.
Pay attention. You either care or you don't. If you don't, she'll look for somebody that does.
If you notice them naturally, great, say something. If you don't notice them, don't bend out of shape and start spending all your time and energy focusing on bullshit.
Scott will notice them. He notices these details much more than you do, Flo.
Maybe, but
and that's okay. That's okay.
All right.
That's
But I
just
feel like
personality
you gotta
difference.
also speak about people and like you know what I'm saying, because some people have to do more than other people. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, like I really believe that you know what I'm saying. A society, as much as we do try to you know what I'm saying paint the black and white, you know what I'm saying. It is a lot of nuance as well. I feel like there's a part of society that is kind of instinctively, you know what I'm saying, kind of halfway into the Z, you know what I'm saying, not ideology where, you know what I'm saying, we believe in these hierarchies of beauty and stature and shit like that too. So you will
We
have
all
elements
do
where
that,
people,
right? Don't we all
to a
believe
certain
that?
degree,
I want
to
a
a
hot
certain degree,
chick.
I believe, yeah, because you want a beautiful
No one
woman.
wants an ugly chick or what they consider an ugly
Yeah,
chick
so that's
is, or
you
ugly
just
man.
said a minute ago, all women were beautiful, right?
Who said
Uh,
that?
yeah, I don't think the two contradict. Yeah,
that's what
I mean, they
Cynthia
obviously do. If you want, because you obviously saying that some woman is, you know, what I'm saying not as beautiful as. What does that say?
Everyone has preferences. Everyone's beautiful, but not to your own eyes.
Listen, I could think of in true life, I could think of two women that I thought were ugly. I could think of many,
Okay,
but they were
we're all
after
jumping.
they.
No, you guys are all full shit.
I
What?
could think of many after they opened their mouths. I thought was ugly.
Okay.
But I
still
can only
you're
think of
bullshit.
two women where I thought in my head that fuck, am I really about to say in my head that this chick is ugly?
They must have been dogs because we all know that there's a lot more than two women that you wouldn't bang. And then if you scale it up some, there's a lot more women than that you would be like, meh, maybe if I was drunk. I'd have to have a few beers first.
Exactly.
Exactly my ass. You got the wrong guy. I turned down more pussy than most of you niggas. I turned down more pussy than most of you niggas ever had on a regular basis. Right? So no, I don't know your world.
You ain't never hit no ugly chick, and that ain't my world, bro. Trust me. You ain't never hit no ugly chick. Cause I definitely can say I have hit an ugly chick before. A chick that would be desirable by most men in society. I would say
There's
that. They was
definitely that morning when you're like, damn, she was a lot hotter the night before, you know?
Yeah, big fan. I can agree with you, Flo. I ain't gonna sit here and act like I'm too good to say I done never hit somebody that, oh yeah, you know, this woman right here, you know what I'm saying? I should have put a paper bag over her face or some shit. Or yeah, she was a little bit too overweight or whatever the hell your preference might be. Let's be real.
Next he's gonna say he's gonna put a flag overhead, fuck her for old glory. What the hell?
No, I'm just telling the truth, but that don't mean that they women didn't have value either, though. They don't mean nothing. Maybe they was the personality was bomb. Maybe they were just freaky as hell. Maybe whatever the heck it could be. You know, there's all type of reasons why, you know what I'm saying, men sleep. Because men, trust me, bro, it's a lot more niggas, like you said, there's a lot more people out here that's sleeping with the bottom of the barrel, bro. And a lot of them, you know what I'm saying, even these high value men will blah 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 sleeping with
ugly chicks get laid too.
Yeah,
every man that started off with the training wheels, every man has hit a duck.
Yeah,
if he
big
say
fat.
that,
That's
he
what we call
lying.
him too, a duck. Yeah, a duck. Yeah, most definitely.
If he don't say yeah, he lying. Everybody always look. When you start off, you ain't gonna always start off with the good ones. If you live, I told you, everything is about location. If you in an environment where all the girls are pretty, yeah, you might have started off right. But due
where is that
to due to
joint.
no, it's due to your parents' income. You know, if your parents don't make much money,
people,
you might catch a duck. You see what I'm saying? But if you
But it's
living in
people,
look, nobody's ugly when you're trying to do. Even when you grown, do. Look, you know when you look when it gets to when you get to the end of the night and the girl you've been looking at the end of the bar, she is no longer there, and then you had the one that was hounding you all night. Hey, you know she ain't top quality, but it's time to do. Go accomplished. You ain't gonna tell nobody, but hey,
you need to clip that and make a t-shirt.
But it is what it is. Yeah, everybody. Look, all men have started.
It's crazy.
Look, every man that is really in this real life sex game or whatever, you started off with the girl, the training wheels and shit. You know what I'm saying, to learn your moves and shit. But that's the one you should be giving credit to. The one that helped you when you was down. Because I'm pretty sure that she ain't think you was so pretty either. You know, but she had to make it happen. She had to make it happen. So it is what it is. That's just reality.
That's why we got so many problems, brother. Right, what you said right there.
Well, John Thomas,
you said it is what it is.
Than having to live in
tell nobody, and she took care of you, but then you're not taking care of her afterwards, and everybody's just fucking her.
John, girls have to be
all
married.
right, hey,
Right
let me jump on John's side right quick. Change the conversation up a little bit.
Do that.
But girls like to get laid too, right? So,
yeah,
John's acting like every dude who has casual sex is like stealing something from the woman.
How wrong is casual sex? Is what I want to ask.
There be sex
they don't go.
I don't know. That's modern society, and we talking about we don't want modern society, right?
How wrong is
Flow State.
We don't want that no more. We don't want what Vic's
a lot of those women that we used as the one to show us our moves and helped us out. Look,
the practice girl,
they still keep time. Look, the practice girl, she actually gets well taken care of. She has all the ties to the men. Look, she has all the ties to all the
feeding her.
Listen what I'm saying. A lot of times in real life, she has all the ties to all the men she helped get over the hump. They still like her because they remember in the back of their head, she was the one that helped them succeed. I'm telling you now.
Yeah,
they ain't saying they are the ones. Look, they are the ones that don't tell your business either. Just think about men. A lot of the men that call themselves supposed to be at a certain level in the sex game or whatever, it's a lot of women that you would think are not getting played. Those are the ones that's probably having your best buddy or some of these pretty girls, man. When he don't come home, and women know this. When he don't come home at a certain time, a lot of times the big argument be when they find out what woman that he's sleeping with or screwing off with him. It ain't the pretty one that she thought she was. It's always that one, that bottom one. That you know what I'm saying?
Don't we agree that all women are getting fucked or can get fucked? Do we agree on that?
Not are, can.
They can, but aren't.
All right.
Man, I believe if anybody, look, if any woman walking around, I believe that any woman that's walking around with a hole between their legs and a man that's walking with a golf club and a ball, he'll drop them in there.
No, you're insane.
Well,
bro.
I wouldn't.
You don't turn down enough pussy, bro. Get into the habit of doing that shit, man.
Yeah.
You out your fucking.
I mean, I don't think he's saying that he'll hit any woman. He's just saying that there's a lot of niggas out here that probably will, bro. Let's just be real.
He said every man. I'm sorry. Maybe
he said any. He did say any man.
Yeah.
This is what they do. Look, hold on. Look, this is what they do now. And I'm just spilling the beans because we as men, we don't have no bro code. We don't. It don't exist. So I'm just telling them what it is. That the average man, he
It's
will
called
hit
chivalry,
that duck.
brother.
He will hit that duck. He will hit that duck. I'm telling you, if you believe in it, he got to have a high quality woman. The woman doing this, men don't operate like that. They
Am
want
I
that
hearing
feeling
you
that
correctly, Vic?
the next
Am I hearing
generation
you
coming up.
correctly? Am
Where
I
you
hearing
from,
Vic
Vic?
correctly that there is no
Where
bro
from?
code and that we will hit bang our friend's woman? I must have misheard you.
I ain't say no friend. I ain't say friend. You said friend.
He's saying out there
Don't get it
in the
confused.
world.
What do you mean by no bro code?
I'm saying out in the world. No, it ain't nothing about friend.
No.
I'm saying
It's
the
about-
average man that goes to a bar, and if he's pitching at one set of women, if he don't, his goal in the beginning before he went there was to take something home.
You said there is
can get
no
a
bro
big-
code. What that got to do with
He
bro
don't
code?
give a
You
fuck.
said,
There's a ring on her finger.
you say there is no bro code.
There's a lot of men
There is
that
no
don't
bro
even wear
code.
that ring.
Look, well, I ain't got
I
y'all
do
problems.
disagree. I do disagree
Hey,
with y'all on that.
let Vic explain what he meant by the bro code.
Yeah.
Look, there is no bro code.
Manny,
When it comes down to when it comes down to men and how they operate or telling about what men do, men will tell a woman what is really real. See, I'm in a situation where because I got a woman, my wife, she right by me all the time. Right? You see what I'm saying? She right by me. So I don't be caring. So I don't mind saying what it really is. What it really is.
You getting the watered down version now.
I think that he
What
meant
it
that
really-
bro code like he's going to tell dudes. He's not. There's no dude secrets that he won't tell. I don't think he's meaning like he'll
He's
fuck
saying
over
that
his
shit
friend.
because his wife is over his shoulder. Of course, there are men's secrets.
No, she
If
know
Flo
my show.
called
She
me and
outside,
say I
know me
was
now.
with you last night, Joe, in Chicago, guess what? Flo was with me in Chicago last night. I don't even know his woman. Bro code, right? That shit exists.
No, I
And
think
she's right there too, by the way. And she's been, and for the record, like I know there's two women on panel, but there's a third one over here that's been nodding to all the shit the girls have been saying.
Okay, undoubtedly.
I told you.
Thank you.
Yeah, what I'm saying. I rest my case, Flo. I can't go because they believe they want to believe. Men want to believe what they want to believe, but and then they want to try to keep some certain things secret. But it is what it is, man.
Well,
Wait a minute,
Hold on, Vic. I want you to explain how ain't no bro code.
I want to back up. If Vic, if you see your man out cheating, you would tell his broad.
Oh no!
What I'm gonna tell him for? I'm not gonna tell nothing. I'm gonna get the hell on away from around him because
bro code.
No,
bro
That's
code.
bro code though, Vic.
Yeah.
No, it ain't like you
That's
actively
your boy.
searching
He's
for
saying
something
that
wrong. No, look, I know a lot of stuff about people in real life. You know what I do? When people doing they wrong, I just don't be around them. I don't hang around it. You know what I'm saying? Because I
No,
do
that
have
makes
a woman,
no
right?
fucking sense. No, because you bump into your friend at a hotel. You don't plan to be around a motherfucker.
Man,
you bump
I
into
ain't
him at a
no.
hotel.
If I see something looking shady, I damn near don't want him to see me there. You know what I'm saying? Because when something come up, I ain't finna be put in a situation to where both of us have to tell two different lies, and I'm gonna look like the fucked up homeboy. Hell no.
You're
You did
already
that,
in the situation. You're at the hotel.
No, I'm
you
not
spin
in the
around.
situation. No.
Listen, in my hypothetical, you are. You're at the hotel. You spin around. You bump into your friend and his chick, and you know your friend there. He's dating your girl. You're friends with her too. Do you go tell her man's cheating?
Hold on.
You keep saying I wouldn't be there.
When it come down to me,
I
when it come
avoid
down to
stuff
me,
like
I'm
that.
not gonna be there because guess what?
There you go.
I got a wife, right? I have a real
yeah.
wife, right? I have pussy on demand.
Yeah,
So what the fuck
yeah.
I'm at the hotel for anyway?
Yeah, you're right. My hypothetical was insane for bringing it up. You're
No,
right,
I
'cause you
ain't
have a
gonna be
wife.
at no hotel room. What I'm gonna be at a hotel for?
Right. I picked a weird
What would
hypothetical.
why would I catch my homeboy at a hotel when I got pussy on demand. I got a whole wife.
Man, this could have been back in the day, bro.
I'm just curious,
you can answer
Vic.
the hypothetical,
You've
bro.
never
Come
been
on,
to
let's
a
be real.
hotel.
So
Vic?
what the
You've
hell?
never been to a hotel.
I'm not
since
going.
You had a wife.
Yeah, in my
So
raunchy
you could have
days.
bumped
Yeah,
into your
back
friend.
then.
Oh my God, I didn't say something
Back
so crazy
then.
after all. That's why you're at a hotel. You happen to be at one to meet your boss. Fuck, niggas go to hotels. Stop acting like I'm saying crazy shit.
Nah, I ain't had to go to no hotel to meet shit.
Look, and now
because
you're gonna argue. I'll just avoid
I always had a no. I always had a place where I could
not
do whatever I wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? I'm not
No,
telling
I
shit.
have no idea what you're saying. No. You don't go to hotels. Who
Yeah,
doesn't
because
bump
you don't
into a
understand,
hotel from
man.
time to time? Because you're
What the
dodging
hell
by
I'm gonna
talking
go
about.
Why would I be going to a hotel when I always been in a situation where I had a fucking house to go to? My own
You
house.
don't only go to hotels.
You got
to
partners, right,
live.
Vic?
You could
got
meet
partners, right,
someone
Vic?
at a hotel.
You
Yeah,
done had
one
partners
of
in
your
your life, right,
friends.
Vic?
One of your friends could give you an
I'm
address.
attached to
Hey,
property.
hey, Vic, can you pick me up at the hotel? And you could end up there. You
And that's the
understand that
dumbest thing
things
to
are
ever do.
possible, but you're fucking saying
That
crazy
ain't never
shit.
happened, Vic.
Why would
Like
you
it's
go to a
impossible
hotel?
that I could end
Why
up
would
at a
you go to
hotel.
why
Stop
would you
it.
go to a hotel and leave a
Oh
paper
my
trail when you
God.
got a fucking
Oh
car
my
or whatever?
God.
What is
Nah,
you doing?
man. I ain't gonna lie. I was with you, Vic, in the beginning, bro. But you losing me, my nigga. You losing me, bro.
Why would you leave a paper
I'm
trail?
bored. Can we move on to a new subject?
Right?
Absolutely
Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, man, because I don't know what's going on with
Get in
this.
my fucking chair. Let's move
Can I
on.
ask you something, Brother Vic? You saying you got it on demand and you keep her on close proximity, and it's about proximity.
Right.
Because isn't it the truth that you know that you don't want proximity because the society is going to protect your woman if she decides to mess around and if you don't keep close proximity? Isn't that the truth?
Well, sometimes it works.
Right, I'm not sure I understood. Society will protect your woman.
From
if
what?
she's
What does that
far
mean?
away from you.
He basically saying you'll know something because somebody gonna say she's doing wrong. They gonna see her. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying you're keeping her close because you know society allows for her protection to run around on you.
Thank you.
Protection
Now
for
I
what?
understand.
Society doesn't allow for anyone.
We'll cover up her sins, is what he is saying.
Well, how will society do that, but not for a man? Society just keeps its nose out of something, and for a while.
That's interesting.
Your whole world's
Men get the
upside down.
same
If a man does it,
consideration,
listen to
John.
what Sarah just said. You know what I mean? Next thing
So
you know, I mean,
you think that if you went out and
you're
cheated
fighting
on
for
your
custody and
woman,
everything else.
You're talking about divorce courts. You're talking about family court.
Absolutely.
Flo has a good point, right? If a man goes out, it will society will cover for him as well. It's not a gender specific.
Yeah, people just don't want to get involved in it. And as far as I'm glad you brought it back to the courts because that's fucking wrong. Like, so any statistics coming out of court, like the women get the men most of the time, is because men are fighting for sole residential custody, except for me, generally. But generally, the women are fighting for that, and the men agree. Also, the laws are not written.
Whoa, be nice. You're about to.
I'm being nice.
You know that the system is geared toward women when it comes to that.
It's not.
You're not overlooking that. Okay, maybe you are. Okay.
I mean, yes, I don't agree that it is. I've once. I mean, anecdotally, my divorce went fantastic. I got everything besides the 94 Honda Accord, and I won sole custody 2 times. I think men just suck at court. The laws are written in a neutral way. Judges, in my experience, I haven't seen them all, but I've probably seen as many as anybody here has, seem to apply them in a gender neutral way. But it's all about who files first. And
anybody agree with that?
Say that I agree.
Anybody?
Absolutely not.
I think Flo understands the law, and he's figured out how to win. And
How many guys do we know that
don't.
get an alimony check on this panel? Does anybody know a guy that's ever
But that's
received an
because
alimony?
they lost in court.
I was awarded child support.
Let's not take the specific incidents about one person. Generally speaking, I thought we would all would have been like, yes, it's easier for the women. In fact, it's geared toward her to receive the children. Men have to try a little harder.
The women usually file first they are going to
Right.
be favored. So if she files first,
Right.
she is going to be the one that gets the benefit
don't
out
think
of it.
that
And
changes
he's saying
Nope.
what
whoever
we're saying,
files
though.
first usually gets the benefit, and
I
he
don't think
filed first.
I don't think that's
The
different
The
from what I'm
logical
saying.
conclusion that if
the
you
way
file
courts
first,
work.
you will
So the
have the
court
favor
rewards the
most
infidel who
likely.
goes first. The court rewards the infidel,
Typically.
whoever went
Right.
first.
The courts work like this. Whoever is the plaintiff always most likely gonna win. The defendant, you have to
Because
prove your case. So
The reason
here's how it
why
works. The first person to file gets to set the tempo, right? The first motion is filed. The court grants it temporarily until they can have a hearing, but they start the setting point. They set the starting point. So from that initial request, then everything is just modified off of that. If you set it first, then the equilibrium is in your court.
Well, flow state. There's got to be
Let me
extenuating circumstances. Flow state. What was up with your ex? Something was up.
Wait,
with her.
before we go with Flo's shit, so I'm clear. We're not saying that whoever files first gets the kids. We're not
Right.
saying that, right? All
No,
right.
that's correct.
Set the tempo. So the court's rewarding the one who wants
Yes,
divorce,
John.
not the one that wants marriage. So that proves my point, Flo. It's set up to.
No, it is not for women. Anybody can file first, John.
it's set up for controversy. When somebody comes back in, okay, then they're granting jurisdiction. So if you get a complaint against you, a divorce is filed against you, whether the man does it or the woman does it, whoever does it first, you're going to come in giving jurisdiction. Once you grant jurisdiction, you're going to make your statement into that. Once you do that, you've created controversy. When you create the controversy, you're ending up losing. That's typically how it works. The bar associates are trained to draw you into it and help you lose.
So, Scott, let me ask you directly. Are you saying that he who files first gets the kids?
Not necessarily. There's always potential outliers with controversies, but
pretty much, yeah, though is what you're saying.
And what is controversies, real quick, Scott?
Say again?
What is controversies?
Scott, that's bullshit, Scott. Come on.
Yeah, of course it is, because you know better. Anytime you're arguing is a controversy. Anytime
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't think you know what you're talking about either.
I know you don't. So go ahead and just tell me.
I mean, is this a legal term?
No, it has nothing. It's the way the system is set up. That's why you have lawyers. They're fighting. They're arguing. They're complaints.
You don't know what you're talking about. Gave it controversies.
What's that?
Is that the name that you just gave it, or is this something
No,
like? I'm trying to figure out.
That's a legal term in the courts. You're creating a controversy.
Didn't you just say it wasn't a legal? Hold on.
It is a legal term.
All right, man. Ain't you the one that was talking about the bank the other day? Was you the one talking about the banks and stuff that one time?
Yes. Probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
I got you.
Controversy. A litigated question. Adversary proceedings in a court of law. A civil action or suit, either at law or in equity. A controversy is anything in front of the court.
Yeah, it just means you brought something in front of the court.
Somebody else brought the complaint. You coming back in and answering it bring the controversy.
Scott, you're fucking wrong.
How could it be there?
Read it again. Let me see.
You're
Read
saying
it
the
one more
same
time.
thing just differently. You're saying the same thing
No.
just differently.
No, we're not, because I'm saying anything in front of
Yes.
the court, and he's saying specifically when the respondent responds. It's got nothing to do with the respondent except that it's in court.
Where's the controversy if the respondent doesn't respond?
The controversy is going to be when I stomp on your fucking face when you keep talking about things you don't know,
The
Scott.
controversy is when you walk in and say, I have an issue with this person. When you walk in and say, I have an issue with a person, there is inherent controversy with you walking in the door with anything in front of the court.
But no, I was just trying to figure out if that was a real legal term. And Flo, you know what I'm saying? He pretty much answered it for me. So yeah.
It was a real legal term applied in an invented way. Z, what was your question again?
I mean, besides, I don't remember. I think I was just calling Scott a fuck. Oh, it was about your ex-wife. I was just wondering if your ex-wife had some extenuating circumstances that led you to the the findings of the court in terms of your your custody and stuff like that. Things like drugs, crime,
They
stuff like that.
both had it.
We both had drug issues.
All right, so I was right.
We both had drug issues.
No,
So
you're not.
Joe's right.
That was right.
Joe Cool
That
is
sounds
right.
like some shaming.
Right.
Hold on now.
What are you talking about, Jalen? What are you talking about?
How could
Shaming?
the insinuation?
We're talking about court proceedings, you dummy. We're talking about court proceedings.
Yes.
Joe Cool was making a point that women tend to have an advantage in family court.
I won.
Right. So Joe Cool said women have the advantage. Flow State said he won. I pointed out there was likely some extenuating circumstance with the mother, like drugs, and Flow State.
It was also in a circumstance
right.
for both of
I
them.
can tell you that I've got
Let me
numerous
understand it.
girlfriends that
When
would
the conversation
tell
goes
you
personal,
otherwise.
when the conversation goes personal and asking about a person's previous history in their lives, I think that's a shaming tactic to try to prove a point.
He didn't have to
just
answer. Flow State's a big boy. We're trying to prove a point. Dude, Jalen, you got to learn how to think, dude. You don't know how to think,
You got to know who you addressing
You don't
when you
know how
talk.
to think,
No, you need
dummy.
to learn who you addressing when you talk.
You don't know how to think.
Everyone on this
You're
panel
mathematically
is very
wrong.
respectful, except for the Z.
Don't sound like Google. Can we just ask
I don't think that
Google
he's
who
understanding
gets
what I
the
said.
kid more?
Because were there circumstances? Yes, we both had drug problems. So they canceled out. That didn't work in my favor, or it wasn't like she had the drug problem.
No, it's beside the point, because if she didn't have any of those problems at all, she would automatically have the advantage.
No shit, because he had fucking felonies under his name.
And drug problems, bro. So if he kept the drug problems and the felonies, of course it would have been an advantage. Bro, you an idiot.
And actually, the second time around in court, I had the felony, which is what that was like basically her main attack. But we at court, because she kept pushing on that, the judge ordered us both to take a drug test, and I passed. She didn't. Yeah, she failed.
Okay, so again, you're proving my point, Flo. She
But
failed the
I'd
drug test.
already
You
won
didn't.
once.
But you know that it's always open. You know until those kids turn 18, that case is never closed.
It's closed.
It's never closed. She could
you can
easily go.
always-
She could easily petition you back into that courtroom, homie. You
That's
obviously
how
know
it
that.
is for everybody. That's not a female exclusive thing. I could petition her too if I hadn't already won.
Of course.
Can we ask Google who gets the kids, most men or women?
A lot of
No, it
times
doesn't
when it
matter.
comes down to court custody,
What you say? Why doesn't Google matter here?
Once the man gets the children and the woman goes to live in her life, she say, "Fuck them kids." A man is most likely gonna take care of the kids. So
I mean, I don't know that I believe that
It
either.
takes time. It takes time.
But Joe, what I was saying is that question, that statistic, who gets the kids most of the time, doesn't fucking matter, because most of the time the dad is not wanting to have the kids full time.
Okay,
No one
I
said
will
full
take that
time.
in consideration, and I'd still like to see the stat if it's okay.
Well, then look it up.
I can't. I have to leave here. That's why I keep asking.
We all know what the stats are. This isn't disingenuous. We know what the stats are.
No,
Everybody
that's an
here knows what the stats
assumption.
are.
Because I can tell you, half of my friends don't win the way that you think that it goes. I
gonna have
have
to Google
girlfriends that
something
are
else.
fucking miserable because men hold them up in court every day, all day
All
long,
the time.
not
They didn't have the
letting them
money.
see their fucking kids. So this mantra you got in your fucking head is not a
No, Sarah, you're wrong. Because when a woman gets 50-50 custody, she feels as though she loses. Men, the vast majority of the time, ask for 50-50 custody. Women ask for full custody. When
That's
the woman
not
gets
true.
50-50 custody, she considers it a
Where are you getting all
loss.
these
So
statistics?
hold on, I'm not done speaking. So when Sarah's talking about these
Talking
women who
shit.
lost, I guarantee you the vast majority are 50-50 custody. That's not a
No,
loss. They just wanted
That's an
more.
assumption, you That's an assumption.
You're speculating a lot. And,
It's the stats. You can look all this up. This isn't speculation. These are facts.
Off of stats,
These
bro.
are facts.
But hold on, right quick,
All
bro.
right. I
Don't stats come
Googled
with
it.
nuance?
Let Jalen go.
I was just gonna say stats come with nuance, bro. You gotta also understand that they have, you know what I'm saying, like things gotta correlate first of all, and just because things correlate doesn't mean that's a reason for causation. So there's so many different things when it comes to stats, bro. Like we over here acting like stats just go ahead.
Hold on. He right.
Hold
He
on,
right.
let Joe Cool
He's
go.
right. When a woman gets 50-50 custody,
Rick, let Joe Cool go. Then you're next.
Yeah, nuance this stat. A woman gets a kid 90%. They said a staggering 90% of the time. So you factor in all the things you're talking about. I don't think it'll bring it up to 90% unless it favors the woman.
How many men do you know who go for sole custody or even majority residential custody?
That's because they're cucks.
Right, because they're fair. Men say, okay, let's be fair.
No, it's
the fair
not.
thing when they do, because men are rational. They'll say, let's split the kids.
Men
50,
are rational,
50.
exactly. So they'll go for full custody, knowing that the ending point will get set off there. That's what any lawyer will tell you to do. That's what mine said to do.
No,
that's not what happens most of the time.
A lot of men won't take full custody because they know they still have to work, and it's going to take a lot of resources and time in order to keep that thing going that you got going, saying taking care of a kid. The thing is, women are most likely devastated when they get 50% custody because you have a say-so. So they don't like you being able to be in control of what happens, period.
That's
how everybody is.
Vic, that's what that handmaid at that bar that you picked up was for, to take care of them kids in case your old lady wants to leave.
Handmaid.
This
Can't
is
you
why
join us here? I know that you don't like modern society, John, but can you stop it with the handmaid bullshit?
Listen, this is what handmaid that our ancestors was. What about what God says, Flo?
What about it?
Well, in the laws of Moses, if she wants to leave, she leaves the kids, she leaves the house,
We're
she
not
leaves
Jewish.
everything.
Nobody, you included. Nobody here is Jewish.
If she wants to go, she leaves. She doesn't take things with her. That's the law of God.
Okay, that doesn't matter. It's not my law. It's not my God's law. It's
when these women
Jewish
leaving,
law.
they leaving with these guys sold their assets and half of their life. What are you talking about?
John, you don't even follow the law of Moses. You said so your fucking self.
What
This
about that
society
court? The
would come
divorce
against
court.
me with a whole army.
What about the divorce court? Is that geared toward women or no? Divorce court. It looks like women get most of the shit. They get the consideration of the kids. Am I saying that wrong as well?
I do not believe that it's skewed towards women. I think there's a norm where women do tend to end up with the kids, but that's just because of the way lives are structured and men go to work, and most men can't do what I did with one kid and a babysitter who lives straight across the street and the house straight across the street. So like I had a good setup. Most men don't go for main residential custody for that reason.
Right.
I would agree with what you're saying. I don't know if it would count for 90%. I'd be interested in stats if male and men and woman are both working. Who ended up?
I did it, Flow State. I did it. I took full custody of my son because it was convenient. I have relatives, cousins, and family that could take care of my son when I was gone doing work. The average man does not have that because they are detached from their family due to moving or their family separating them from their actual family through moving to another state or child being born in another state distant from their relatives. I live in the same place where I was raised at. So I had the resources and people so whatever job, if I wanted to go to school and if I needed help doing anything, I can always drop my kid off to my mom or relatives. I had my son since he was 1.5 years old. I was able to do that because of the family structure that I have. The average man, if he has the right family structure, a lot of these females would not have their children.
Okay, first off, we can't just say the average man doesn't have the family structure, and then say if the average man, because it doesn't work like that. Because we're talking about an average, so that means you're saying that majority of men do not have a family structure.
So
Okay,
Majority of them
but you sound you named
majority of them
yourself.
don't.
Hold on,
Majority of them
start.
don't. Majority of the majority of men.
Where are you getting the statistic from?
Hold on, man. I'm talking about real life. Damn them statistics and that bullshit that they put on the internet. Look,
But then you
real
just
life.
from perspective.
Okay,
then. So you're talking
if
from
you
perspective.
look, hold on. If your
Go ahead.
mama was to, if your parents was to move you away from where your grandmother stays, where your great uncle stays, and everything, and you staying way in another different location, you decide to get with a girl and you have a child. Your resources is gonna be thin, close to mine. I was raised where I came up at. My parents still stay here. My mother and dad is still living, and the great grandmama on both sides of the family still living. We got aunties and uncles and everything. You can't do what I do because of displacement of
can't
your
necessarily
family
say that,
background.
bro, because you said that my parents moved me, right? So I still have my parents, right?
They still got to work on it. And then due to the location, y'all have to have 3 or 4 jobs to even order to survive. So your mama and daddy got to work, right? When do they have time to take in your child? Now, hold on.
You making
now,
a real
here,
hypothetical
look,
out of this.
I
You know what I'm saying?
never,
Like,
I ain't making no
the
hypothetical.
living
I'm
condition,
making a
the
real
living
life.
condition
Look,
got to be a certain way.
look,
The parent situation
all
got to be a certain way.
my life, look, all my life, I never had to have more than one job at a time, and I did real damn decent. So what is you talking about? When you stay in another state and your people to move you from a certain situation was a way you could have had one job all your life, and then they move you into a city where you have to have 3 or 4 jobs. So your mama and daddy got to work 2 jobs to sustain the household, to take care of you. When you take your ass out there and put your little wiener out and bring a child, they can't help your ass either because you got to have 2 or 3 jobs.
Yeah, you making a real hypothetical, bro. Because my parents actually moved me. So hold on, time out right quick. Because I actually have some of that hypothetical in my life, bro. My parents actually moved me from my hometown to a whole nother town about an hour away. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's only just an hour away, it's still I have to travel to my whole rest of my immediate. I got my immediate family, my mom and dad, but I don't have the rest of like they brothers and sisters. So you know what I'm saying? To a certain degree. But at the same time, my parents work, all that stuff, and still help me with my child, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it can't happen, bro. What you saying is
no grandparents ever turned down a grandchild is not a thing.
Big facts. That is true. And that's something that's real life. That's real life. You know that.
But due to certain environments or areas you stay in,
they
have
still
to go to
find
work.
no grandparent has never not found time.
I know that, but
they'll pay for it out of their 2 jobs. Stop it.
Well, so
Man,
so
hey.
now you leaving the burden on them to help you with what you created. So see what I'm
It's
saying?
not a burden. It's family.
Man, come on, man.
And the laws of Moses,
big picture.
Whoever's taking care of those kids, you're their slave in the laws of Moses. Those ain't even your kids anymore.
God! What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what John talking about. John misinterpreting the Bible, everything out here, man.
Care of the kids is a slave.
That's right. If you couldn't do it, that means that you're their slave. They're your master, and those are their kids.
Yeah, the kids are your master because whatever you had planned on before you had them kids, once you have the kids and you plan on being a good parent, all of that shit is over with. You living and working for the child.
That's not necessarily true either, but okay.
Man, see, y'all would want you to live in a fairy tale la la land, but reality hit. And know what you're doing. Once you create that child and you bring them up in, you try to take full custody. If you ain't capable of doing it fully by yourself, you bring a burden upon your whole family because they got to pool in funds to help
Vic,
your
how
ass
old are
for
you?
your bad decision.
Vic, how old are you?
I'm 38.
38. You know that society going to raise your children just as much as you are, okay? They're going to go out and they're going to have the world around them raising them. You can try and hold on to them best you can. I'll agree with you a little bit. My parents moved from Illinois, though, and went down southern. Mom worked or dad worked while mom went to college. Then he got in the military. She followed him, worked with the military while he went through 4 years, came back. She worked at the college while he got his degree. They moved down to Florida, had us kids in the middle of that, and then stayed away from, well, I mean, had family come down and visit, but certainly made it on their own without that family support and made it quite well. I would say it did affect us too. What's that?
But see,
my family
but
did
what
the
he
same
said,
exact thing. They came from down south. I had and no relatives around me my entire
he's
life.
talking about a unique group. Look, you have a unique group of parents because the average parents today are not thinking like that. They was helping each other because of what you might not know their full background. They had it in their head that they have to make it for whatever they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Are you a parent
That's
today?
a unique. That's a unique good set of parents. They helped each other build, but the people of today are not helping each other build like that. They
You
are
alive,
always
right?
looking like, look, they are always look. The people of the day, the reason why they are having problems, they are not willing to go through the time it takes and the sacrifices you will have to make in order to achieve the goal, in order to raise a decent family like that. One hand is helping the other. These people these days don't want to help. You know what I'm saying?
It's true.
They don't want to help. They don't want to help. They don't give a damn.
The government will
I
be there.
somewhat agree with you, but at the same time, I feel like you a part of today too. You a parent also today, so you know what I'm saying. You a part of this. You know what I'm saying. Also, as you were talking, so
Don't hook me up. Don't hook me up off in your bullshit. Now, hell no.
You are.
Because
You are.
No, I don't have them problems. I don't have them problems. Look.
And you are of today, right?
No.
You here today.
I'm living in today's time, but I don't look the way my teachings was one of today. So you can't hook me up in your bullshit and blanket that shit
But my
over me.
teaching ain't of today either. So I'm not in no bullshit. I'm just like
okay, but you no, we can't say just like until we can.
I'm talking
like,
about in that aspect. Come on, come on, bro. I gotta be clear about every statement I make, and you ain't even been clear about half of your statements.
No, you got to be clear because you can't.
But you haven't been clear on half of your statements, bro. What you mean?
I'm not gonna be clear. I leave the doors open for you to get your mind percolating.
Oh
this is the same cat who said he'd never end up at a hotel. Just so you remember, you know.
Hell no, I ain't going to no hotel.
Yeah.
Man, I'm from
just in case your friend might be coming out and you might see him with a chick. I'll avoid hotels the rest of my life. I'm sorry, whatever.
I'm not gonna be at no
Back
hotel.
to life.
I don't know. It sounds good though.
Man, come on, man. See, y'all too bad and bougie.
Vic,
when it comes down to the
female, I'm a man.
When it comes down to the female mindset, a lot of time they think just like men. They want to get it in just as well as you want to get it in, and it don't cost no damn money. So what the fuck is you talking about? Their hotel is
spending no money on no woman, bro.
Wait, you think that's a revelation? What the fuck are you talking about?
Man, their hotel is for you. Don't you know the average woman wants some rinky dink ass some mind throwing ass shit like send me to the bathroom, bend me over the dirty ass sink and some more shit. They into that bullshit. Right.
Don't you know that the reason
they ain't gonna tell they are not gonna tell you that because they know they'll be ridiculed. They will tell they ain't gonna tell a woman ain't gonna tell you that because they don't want to be ridiculed by the mindset of a man to say, oh, this is a nasty female or whatever the fuck. A lot of times they think just as dirty as a man.
They didn't want to be thrown over no toilet.
Motherfuckers think is
let me get in for a little while.
Or
Vic,
like
what
the
you're
kitchen
doing
counter.
right now?
You're in the wrong location.
What you're doing right
now?
now?
Thank you.
Thank you. If I can get a minute, what you're doing right now is
the stove
presenting.
as long as it's not
Excuse me. You're presenting a straw argument and defending it. I am not saying you're going to go to a hotel to fuck. You spent 10, 15 minutes talking about why you wouldn't fuck at a hotel. The reason you're doing that is because you know your argument is weak and anyone could end up at a hotel at any time. So no matter how long you talk to motherfucker, nobody with above 100 IQ is buying what you selling so far, bro.
I ain't selling shit. I'm just telling you real
said
life.
You would
In
enable
real life, in real life, you would not catch me at a damn hotel unless I'm on a family trip or I got some business going
so
on
it will
where I got
happen.
to stay away
Wait,
from home.
no, it will happen. You may
Shit,
end up at a
you ain't.
hotel. Is that
No,
possible?
you ain't gonna. No, but so my homeboy is not gonna be at the same hotel because if they operating in a fucked up manner, well, how they gonna end up where I'm at? If I'm on some legit shit,
Let's
and I'm
not
gonna be
jump
away from.
subjects. Let's
Bro,
not jump
hotels is
subjects too
hotels. You
fast.
ain't
Your
like just because
statement
you go to a
was that
hotel
you
for
would
one
not
reason. Hold
end.
on.
You said you would not end up at a hotel. Let's not jump
No,
too fast. So now you can envision a couple reasons at least why you may end up at a hotel. Is that what you're telling me, bro?
the only reason why I end up at a hotel is if I'm on a family trip or going
Good.
out of
So
town.
there
That's
are
just me.
reasons. Your prior statement that you argued about
Right.
me with for 30 minutes that you'd never end up at a hotel, you were wrong again, yeah?
So what would come on? Okay.
That's what you
Be
deserve.
honest
What
now,
would be the
Vic.
what would okay? What would be the
You
odds?
deserve
What
that.
will be the what will be the odds that I plan a trip, a family trip, and then my homeboy end up 1,000 miles
What would
away
be
from
the
wherever
odds?
the
Like
fuck
you
we
act
be?
like this.
Man,
A
come on,
family
man.
It's still
trip is
none, but that don't mean it can't happen, bro. That don't mean
This
it
is
can't
why
happen.
this is why these women have problems with you, Negro.
straw argument.
And then
Dumb
again, here you go trying to
argument.
speak in
Man,
generalities again, bro.
because y'all are trying to find any kind of way to compare
Yo.
themselves to compare another person to you and your behaviors and your
No, I'm trying to
routes and
get you to
trips.
answer
Who's
No,
question
saying that
because
any of these behaviors are
the more
anybody's
you try to
behaviors, bro?
dodge it, it is my nature to
no,
fucking
the
pin you down.
behaviors of look.
That's the
The
only
reason,
reason I'm
no, you
doing
can't
this.
pin
You
me
Had you
speaking
down
on
just
because I'm
average
answered the
people, bro. You
question,
speaking on average
we'd have
people the
you
whole
moved
can't,
time. You
on.
can speak.
you
But it's
cannot
some
pin me
motherfuckers
down
out here
because
that
I'm
like
an
to hold you
untamed
accountable
Negro.
to the
I
things
keep
that
on
came out of
telling
your
y'all that.
mouth. I'm one of them
No,
cats.
you can't pin me down because I'm an untamed Negro. I'm
Obviously,
telling
because
you
you're
that.
gonna
You can't.
keep
Who's trying
dancing,
to
but
pin
the
you
more you
down, my
dance, the
boy?
more you
You
embarrass
really
yourself,
No,
and I'm
he
okay with
just
talking
that
said
crazy.
too.
that. He said that
Guys,
you
guys,
cannot
let's
You
pin.
chill with the
want
black
to
on
know the
black
secret
violence.
to a woman?
Man, look, I like
She
black on
wants to
black
feel
violence.
wanted by
Some
the
of them need to
man
be
she
punched in the
wants.
nose. Look, Flow State,
Fuck her
some of them
on
need
a
to be punched in the
countertop.
nose from these
I just
crazy
wanted to, I was just wanted to
thought
work in that
process.
comment.
I know.
Look,
Right?
it's all good, Flow State.
All right, but
Flow
I am
State, I
I am
like
getting
them
close
women.
to wrapping it up because I got to go drive and get cigarettes because the place closed. So, anyways,
I know that fella.
let's do final words. Who wants to go first?
I will. Thank you. As always, it was a great conversation. There's always, I love the conversation and I enjoy the respect as well. Good job once again, Flo. Until we meet again.
Thank you.
Hey, Vic, did you used to be over on Trig's channel a lot?
Yeah,
I knew that was you.
I figured that was you too. That's why I called the asking where
I
you
knew
from.
it was you. So this is Vic. This
Much
is
love,
what Vic
much love.
does. This is what he does.
Vic was very well behaved tonight. I've seen Vic Spurg right the fuck out.
Yeah, this is what
He
he
can
does.
Spurg with Tommy when he wants to.
Yeah,
That would seem unbelievable, man, because he was nowhere.
But
He
Cynthia,
showed no signs. of that.
look, holla at your boy. I think he's still mad at me because I
no,
went
he's
off
not,
on
bro.
him.
You're blocked. You're banned for life. I can't unban you.
What'd you do, Vic?
Man, look.
Damn, what happened?
I've tried because I always agree with some things you say because you sit in the bathroom a lot, right?
Oh,
Vic?
you the one from Alabama, right?
Yep.
No.
Oh yeah,
so
I remember you all the way
no,
now.
I'm from
I
Mississippi.
ain't trying to. Oh, Mississippi. Is it Mississippi?
Yeah,
I always respect you, and I always got mad respect for you. But
Nah,
I don't
I know you ain't coach.
You rubbed him the wrong way, and it just can't. Because I still got.
Yeah, because I rubbed him the wrong way because he know.
Listen,
he know.
don't
But
play.
like, yeah.
Trig don't play. Trig's a whole different beast. Like
he a whole different beast, but he felt that energy, so he probably felt like mine, and we gonna bump head like that.
Would you
You
put
know
the
what I'm saying? When
gloves on
you
with
live
him?
a certain way,
I'm sorry?
Would you put the gloves on with him?
no, hell no, I ain't finna do that. That boy too fat. Hell no, he ain't gonna hit me like that. Hell no.
What is Scott?
No.
I asked if he.
No, he said that I put the gloves.
Oh, Trig's a boxer. You should
That's
never
what
want
I'm
to box.
saying.
He's a boxer for real.
I know that.
Yeah.
That's
But
what I'm
anywho,
saying. Would he be willing to
You
go
can
up
beat the
against
fuck up
him?
out of a boxer because boxers never see the knife coming.
Oh, there you
But
go.
hey, Cynthia,
Final
tell him you saw me and
I will.
see what he
I
say.
will. I do appreciate it, and I enjoyed you over here. And Jalen, as always. I will see you guys later, and y'all have a wonderful night.
All right.
Good night.
Good night.
And
in the
who's
laws
next?
of Moses, I'll go. In the laws
Okay,
of Moses, a girl could do whatever she wanted as long as she wasn't married, engaged, or still living with her daddy. And anybody who enables anything else in my book is a cuck. And that's what's the matter with them. If they walk into the bathroom, see their old lady humped over the toilet, and they don't know what they're in a out society. And
All right.
Yeah, brilliantly said.
Whatever you said sounds good. It's a good thing we're not Jewish, and but I'm sure that the God of Moses appreciates you reminding the Jewish people how to handle their women.
And he doesn't like your internet much.
Good night, John.
I know he sees me, brother. I appreciate that. Good night.
Night.
All right.
Next.
Albell, I just got to say what's really important because it hasn't been said tonight. End all wars, and you only have the now.
You're looping.
Praise God.
I'll go next. I'll just say, hey, been nice to be here. Had fun. You guys have a good evening. Thank you.
Too.
Peace.
Hi, Scott.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Who's next?
I'll go if ain't nobody else. Yeah, I'll go. I just want to say, man, we gotta kind of stop speaking in generalities about certain things and then justifying, you know what I'm saying, certain shit by, oh yeah, my personal experience here, but then it's my generality on this argument. I feel like that kind of threw off a lot of the argument for me. Cause I feel like, you know what I'm saying, not just with Vic, nothing like that, not to just pick on, you know what I'm saying, you bro, but Z too, you know what I'm saying. John was just a troll, so I really wasn't paying attention much to what he was talking about. But
Jalen,
you know what I'm saying?
hey,
go ahead.
Before you dip out, after the shows, I always put everybody who joined the panel. I put their I link their channel in the description box. So Jalen, if you got a channel, drop it, and Vic, you as well. I don't think you have a channel, but anyways, yeah, both of you drop your links, and I'll link you if you want. Sorry, go on. I just didn't want you to finish your saying and then dip out before I could say that.
Yeah, and I appreciate you having me, man. It's some good conversations over here, man. I really do like, and I like the lightheartedness about how you try to keep things, you know what I'm saying, under to a certain degree of level of respect and stuff like that, man. I do appreciate that, man. And yeah, at the end of the day, man, good conversation, man. Salute to everybody. Appreciate y'all having me. You too, Vic, man. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you do come back, man. I did like having some sparring matches with you over there, man, because you do have a perspective, man. I do like arguing with you, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, not on no disrespectful level, but just, you know what I'm saying? It's sharpening our minds and whatnot, man. So salute to you, man.
Good night, Jalen.
Thanks for joining. I'm going to do this.
Oh, what was that? Vic,
dropped off.
what the fuck? You're my new boo.
Nah, I thought we was having last discussions and everything, but look, I just want to let I don't take no hard feelings to anything that's going on the panels. I just like to hear extraordinary minds and the way people put their thoughts out there. Look, take shots. I'm gonna take shots at people and just let it be what it is. You know what I'm saying? It's a learning process. That's what I'm doing. I'm learning the minds of humans. It is what it is. But that's my last say up on the situation. Flow State, keep this show going. I like it. I like control chaos.
All right, will do. Thanks for joining.
All right.
Cynthia's back for another one.
Yeah. No, I put the I just dropped Jalen's in the back chat.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
All right.
All right.
I'm gonna just say thanks for getting drunk with me tonight. Hey.
I could tell you were getting a little bit saucy.
Use your countertops, boys. If you're not tall enough, get yourself a step stool. Good night.
All right. Thanks for joining. And everybody watching, thank you for watching. Hit the mount the thumb on your way out the door. And I always forget to mention I have memberships now. They're $1. Fantastic value. I only have one tier, and it's $1, the dollar bin. So show some support. Get a little green name when you comment in the chats. And till next time. And if anybody watching who is up on the panel, if you think that I don't have your channel or however, drop it in the show notes or drop it in the comments, and I'll put it in the notes at the end. Bye. Oops. This one.